welcome, welcome. I don't know if it'll be interesting day today or not.
Well,
Just getting fired up, so we're gonna do some paperwork. So welcome in, and let's get started. Let's put Nash over here. Wow, my cat is going bonkers. Fix a couple of things here. Let's get back to this so I can see. All right. Da, da, da. That's also fantastic. These fucking doors. Alright, I need the captaincy exam, which should be over here. Oh, HMRN hat. Bible Masters, Captain's Log, Academy, Crew, Royal Navy Captaincy exam. Alright, you need to go into the box for a second. It's done. Ship, questions. Done. Okay. Alright, back out of the box. A couple copies of this. I think I will need 2 of them. Who hasn't taken their exam yet? Burke, Sawyer. I think Burke and Sawyer are the 2 tonight. Let's go put the black book back. Captaincy and Bucket Masters. Blue keychains. Okay. Ooh, that reminds me. That reminds me. Am I still?
I'm here, sir, whenever you're ready.
All right, give me 1 second, Lieutenant. Am I still? Ooh, I am. Okay.
Definitely not nervous at all.
Let me just update this ledger with. Today is the 5th. This is clue funding, drawing. 5. Oops. Don't have that. That's not. Why does that do that? My numlock turns off every time I restart the game for some reason. I need to reinstall Atlas at some point. Davenport, which should mean we have 591. Oop, I need to take 5 back. So we have 491. Yep, I had 5 gold on me. Okay. 491, 1123. Perfect. Put that back. Take my 5 gold back. That was my pay. Okay. I have. All right, Lieutenant. Let's go upstairs.
I feel like I'm going to the principal's office.
That's not weird at all. Close that door behind you. Hey, who left? Oh, that's probably me. All right. I will get that door. Do you have a key to that door?
Apparently. Unless it's been changed.
See if you can close it. Well, son of a bitch. Alright, well, that's fine. So I guess you're not actually locked in here, but consider yourself locked in here.
I
So, you're gonna take the captaincy exam. You will have 1 hour to complete the exam. You may not need all of that time, but you'll be given all of that time. So, I will start my stopwatch. We'll have you do it as well. You remain in here. There's a food barrel in the corner right there. Plenty of food in it. Do you have water on your person?
What was that last part, sir?
Do you have water with you? Or do you need a water jug?
I have a water jug.
Ah, perfect. Okay, so you should have everything you need to not pass out up here. I'll give you the test. Your 60 minutes will start then. Just like the ensign exam, all the other exams, there's a series of short answer questions. Or I guess not short answer. There's a series of open answer questions, I should say. There's a series of multiple choice answer questions. I won't obviously give you the weighting scale, but it would behoove you to ensure that you at least get an answer to every question, whether that means you start at the back and get through the multiple choice first. That probably is going to be the most amount of time per point, if you will. So please don't get hung up on answering every question through its fullest, and then 55 minutes goes by and you're trying to rapidly write the rest of the answers, and you haven't even gotten to the back yet, because you will fail if you do not get to part B.
Aye, sir.
So, I would, however you wish to do it, I'll give you the book. If you want to make your notes directly in that book, you can do that. If you wish to make them on a different sheet of paper in your head, if you will, and then transfer them over, that's fine. Obviously, just be aware that if you sit here for 60 minutes with your head in a book, you will pass out.
Oh, okay.
So, I would encourage you to either write it in the book and then close that book and reopen it frequently to ensure you don't pass out and lose any work, and encourage you to every 15 minutes or so get up, pace around the office, sit back down. Alternatively, take a question, pull it over into your mental notebook, answer the question, pull the next question. That way, should the worst happen, you do not lose everything.
I see.
Does that
Yep.
make sense? Yeah. So
Yes.
if obviously if you fall asleep, we'll keep the hour going, and you can just keep answering questions. It wouldn't be a bad idea to just pull a half dozen over at a time. I think there's not that many questions, but that way you can just kind of keep going while you wake back up, if you will. Should we have a unplanned tea time, we will reset that time.
And if we're interrupted by some sort of higher rated bells,
Yes. So if there's obviously just sounding bells, you are to ignore them. Anything else, you are to ignore. If there's something going on, if you hear war bells, they're not immediately followed by summon bells, like someone pulled the wrong lever. Um, Toss that book in my paper tray and get to the war bells, and we'll figure it out from there.
aye, sir.
Excuse me. Yes. Otherwise, just ignore any sort of bells or anything else. Do you have any questions at this time?
Yeah. What's your confidence level in me passing?
The test is difficult. It is not hard, if you will. Um, it's not hard to pass, but you will not get 100%.
Challenge accepted, sir.
If you get 100%, I will promote you to lieutenant, or sorry, to captain right now.
Hello, is there an operations secretary around?
Alright, one moment. Alright, Burke, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Alright, your 60 minutes begins when you pick up this book. Please make sure you put the name and date on it. If you do not put your name on it, it will not count. I'm going to start my watch right now for 60 minutes. Okay, here we go. So obviously feel free to move around. If you need something, holler super loud. If I'm not here to respond, just kick me and I'll come up and get you. Otherwise, I should be in the building. Just yell once you're done. Thank you, Lieutenant. Secretary?
I just got a report from one of our agents in the field. It's spyglass sensitive, but here you go.
All right. Puffin's Burke is taking his captain's exam right now in our office.
Fair enough. I am actually heading to bed. I
Okay.
out doing a bunch of shit. So
Were you awake for the sinking of the Parabellum and the Calamity?
I was. Wait, what?
Yes, the Parabellum and the Calamity are apparently both sunk. Burke just told me about it now. I think
Oh, that's good.
the Vice Admiral and the Admiral. Burke said something about they were out on war games and were down in B3, and
They
got
were doing
engaged.
war games in B3.
Yes, and I was awake during part of that, and then a civilian came into port and said that those two ships were engaged with two brigantines. I had to step away before we hit the time limit that Blackwater and I had established to send a sloop down there to speak to them or to check in on them. When I woke back up, Burke found me and told me that I guess I don't know what the admiral and the vice admiral's new ships are returned safely with all their crew, and the Parabellum and the Calamity are sunk.
Aye.
So I'm assuming we don't have prisoners. I feel like that would have been detail Burke told me, but I didn't actually ask. Those are both Sinner ships.
Aye.
So-
Fair enough.
So that's where that's
I
standing.
hadn't heard of that. I knew that we were doing war games basically all day, and that we had lost one of the war games vessels. So I thought that was what you were
Oh,
going to tell me
I
about. But
had
no, that's
I've
crazy.
not heard that yet.
Oh yeah, we lost the banger.
Now we can rebuild it.
Aye. But everyone was all a lot of butthurt about it. But, I mean,
It's a
is what it is.
it's a goddamn ship, right? Did we learn something from it?
And
If
it's
we
a
did,
training vessel as well.
Yep.
So
Yeah, it's a war game ship. We're going to lose them from time to time. I would argue,
all right.
well, we shouldn't just do that every time. That provides valuable experience to that crew.
Yeah. Yep. So,
Right.
anyways, I am heading to bed.
Right.
I am about to tip over. So
Good night.
Have a good night.
Good night.
friends. All right, Pier Hammer.
Those are the only copies of those that I gave you. I do have a trade meeting to get to.
Do you want me to look at these quick, or just want me to just take them in?
You should probably just keep them, as they're not really trade's not gonna be able to do anything about them.
Okay.
As motor you and
They,
entity anyway.
they just get
Just,
handed into.
there are no copies made. Those
Okay.
are the only ones.
I will handle it from here.
Pretty good. Have fun.
Thank you, Secretary. Yep, you're all gonna be in a box for a second while I figure out what these are. Interesting. Okay. All right. We can take you out of the box now. I need to write some copies of the tactical retreat. I did just realize the intern that we renamed Dilton Coop is, I do believe, a woman. Which will probably need to change, or just take Coop's name off of it. Printing press. I also need to keep this here so I can see my Discord. All right. Okay. I need a copy of that. You know. You know. We're gonna do this. Oh, hey Archie, sorry, I just saw your chat. Yeah, I'm not paying you 400 gold for defamation. Nope. I do hope Burke gets 100, but he won't. It's unless you have the answer key to that test, it is virtually impossible to score 100, given the fact that there is no answer key for 19 of like the 26 questions, because they are open-ended, and it is very difficult to. It's very rare that both Puffins and I would give full marks on any question together. All right, you need to go back in this box for a second. Hey, Zach fan, how's it going? Sorry, I have a very shitty box for you all to sit in. It's on my list of things to update. It's just a black that actually does now have sensitive spell right, but I need to step into NID here for a second, drop some stuff off. So enjoy the box. There's a couch in the back. See if you can find it. Interesting. We're learning. Do. Okay. Yeah. It's on my list to make a better box. Okay. And we can come out of the box. Okay. I kind of wanted to go on the war games, but I'm presuming they're already out. Let's just take a look at if any movement was made here. Oh dear God, it appears. Oh hey, someone did do a 5-9 incoming mail. Oh my God. Apparently not. Yeah, no one has actually done this yet. Oh no. Nope, no one has done anything with it yet. Okay, that's fun. Someone's gonna have a lot of work to do there. Incoming mail. Incoming mail. Okay. Oh my dear God. I might have to comb through this after stream today. Unless we get a clerk to come in. Yeah, it's not usually this. Oh my goodness. This is the problem with the Plus barcode, is it makes the titles too long. It does that. You see that? That's bad. It's really bad. Yeah, that's a lot of reports. So I might take a crack through what actually needs to be reviewed and what doesn't, and get rid of some of it. But yeah, that is a lot for the clerks to do. Yeah, so we'll see where that goes. A lot of these appear to be voyage logs. Plu. All of these are fines. Plu report. Innocent on the widower. Interesting. Maybe payment. Losses in Newport. That one's new. Oh, that one actually. That's the old. That's back when Lash lost to Newport. Got it. Unlisted port found a bit. Yeah, so a lot of these are just old. A lot of these are Plu reports. I don't actually need. Well, I've talked to Plu about a lot of this. You might have to take a look at the number of Plu reports that we have coming in. Patrol. Yeah, voyage log. Voyage. 48 misconduct. voyage. Actually, in those two are the new ones that I just put in there. So that will be fun for somebody to do, but not for me. What do I do now? What do I have in my pockets? The rundown. Ooh, oh, I need to do this. Can I show this? Oh, is that the one from man? Is it spyglass sensitive or not? Can I show it? It was I just see it here. This one? Let me just because let me just pop this and see what it is. Okay, I think I did see this one, but we can read it. Yep. Okay. All right, 48-hour misconduct report by Master's Mate Mitchell Mann. Upon arriving in the 48 at roughly 6:30 p.m. Eastern, we were greeted by what could only be described as a mess. We realized very quickly that we would not have enough resources or food, as well as general ship refit materials to last us until Sunday. Began seeking to... been seeking to... Seeking to redress and reorganize to see the full extent of our situation. I take responsibility for the situation. Approximately 12 to 16 hours prior to the sail out time, I was made aware by the Infinite that no one had been by their port yet to get things set up. There are many explanations for this, which I believe are likely to be better covered in other reports. However, the situation we found upon arrival was to my recommendation so that there would be anything at all when we arrived, as I was not able to find anyone at the time from operations warehouse to advise them. Our recommendations based on previous 48s for a barracks area capable of housing around 20-25 individuals at any time, a dining area, a hospital area, as well as a warehouse resupply space and crafting area so that we would have access to craftable tables and I get the accurate count of possible materials, as this was outside my knowledge. I simply said my recommendation was whatever they felt they were capable of supplying. So I'm gonna pause there because I don't think this has been shared widely. We identified the Infinite as the 48-hour patrol on Monday. We kept its location kind of close to the chest because we didn't want that to get meted. But all of that information, I would actually went out there. I think it was there on Sunday night or Monday night. I went out there with a small crew and met up with Irrelevant and the Infinite and asked them about it. They said yes. That's fantastic. We scouted out the locations for where we would set up. We proposed that idea of instead of having the Navy ships docked inside their trade harbor, which was far away on the outside wall, to build up a little dock on the inside wall there, which is where they ended up being, and to use that space behind it as kind of the Navy's setup. Because they didn't own the island, it was going to be interesting getting the ability to build it there, but I handed all of that over as we agreed to Secretary Duran and logistics, because generally the way we handle it is an idea and ops identify where it's going to be. Ops does that coordination and make sure that will work, and then logistics does the build up with the bison and all of that. Duran has it's not really a blueprint, but he has a blueprint, if you will, of how that should look. If any of you were at the Ironhold War, where we had like the 3 medium prefabs, one was the hospital, one was a workshop, and another was a barracks. That is the setup, right? It's super small and super condensed. That was the plan to do that. And I think some IRL stuff got in the way of Macthier being able to get out there and do that, which is a whole other thing. It doesn't really matter how it didn't happen, but it ended up being that come Friday morning, they had not gotten out there yet to do that. So they shifted the plan to, we will just roll out there with the bison to build it up once we arrive, which is not a fantastic idea and what we've been trying to avoid. So ideally with these 48s, and I've been getting a constant stream of recommendations of things we are either already doing or already dismissed as terrible ideas, but the idea is to identify it, get the logistics out there ahead of time to build up our spot, store it with materials. Duran has a list of everything that we should need, I think, to refit a ship 20 times, depending on the ship, obviously. That is all something logistics was doing, and it just didn't happen this time before we got there, which is unfortunate, but we understand how that happened. So that led to the 48 arriving on site and it not being built up, which is unfortunate. But I was actually away from the game. Davenport was on shore leave, so it is what happened. People seem to be a little bit upset that the 48 wasn't meticulously planned and that there wasn't like someone in charge the entire time. And to that, I'd say it's a 48. You had two captains, an admiral, and like four lieutenants. There should have been no reason for us to uh, prescribe it any further than that, right? Ranking officers should have taken control. I know things went down, which we're going to read about in a second. It shouldn't have been a thing. So, well, yeah, and if asked, Mitch will say that statement was not at all accusatory. Yeah. It's not that it's accusatory. I know it fell apart, right? 48s are always kind of crapshoot as to how it's going to end up going. Um, and this one just wasn't very well effective. Like, not that it wasn't effective, but it wasn't very well like managed for a number of reasons. So, this is a 7-man company, and at this time, nor until much later, unfortunate circumstances, right? Yes, and unfortunately, 7-man company, and at this time, nor until much later was I made aware that, generally speaking, we do not directly acquire the materials for the 48 to come directly from the company, as we are being hosted by. If I required to, no, it's fine. I'll accept them readily as I stylist have always said, but I was seeking the best of my ability to assist. However, I was made aware later in the evening that I had gone to sleep. Well into the early morning, there were numerous instances of misconduct from the Navy prison of 48 in relation to interactions with the Infinite, as well as conduct while captured and aboard a pirate vessel. For Seawall did not have names and in effect actually working with crime names of other CEOs and CEOs who were there. So individuals were made aware to me, one sailor Black and one midshipmate Jean Baptiste. The admirals were made aware verbally, working my way up the COC at the 48. An report has been submitted with the PLU, and I believe it is being handled internally at the moment, but at the request, I can submit a copy of involving incidences of directly insulting comments and behavior, such as demanding further resources for the Infinite, which would have left them unable to respire for their own ships. Those reported to me among these two specific instances by one Araceli Santos of the Infinite, multiple instances of insulting groups like Strong Arm, Riptide, and other privateer groups back by members of the 48, and I believe Sailor Black and Midshipman Baptiste will. Oh, good day, Dr. Sparkle. How are you? And I believe, where was it here? The voice pusher for accommodation of this like of the privateer struck to our host, as well as others. My next report second, I was made aware by Miss Araceli that members of the Infinite had also been captured along with Navy men by the Sinners when the Garcane and the Tequila, an Infinite brigantine lost service trying to save the Garcane, were sunk. During the ensuing manhunt and search for other sailors from the ships, there were multiple instances of Navy men joking and insulting privateers directly with the Sinners. Well, that is not good, including insulting jokes about the Infinite and Strong Arm, as well as identifying some individuals on the ship as important persons. This can multiple reasons and shows the continued trend of the friendliness displayed towards pirates, and the fact that upon returning we were not immediately asked to leave is frankly shocking. This, as well, was put into drastic contrast as the behavior when Strong Arm not only arrived on patrol-capable capacity several hours outside of their normal patrol time, but also then left and returned donating a brigantine that they were preparing to decommission in a fully fighting-fit state, along with multiple vital resources for the Infinite, base repair materials, planks, port sails, completely free of charge, and yet some still deigned to insult them and disparage privateers as a whole. Frankly, shocking lack of decorum. If it were not the actions of Strong Arm, Captain Murphy, Secretary Blackwater, Lieutenant Sawyer, and O'Keefe, the ship would not have been righted in time to save the 48. Closing to this report, a more than necessary amount of time had to be spent on disciplinary matters than ever should be necessary, as those are all common sense things to not do, whether an individual is personally a fan of favoritism or not. So, I do believe I skimmed this report before and have seen some of these things before. I would say we can't prescribe the entire 48, right? And I have no obviously issue, Zach Van, with like what's in this report, what man wrote. It all makes sense. Yes, unfortunate circumstances, but it sounds like from these lines, am I going to be able to? No. If not for the actions of Strong Arm, Captain Murphy, Secretary Blackwater, Lieutenant Sawyer, and O'Keefe, those were the ranking officers. Strong Arm, who's a master, that were there for that. So I would expect if Blackwater was awake that for him to handle things. I'd expect for the lieutenants as well as Captain Murphy when they're awake to handle things. And it sounds like they're not going to be awake all the time, but things happen, and that command staff stepped in and handled it, and we rectified it, and we will get better at not having that happen in the first place. But that is what it is. I will say that based off of some of these reports, and we won't name names, but you can infer the conclusion. There will be people who will be banned from going on future 48s. There may be people who are banned from working in the Plu. So, oh, sorry, strong arm. Yeah, not yes. I see strong arm, and I sometimes see strong arm and think strong jaw. So you have strong arm here, yes. Obviously they were a big help. They get a lot of shit for being privateers, I guess. But if you all were here 2 nights ago, I spent like a couple hours with strong arm, like at their port. I had just showed up to like purchase some shit. Tooling my way through F3 and ended up talking to Jughead and I guess Archie and Turbo and some of them about some stuff. It's not so much that Davenport likes strong arm. Um, Davenport has the stance that he believes everyone in the Plu has, and that is there are privateers in good standing, and there are privateers not in good standing. By and large, when you're not in good standing, you're not a privateer anymore. And I don't care about the allegations. Obviously, we do. We investigate the allegations. That's fine. When we're dealing with a privateer, whether it's myself, whether it's Davenport himself, the Commodore, or individual enlisted members or NCO members or officers of the Plu, any of that, we cannot go around disparaging people despite what we think we know, what we do know, what's been reported to us. We can ask questions, we can raise allegations, we can say, hey, I have a report that you're taxing this person or whatever, and I understand that. But in the same way that trade is the public facing entity of the Navy for most of the time, now with the Plu kind of down there, we cannot have Plu members who have formed opinions not backed up by fact and official positions of the Plu and operations affecting our relationship with members of with privateers, right? As talked about in the Plu meeting, like the privateer program is a tool that the Navy wields. It's something that we use. But the privateer companies, they're tools as well that we use. We point at certain objectives. They're hired guns, that's fine. But the individuals in those companies are people. And OOC, those are players who have their role play, right? They might not always get what they want out of their role play, but those are people too. Those characters are people. Those players are people. And to have members of the Plu, or if we have members of the Plu, I know that we do, but let's go abstract. To have members of the Plu walking around disparaging, Jesus Christ, I'm going to get out of this so I can hide the UI. Because there is a culling going on. Having members of the Plu that are out there saying bad things about other privateers, to different privateers, to civilians, to those privateers, is very detrimental to what the Plu needs to do. The Plu needs to remain objective and abjective to the goings on. You have to have, you cannot like Leon, you cannot like Yaspar or Jughead. Not everyone needs to be a fan of them, and still deal with them when they come to the Plu with civility and cordiality. And that's what we have to do. They are a privateer. Until operations or high command decides otherwise, they are a privateer and they are not to be disparaged. And it's coming to the point where I know the Commodore agrees with that. We, being high command / Puffins and myself, will start knocking heads if people are not doing that, because there's been a number of hurdles in front of the Plu for 9 weeks now, and it needs to stop. And we're busting those down as they come up. So if we continue to see that from select individuals or from anyone, it will be handled. Because in Croesus, it's not even like Davenport knows that shit. I understand that all we have is allegations. It's virtually impossible to prove anything in Atlas, in DSRP, but that's not the point. It's we get allegations, we'll investigate them, and we'll have an ID dig up what we can, and if it comes back like, yeah, I think they did this, we ask if this is worthy enough to pull the letter of marque. We can talk to them. It happens every single season. It happens to every single effective privateer is they get slandered left and right. They get shit thrown against them, whether it's true or not, because either someone's impersonating them or the Black SEALs realize that we have to take those allegations seriously, and they just have their civilian friends throw shit at them for it, or throw shit at us about them for it. That's what all 5.0 was the cover companies for Black SEAL ships just alleging that the Red SEALs were abusing their authority. And honestly, like, I get that it's part of the role play. It's not really a power gaming, but it kind of is power gaming, and it OC annoys the shit out of me because they are it's basically role play, right? They know that the Navy has to respond to these. They know that if we can prove those things, it needs to stop, right? So I get, allegations, something happens, like we can't hunt everything down, but we can't prove things. Right now, after a conversation that I had with some key people in high command, if like 4 privateer companies got together and decided they were going to tell the Navy that strong arm taxed them, we would probably believe them. And that bar is not high enough to end someone's role play and what they want to do and strip someone like strong arm of their letter of marque. We need more information than that. So Mitch likes strong arm a lot, and I'm mostly a friend with a lot of them. People are going on biased opinions, and even Mitch has said at the Plu, if strong arm is found in violation, strip them of the marque. It's what we have to. Otherwise, leave them alone. Do our due diligence. Nothing more, nothing less. Absolutely. If strong arm attacks a red sail, if strong arm violates a letter, if they're found to do something we told them they cannot do, I will be on that ship to go out there and strip their letter of marque, and it will be regrettable, and then we'll explain to them what's happening, but I will do it myself. Like, yes, the Plu will go. It's a thing. I have no problem. I was in row house with Turbo. I'm close to that group. I know a lot of them. Archie was just here in the chat if he's not still. I have no problem with that group, and I understand where the roleplay comes from. If they do cross the line, we've told them before, like, hey, you're out of line. You need to be careful with this in character. And if they do cross it, then yeah, we can pull a letter of marque, and we do need to if that happens. But it is people running around with biased opinions, hearing part of the story and assuming it's true, and getting mouthy, and people just not being able to shut the fuck up. Yeah, Ven talked about it. It does get out of hand, and unfortunately, there's not much we can do about it unless someone OOC investigates if it was real or not, which just takes up a fair amount of time. Let me make sure that I'm not okay. Good. Sometimes my voice button sticks. I don't even want to know what the Suns report log. Oh, the Suns. It did not matter who you were in 5.0, and I'm not gonna remember all the names. The Sons of Ragnar. Was it the Hammer Hands, whatever they're called now? What's now Ambition? Every major privateer company had been accused of being pirates. Every single one. So, for people to say just flood the Navy with reports and they have to do something, so just keep sending them in. Honestly, I understand how that happens. As you can see, we have a lot of, and these are almost all just internal reports or reports from the Plu. These are all reports that we expect to get. I'm going to go through those, and I'm going to look at anything that it just doesn't need to be summed up, and we're going to file it away. We get a lot of paperwork, and as that volume increases, someone does read all the reports that we get as the Navy. We don't always do stuff about it, right? I don't care if Joe Schmo over there accuses Raven's Ambition of being a pirate. What's your facts? So, yeah, of course, all of that is gone, and actually NID held all of it. So, at some point, yeah, I do want to capture that for 5.0 before we leave, and just show what that looks like, because the amount of allegations that we get from civilians, quote unquote civilians, is outrageous. All right, Burke's got 30 minutes left on his test. Let's just let him know he's halfway through. Yeah, there is definitely a shelf in NID that is for a strong arm, right? Because they have details on, like, they organize everything that comes in, so they have details on everyone. Anyone that's been submitted is just organized by the company, so they definitely have all the reports you've ever gotten about strong arm. Lieutenant, I'm just letting you know you are at 30 minutes. You don't need to respond. Keep doing your thing. Oh, I do. Oh, let's get that one. Let's grab that braised dinner. You are not looking forward to the next ensign application? Are you planning on applying? Master with Edge House or the Blue, and then apply for ensignship when the apps open back up. It honestly, you should do what man should do what he needs to do, and there's no reason to not. I don't want to say go after because you're not like rank hunting, but there's no reason not to follow the progression you're in now, and continue down the path to eventually become a master in either Edge House or the Blue. That makes sense. We've pulled other masters and ensigns before. It happens frequently. We pulled Nexus into ensign for master. In the end, the needs of the Navy come first, and we do not consider when we make that initial choice the rank of the person being pulled in, other than are they a midshipmate. Now there was a conversation around Nexus, him being the harbor master, and we spoke to Blackwater ahead of time before he even applied to say like, Nexus wants to apply. If we choose him, is this better for the Navy to have him as an ensign? And of course he said yes, and that's what we would expect. That if we're selecting for an officer, I don't want to suggest that we can replace a master of Edge House. We can replace a master of the Blue. We need good officers. As you've seen with the reports we deal with officers, we need good ones. And if we don't have good ones, it doesn't matter how good the Blue is. If all of our lieutenants and ensigns and captains are shit, the Navy falls apart. So if we deem that if man applies and we deem that he is a good candidate, yes, we might lose a master of the Blue, but we'll fill that position eventually. If you saw, I saw what you told me about earlier. That was wild to watch. Yeah. So I just happened to be at my desk while my wife's putting my daughter to sleep to see the fight between the Admiralty, I guess, and the Sinners. And I happened to know one of the guys that streams from the Sinners, and I was just curious. He'd already ended stream. I saw that. It was like half an hour later. So I was just curious, like what was going on there. And from their perspective, the number of sharks in the water was ridiculous. Like we talk about, like, oh, they got eaten by sharks, like whatever. But like you can even see it on like Ven's stream and Tyro's stream. There was a shit ton of sharks in those waters. So it was wild to see them all being attacked by like a half dozen sharks. Yeah, it's weird as hell. I'm bumming my way through the Navy and just trying to do my job, and apparently that's spoken very highly of Mitch and my ability to fake it. Honestly, Davenport is the secretary because he stood still long enough. That sounds bad, but that is essentially what it came down to. Is got sucked into operations this way.
Aha, secretary.
All right.
Oh shit! I don't have my keys.
Well, I guess no
Okay.
conversation for you.
Nope, come back.
Oh, okay.
Let's just go downstairs because Burke is
All right.
taking his captaincy exam.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. You think you'll be able to interrupt that?
Do we need to interrupt Burke?
So basically, myself and Wickens were out on shore leave for a few hours with our partners on date night. Beatrice from Twin Rivers was sailing us home up through Bravo 3. There was 2 brigs in tandem, Red Flare to Galleon, and were chasing it through quite a grid. There was also another 2 ships sailing in. I think they were hovering around the Freebooters port, I believe.
Somewhere around
And
there, yes.
we also got red flared by a little battle sloop. It had like 6 cannons on it. There's a lot of
Had
activity
6
there.
cannons
right
on
now.
a sloop.
Mm-hmm.
It was 4 or 6, but yeah, it was slow as shit.
Oh my dear God! And this was in B3.
Basically,
Yeah.
Yeah, you're aware of the Admiralty fight down in B3 earlier tonight?
We've been gone for the past 5 hours. 6?
Yeah. So, fun update. The Admiral and Vice Admiral Webster had taken their 2 new ships out to do a war game.
Yep.
I believe they were just in the southern end of B2 here, and they 2 Black Sail Brigantines chased the ship into B2, and during the middle of their war game, in which they were already half out of materials, at least on the Vice Admiral ship, chased those 2 ships back into B3. Those ships ended up being the Calamity and the Parabellum, and the Admiral and the Vice Admiral sunk both of them.
fuck off.
Yep.
Pardon my French, sir, but no way, really?
Yes, sunk both the Calamity. I was awake when they essentially had gone out, and we got a report from a civilian that there was a 2v2 fight going on down there. We were about to send a sloop out when I had to step back into my head for a little bit. And then when I woke back up, everyone was back. Everyone is more or less safe and sound. I think that, a few nicks and scratches here. I'm sure someone got bit by a shark, but to my knowledge, we didn't take any prisoners, or we didn't get any prisoners, but we did sink both vessels.
My God, this night just gets better and better.
Yes. So, and that was in B3. So I know that was a hot spot. It very well might. How long ago did you see the 2 ships chasing a galleon?
10 minutes ago.
Oh,
10
just
minutes
now. Okay,
ago.
yeah, this was all like 2-3 hours ago.
Yeah, Beast literally just dropped us off right now. We sailed up through there. I had to take a wide berth. They were kind of in the central area.
Right.
Oh, they started in the north, flared, and then started sailing south, chasing a galleon.
I think there's probably a departure here in 15 minutes. I know there's 2 ships out doing a war game right now, if they're not back already. They're probably back, but I'm imagining there's going to be a 10 o'clock departure.
Alright. I mean, it's too late for me, but...
Aye.
I mean, if you
But,
can make them bells and you can pass on that information, that'd be cool.
Yes, I can. Yeah, I'll see what's going on at 10 and where they're going and who it is, and if that makes sense, we'll kick them down there. I don't want to send a single undermanned ship if that's the case.
Aye,
but-
aye, aye. No,
Yeah, because
no,
we can confirm there's at least 2 black sail, or well, it could have been privateers. Granted, we didn't see sails, but there is at
Yeah.
least 2 ships in tandem down in B3.
All right. And so
That's
I guess
clear,
to be fair, you said you did not see what the sails of any of those ships were.
Nope, nope.
Unless privateers are red flaring a galleon.
I mean, I guess it is possible that it's 2 privateers and it's a black sail galleon.
There is
Well,
that
that
chance.
galleon. No, it was the galleon was white sailed. We
Ah,
actually got
okay.
a glimpse of it.
Oh, no, that
before.
was, yeah, we seen that, yeah.
Yeah, well then I hope it wasn't privateers because that would be illegal.
Yeah, the galleon just came into our range for a little bit. Unfortunately, the brakes never did though.
Aye.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
yeah,
almost
we'll-
looked like... Sorry, what's that?
Go ahead, Lieutenant.
I was going to say, Wickens almost looked like the ship we went down on today.
Oh God, I think it was O'Connor.
I think it was a Connor.
O'Connor.
God.
Landing in a Connor.
Civilian.
Yeah, we'll see what's up at the 11 o'clock departure here in 10 minutes, and we'll kick them that way if we can get 2 ships out.
Alright, sir. Sounds good.
All right. Anything else?
Just had a sailor report at trade, which is one of the reasons I'm up here.
All right. Was it just heavy activity in B3?
I have 2 black sailed brigs in B3.
Yep.
Oh,
All right.
Okay, well,
Maybe we I don't want to ring the bells now. I was gonna go take the departure board and see if there is someone at 11. I'm gonna imagine it's Sawyer or Tempest.
Aye. Could be them both. That'd be even better.
Yeah, if it's one brigantine, I don't want to send one brig down there to phase
No,
2.
no.
And they very well might be gone by the time we get down there, right? Like, I'm not
Aye.
gonna preempt anyone's
Aye.
patrol if they're not back yet, but
they were chasing that galleon into B4, and if that was O'Connor, he would be heading to Twin Rivers.
nah,
So
Chris,
but
we
I
don't.
think he's supposed to pick us up.
On the
It wasn't
black
the
side.
galleon that just left
Man.
here.
it was a
How
galleon
long
that
ago
just
was
left
the
here.
galleons? About 30 minutes ago?
All right,
It totally was.
let's just.
They had a lot of animals aboard.
I know.
Sorry to interrupt.
That wasn't him. I don't think a Connor counts.
I'm also looking for Secretary Wood, or not Secretary, sorry. Master Webster. I was told he was last up at operations.
I have not seen him in the building, but he might be over in the Admiralty building.
Okay.
Good day, midshipmate.
Hello.
Let me guess. There are pirates in B3. Oh, you're good. This is
Uh,
actually a no
yes.
saluting zone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Yes, but the lady wanted me to inform you guys that it is Styx.
Sticks.
Dicks. Okay.
Sticks still alive.
Yeah. It was a sloop and a brigantine, and there were red flare and everybody.
Wait, it was a sloop and so there was 2 groups because we got
There
flared.
was.
Yeah, it's, I mean,
Yes.
we could go get the war game ships if they're not back yet, but they're gonna have to resupply anyway.
Yeah, so it looks like one group went to B4 by the looks of it, and then there's that group surrounding, except for Kai's Island, currently. Well, I say currently, quotation marks. All right.
Okay, if I'm not needed, I will do.
All right, thank you, Morningstar.
Right.
I'm gonna go check and see what the next departure is.
Aye, sir.
But,
I'm gonna go up to the house and see if Jenny's there, because if she's there, she can confirm if that was O'Connor or not.
Perfect. Yep, if you could do that.
Aye, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Wickens. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Yep.
More people to hang. Oh, and
E2,
I always forget. I need to remember that I put Nash in my emergency escape route. Let's see. Let's see. Honestly, so yes, could we get a sloop? 2 sloops, one to go get the war game ships back, one to head down into B3 and see what we see. Yeah, sure, we could do that. It's a decent lift of resources for something not happening in our waters. Let's see, voyages Friday and Saturday, Monday and Wednesday, 11 o'clock. 9, 10. Well, there are no... Yes, Sawyer's is at tonight at 12:30, which is in an hour and a half. Mr. Sawyer, nightly.
Yeah.
Monday and Wednesday at 7, which he already went out. Yes. The joke is that in 5.0 we had a...
Sorry, I'm talking to myself.
You're good. The joke is that in 5.0 we had a escape hidden door off the back of one of our deep archives that kind of dumped you out in a hidden area, and it was our Master Webster escape area. Whenever Dabby would come by, we could use that door to get in and out of operations behind a series of locked doors that you couldn't tell we had a way out. So I've noticed that if I leave the front of operations, chances are there's people out there that try and snag me. So instead, I leave Nash back by the back door, and I just step out that way. It also means I can get up onto the balcony and I can rappel down right to where he is and zip away before anyone attempts to make me do anything else. So I know this is... Am I talking? No. I know this is a bit of meta, but they're still out there, but it looks like they're coming home. We're just gonna let this develop, because could I get on a sleep and go out there? Yes, they're going to be beat up because they were just doing a war game. So they're going to need to resupply anyway. They're already coming home. Or even if we hadn't just looked at this, we can assume that they're not back yet. They're going to be shortly, because they said 30 minutes. It's been like 35 minutes, so they're probably on their way. We're going to get halfway out there, right around the island, and find them. And it's not going to save them. They have to come back. So I will probably just jump down and be at the dock when they come back. See, you do smart stuff to avoid operations timers. Puffins we must stay in operations for roughly around an hour. See, you say that. Davenport. Let me explain this dramatically, because I know someone's going to clip this and send it to Coda. This is... I want to preface this with, I'm not saying Coda doesn't do things or Puffin doesn't do things. What I am saying is Davenport is a doer. Davenport does stuff. He does not want to sit around and chit chat about stuff or talk through if this then that, right? There's a time to figure things out. There's a time to, like, what about this, what about that? When it comes down to it, Davenport wants to get shit done. I, as Adrian, have limited amount of time that I can play. I do not want to spend the hour and a half I have over lunch or while my daughter is sleeping having a conversation with a random midshipmate about shit. So that's where I set up I have a 5-minute timer. If you approach me, you have 5 minutes of my time. At 5 minutes, I'm cutting you off. Get out of my face. Prioritize, right? It's usually ends up going over 5 minutes, but it keeps me from having to talk to Burke for 3 hours because he wants to complain about something. As an example, Lieutenant Burke is fantastic, and so is Dark Jedi. But I spend the vast majority of my time in the operations building. I don't go out on patrols a whole lot because every other night I have to be on, gremlin duty and might have to step away. Timings don't really work out, and I've set Davenport up to be the one that does stuff. He generates the active orders where they're going to go. He plans this, he does the paperwork. He does the hands-on stuff. That's not to say Puffins doesn't do things. Puffins does less of the paperwork, and that is just fine. That's what Davenport is for. But because of that, I have whole days and whole streams where I am just in operations. And I end up not streaming a whole lot because it you'll see it tonight as we get deeper in. It gets weary to pull you all in out of the box quite a bit. And I feel bad doing it, so there's times where I'm like, hey, tonight I gotta pump out orders. I'm just not gonna stream because I'm gonna be here for 3 hours, and 2 hours of that is gonna be me looking at maps and grids and planning that out, and I just can't show where that's gonna be. So that leads to me not streaming all the time. But tonight you're gonna get the box a lot, so fucking deal with it. I don't care. I don't see them coming back yet. B3, huh? Apparently, this season B3 B4 are the hotbeds. Let's go check in on Burke. No word from him there yet. Yeah, don't. You feel it won't take more 3 minutes. To be fair, I told you 3 minutes because I was waiting for my daughter to wake up. Then I had to go. It was more than that. Again, it's not about actually limiting it to 3 minutes or 5 minutes. It's about making sure that some people in the Navy love to just chit chat. They just want to talk through stuff. And well, what about this? And there's a time for that, and there's a time to be like, we're doing things. This is a night of doing things. Like, make a decision and let's go do it. That's still sleeping in there. Yeah, it's sleeping in there. Okay. Which reminds me, we are at the 1 hour mark. I have 12 minutes until work is done. I'm going to get some water, take a stretch. I'm going to run just some ads here, I think, just because I can, because I will be doing nothing but sitting here pretending to play chess, going to the bathroom, getting some water. So, I'll be back in probably like 5 minutes. Hang tight, go stretch, do whatever, jump somewhere else. I don't really care. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, we are back. Let's get here. Burke has 10 minutes. Actually, has 9 minutes. Let's go check in with him. But there we go. Okay, let's just use a little bit of movie magic. Ooh, what's the Fang doing up there? That's interesting. We're not going to use any of that. I just, yeah. Lieutenant, heads up. You don't need to respond, but you have 8.5 minutes left. Let's see. What was I working on? The rundowns. Yeah, Captain Burke. I had read those ones. That's that. That's that. I'm good on food. I think I can show this. I can definitely give this a check over. Bounty's book. Oh no, this is their version. This is what I need. This is what I need. So these are out of the current ones because that's been put out. No, that's the other one that I need to look at right now. That I was just thinking if I can show that, and I'm pretty sure I can because there's nothing really secretive in there. We can remove these two. Put them right here. Chimp bounties. Added. I think I just need to. No, they do not get those bounties. They don't get to pay for them. Also, they were like what, 20 gold? Nah, that's the admiral's not going to pay himself. They'll get a pat on the back. And I need to add this to each of them. Oops. Moved. Today is 09. Sunk. Yeah, also here's your bonuses. I'm pretty sure that we had misspelled this, but whatever. Those are done. We can remove them from here.
I think I'm done, sir.
And you want to just double check, or are you actually done? You do have 6 minutes left if you want to just make sure.
Only one of them really threw me off, and it's the doubling one. So,
Aye. How do you think you
I
did?
think I know what it is. I think I got it, but I could be wrong. I just put I guess.
Well, unfortunately, if you don't know what doubling is, you can't be a captain, so that one's a make or break.
Well, I guess it's a pince maneuver because that's the only thing that made sense.
I can't answer that because that would until I have your test. Yes, that's what doubling is.
Why are we using that word? That's not what it's
You
called.
know, I don't write the exams. That's a great question for Commodore Angry and Puffins.
Like, I mean, I'm old Navy, sir, and that is not a that's not a term
Yep.
we use.
Yep. You know, I don't. I'm just administer them.
Yeah, that one. That was. It was like.
So.
And the only reason I guessed that is because the next 3 questions were ship of the line.
Yep. Yep. It's very antiquated. I think is the wrong word. So how confident do you feel in your 100% now?
95%.
Let me just see if I can find one you get at least partly wrong. You know what? I'll look through this later. But okay, so I'll put it. Excuse me. I'll put it in the pile. I don't want to say it in the pile. Puffins and I will both mark it. You will obviously give you a score. 70% is pass. Beneath that is fail. You do have the ability to take the exam one more time should you fail. Once we've marked the exam, we will inform you whether you've passed or failed or not. We will not we won't give you the exam back because I'm gonna have to change the questions every time, and that gets tedious. So,
Right.
if there's anything in there specifically that you know kind of have a question on, like, hey, I don't, this question threw me, like the doubling, and you do want to kind of go over the right answer for that, we're more than happy to, but we take that as like a discussion topic and not like a here's all the answers you got wrong on the test.
The doubling is the only one that threw me, and then everything else was just kind of, I don't know, just kind of my opinion.
Yeah.
It kind of seemed
Yeah.
not really like a right, wrong, hard line. Just
And
how do I think? How do I process?
That's where you can see that the test isn't hard, but the grading is difficult, and it's very difficult to convince both Puffins or I that you deserve full marks in a question. It happens. It doesn't generally happen for both of us.
If I had enough more space to write, I feel like I could convince
you-
you more, but with the limited space in a
You
book,
could have just
yeah.
moved things around, but yeah.
But see, then I would have had to copy the whole test over and then fold it back over, and
I mean, we'll mark what you have here.
how can I say this? I didn't want to have a copy of the test when I was done. Is
Yes,
basically what I'm saying.
yeah. Do you still have any of your notes in your head?
No.
Okay, which is fine. We did have one instance where Murphy had taken his test, and then I think Hex had taken his test, and at some point in the process, they got duplicated, and they both became Murphy's test. And I had to sit with Hex, and he had to send me his notes. Thankfully, he had them still, because it was like a half hour afterwards. But
I did put my name and date and all that stuff correctly on there.
yep, yeah, and we usually add it to the title just so I can see what it is in the bookshelf. But yeah, so Puffins and I will mark it. We're not. I don't want to say we're not under any great urgency. We will get it marked because the next step, once that's done, is to inform the Admiralty that you've sat for your exam, and then at their discretion, they will schedule a war game. I'll tell you that obviously Ramsey and Hex both have sat for their exams. They have not done their war games yet. I think Ramsey said she might have done hers, but we're not in any major rush, and it won't hold you back at all. Should High Command and the Admiralty decide to seat another captain, we will take a look at every lieutenant in this process, and we'll complete any of the things we need to get you all to qualified, and then choose from there.
I see, sir.
So don't feel like you need to I mean, yes, it's good that we should all stay on top of it, and we should get you through the processes so we can list you as a qualified lieutenant for promotion to captaincy. But it shouldn't come. I can't speak for the Admiral. It shouldn't come as we've decided to add one captain, grab whoever is on that list and make him a captain. It should come with we've got some people in the pipeline. We need to finish a few things to get them all to that point. Let's do those this weekend or whatnot, and then let's get you a list.
Pretty sure. I mean, I guess it's up to you. I thought most of us had already done the Admiral War Games thing.
Yeah, I know. Ramsey
I know
had
Sawyer
said
and
she
I
had.
did.
Yeah, so that's just where I can connect with the Admiralty around that, and either they signed off that that's been done, or we get that scheduled.
Understood.
So
can I put in all of my pirate fights as counting?
you are free to submit them as evidence. I do not believe I guess the Admiralty could take them if they want to, but that is entirely the Admiral's discretion.
Understood, sir.
So, all right, I'm actually going to toss it right over here so I don't lose it. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Hi, sir. Thank you. I guess finally getting to that step was kind of a big one.
Yep. So we're here now. I gotta go see if the war game ships are back because apparently there's even more pirates in B3 right now.
I heard the Admiral, or Vice Admiral, so I'm assuming they're back.
Oh, good. Wait, did you just hear him?
Yep.
Let's go see if we can't catch him.
There he is.
In my experience, it's best just to pretend that you know exactly what you're talking about, and if you need to,
you're right.
just say the other side.
Fair enough. Secretary?
Apparently there are now even more pirates in B3, including 2 ships belonging to Styx.
Delightful.
Sticks. Are they there right now?
That report is about 15 minutes old. But there wasn't a planned 10 o'clock depart, and we're waiting for the training ships to come back. So.
All right, the Excelsior is back. The Fang was currently dealing with an inspection over at the Nope Island and was coming back afterward.
Do you know if they plan to come back to the War Docks, or they birthed up a trade?
They should be back at the War Docks because it's the Fang.
I honestly, there's a, I don't want to. There's a chance that no one's down there anymore, but it might not be a bad idea to just get 2 Briggs and head down there. I think the next patrol is
definitely.
Sawyer is at like 12:30. So
Yeah, that works. Yeah, let's go ahead and get 2 ships ready as soon as we can get one ready, and then as soon as the other one comes back, we can get everybody else together and see what we have left that we can kind of rotate off from the other crew.
all right.
The No Tempest is on the other one.
On the Fang, was
Easy.
he the lieutenant on the Fang?
It was Tempest was on the Fang.
Ah, perfect.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
he should be up a while longer. So he should be able to handle that one. If Burke, if you want to take the second ship, then I don't know who the 10 o'clock patrol was though.
I mean, Sawyer and Tempest are both late night crew, so
Yeah, they're the next one I think is 12:30, and it's the Sawyer Tempest trade off.
Gotcha. Okay. Well then, yeah, I'll let you guys go ahead and get that put together. I gotta go down a trade. Apparently, someone urgently needs to speak with me.
It might be about pirates in B3.
Catalina and Ruff.
No.
Oh, okay. I have no idea what it is, sir.
No idea, but apparently it's someone named Catalina and someone named Gruff. I don't think those don't ring any bells to me.
We had a sailor
Catalina.
Gruff. That's the only Gruff that I know.
Yeah, apparently first name Gruff.
I feel like I know who Catalina is for some reason.
I do. I have a book for it, Vice Admiral, and I'll get it to you. But if we have time tonight, I want to talk to you about enemies of the crown and 2 groups that may fit that bill.
Oh, very good.
So I'll have the paperwork, but if I do run back into you and we have the time, I'll walk you through it.
Sure. All right, I'm heading down to.
All right, thank you.
All right.
You want to take out a break, or are you going to bed?
No, I'll let Sawyer and Tempest take care of that.
Okay.
I think I've snatched enough fun from the Navy for one deployment.
Let's see if the Fang is back yet.
Well,
Nice. Sorry for the interruption. I just got a little more info in B3.
All right.
Apparently it's raft that came in, so it apparently it got stopped by a sloop, the black-sailed sloop, and said that asked what crew it was from. The guy's brand new, he didn't have one, so the sloop said, "All right, you can leave, but stay away from our waters." And if the report from earlier, would say the black-sailed brig and sloop were Styx, so it's possible Styx is trying to claim.
Isn't
B3.
Styx in like I forget if Styx
A3
is in
or
A3 or A5?
A3.
Yeah, because it was Kai's group that was in A5.
Yeah, but
Yeah, they're
according to the raft, the brigs are just circling around the grid, or the middle of the grid, red flaring ships, according to the raft.
Well, I say we go fuck them up.
Sounds like they want to party.
We just need to
And
get, we need to get Tempest and the Fang back so we have their crew.
And according to him, it was 2 brigs in the sloop. But I'm not sure how accurate that is. Granted, he was on a raft, so he probably got a more accurate picture.
Well,
I mean, did he identify that both brigs as black? Maybe he just identified one ship and assumed the other.
yeah, it could be 2 different groups too.
Yeah, because
True.
yeah. All he said was he was definitely for sure stopped by the sloop. What they're doing is they're flaring, so the sloop is essentially scouting and flaring to other ships, while the brigs are also doing the same thing. So, yep, that's all the information I've just got from trade docks.
All right, that sounds a lot like we're being baited down to B2. Sorry, down to
B3?
B3. Yeah.
Possible. I wouldn't be surprised.
Did you see the Fang come back at all?
I saw a ship pull up into trade docks, so I'm assuming that was Fang, unless the Fang.
All right, Berg. I think we might just ring war bells and send someone down to the Fang if that is them in trade, and tell them if they're still good to report to parade.
I can go check in with them.
What are you looking at?
Really? You want to ring war bells for that?
No, not war bells. No, bells, just normal bells, not war bells. Did
Yeah,
I say
I was
war
like,
bells?
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Yes, you did.
I was confused for a
No,
second.
ring just the summoning bells. I
I was like, I might have to redo that.
No, I was like, what the fuck are you looking at? No.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll go check on the Fang.
Yeah, Wiggins, if you can just go see if the Fang is down there, just have them come to parade. All right, chat. Let's do this. I might go with them. You know, fuck it.
I'm.
Yeah.
Oh God. I'm supposed. Yeah, I'm. Because I've been. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen him.
Did you ring the bells?
I did, yes.
Permission to be excused. I have to go deal with a nightmare.
Alright, go ahead.
Was there someone you were looking for before I left?
Nope.
Wrong place.
Nope, you're good.
Oops.
Thank you, sir.
Lieutenant Harris.
Yeah.
You can be an
I
ensign
did
again
just-
if you wish, Harris.
I didn't just stand in there. I'm so used to it, sir.
Would any of you aboard the Fang?
Yes, sir.
Me, sir.
Alright, so the Fang is back?
Aye, sir.
Alright, okay, good.
Harris. See?
Was that
The Fang will be moving around, just so that you're aware.
It will be moving around?
Aye, because it was over at the trade docks where a lot of people are unloading right now and hasn't had time to resupply.
Alright.
They're getting
Does Tempest still have it? There's Tempest still down there?
either Tempest or Wallace will be moving it about.
Good luck, Bart.
Alright, perfect. We'll just give it a minute for everyone to file in. We're hoping to get 2 breaks out for this, so.
Oh. Actually, I have a question for you if you're not busy.
Shoot.
For the ensign stuff for ship inspection, is it a contraband inspection or like a PLU ship inspection?
Yes.
Because I've done 2 contraband searches today.
Fantastic. Mark it off.
Contraband. Okay.
Secretary, we have numerous reports of a few black sail brigs just circling down in B3. So we can get 2 brigs together. We're going to go out there and check it out.
And if we don't find anything, are they coming home, or they keep going on a patrol?
It'll depend because the next planned departure is at 12:30 with Sawyer and Tempest, I think it was. So if we bleed into that, we'll probably just come home. So if we pop down to B3 and nothing's there, we'll just come home.
Very good.
Sawyer
I can
is
come along then.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was that, Locke?
Sawyer's eating hamburgers right now,
Ooh.
so he probably won't know about the bells.
And I know that the war games just came back.
Yep.
We still have 2 ships that we are currently on repairing. The Vice Admiral ship is currently going through a full rehaul of.
Would you like me to go prep a ship for you, sir?
I'm sorry, say that again, Locke?
Would you like me to go prep a ship for you for this, or 2?
No, hold on.
Okay.
Burke, what ship do you want to take?
Come on, sir.
The Falcon.
You want to take the Falcon?
Yeah.
Secretary Davenport.
Alright.
The Fang is going to the war docks to get a full repair, and the crew is running up here now.
Alright, do you know how much crew was still on it?
Uncertain.
Alright, we will...
It was a full ship, sir.
Alright. Is anyone from the Fang here?
Aye.
Okay. We have reports of additional piracies in progress down in B3. 2 to 3 vessels, probably 2 brigs, and potentially 1 sloop. 1 or more groups just circling the island. Circling the Great Claiming it's theirs. So this will not be a long patrol unless we get into combat, which we very well may. We'll plan to be back here within the hour. If we get down to B3 and there's nothing there, we'll just come back. So if you do not have 1 to 1.5 hours for this, please step to the back of parade.
There are still people running here from the Fang, Secretary?
Yep, we'll await them as well. I just want to see. I don't want to keep everyone here for too much longer if, they need to go.
We've already took out 2 of the Sinners boats. I'm raring to get a 3rd tonight.
Yep. We don't quite know who it is at this point. We've got conflicting reports. So.
Imagine if it's the sinners again.
Oh my goodness, I'd love that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do this. If you were aboard the Fang and still wish to go out, muster on the blue line. Everyone else on the red line.
Why is that said?
Where would you like me, sir?
Right where you are.
Where would you like us?
NCOs, are you planning to come with?
Aye.
All right, follow to the red and blue line.
Aye, sir.
If you
I'm
had to-
afraid, sir, I have to go to bed. I do have nightmares in the morning.
All right, thank you, Master's Mate. You're dismissed. If you're at the back of parade, you are dismissed as well. Thank you.
Good luck, sir.
Burke, is the red line enough for you? Do you need to grab a few more?
Do we have bosuns on the red line?
9.
2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can use 2 more.
Do we know how many more we're coming out from the from the Fang?
And then
Balake, Lieutenant Tempest, was Muffin down there as well, I think? I don't
Muffin
know.
and Dewberry, I believe, are still down there as well.
Alright, if we could get 2 volunteers in the blue line to step over to red.
Does Red have full bosuns over there?
Well, we can even it out if we need to, depending on what we get from the Fang.
Yes, there's full bosuns over here.
I'll stay here then.
Burke, take the red line and report to the Falcon. Meet us at the Lord's Island.
All right, fall in, everyone.
Don't let his ship sink, Wiggles.
Do you mind if I quickly run to the hospital to get
There's a new nickname, but I'm not going to tell you.
Everyone else report to the Fang, which is probably either in the war docks or on its way there. We will aim to be anchor up here within 7 minutes at the half-hour mark.
Aye, sir.
Aye, sir.
I believe
Am I
the
on
Vice
the
Admiral.
Fang or the?
I spoke to the Vice Admiral already. He's aware.
Okay.
What
I
ship
just
would
wanted
you
to
like
make
me
sure.
on?
Lock report to the Fang for now. We'll even cruise out if we need
Yes,
to.
sir.
Want to come with, Pyrammer?
Aye.
I think I'm going to go with 2. We have to, we have
Master
to,
Chief, don't run away
we
yet.
have to check the crew count, but
He already ran away.
he ran away like 5 minutes ago.
It wasn't 5 minutes, it was like 45 seconds. Oh, sorry, 45 minutes.
45 minutes ago.
Secretary, here you go.
Going on a ship, goodbye.
Hey, you want your key or not?
Bye.
Please don't run. Please, please.
I'm sorry, Rockbomb, did you need me?
Hi.
Hi.
This lovely outreach thing that a captain gave someone is great when it's up to date. All of those contracts in there, 2 of which were updated about 3 hours after they were posted.
So wait,
So-
this book is accurate or no?
No, it's not.
Okay, do you know where it came from?
A civilian said a captain gave it to them, and they did not give any more information than that.
All right, I'll take it back to my captains.
Yeah. I don't have a problem if that's from outreach or anything. They just need to make sure they're accurate.
Yep.
Because we tore down all the contracts today, and apparently a captain gave that out today.
It's probably just someone with delayed information, so we'll correct them on that.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you,
Alright.
Rockbottom.
Did Master Chief go to sleep?
He was at parade, then he stepped off, so I'm not sure if he's
Alright.
still awake or not.
Alright.
Where did I just saw the Fang come in, so we're just gonna. Yeah, it's down there. I just didn't know where his berth was. Hey, DJ. Wallace,
Yes, sir.
are you going to bed?
Probably not. I was planning to, but we're getting the Fang re-outfitted to go out.
You didn't
Perfect.
see that.
Let's go. Hey DJ, how are you?
Oh, it's fine.
You
I
were
mean,
hungry.
look,
Thanks for the follow. I guess my alerts are busted again.
Very unfortunate.
Let me test. Follow. Why don't I hear that? Oh my dear God. Oh, because I have... Hold on. There it is. Now it's working. Okay. Yep, apparently that is on the wrong channel. Okay, good to know. Davenport. This.
Nope.
This,
Someone took them.
all of this.
And it had structure core keys in there too. Oh man, they're in deep shit now.
I can say, we care about the copper or the gold. That's fine.
Yeah, gold. I want gold.
Well, like I never put money in there because it always stacks.
Yep, never put money in these chests because it just stacks in whoever put it in first. It just falls down in the corners.
But he's missing his book and his keys, including prison keys now. So that's not good.
You should report that.
Yeah, no, I'm reporting that immediately.
Yeah.
Write your name there, because I didn't. So.
Has the stitching been reapplied to the bow map?
No, we need it. Lieutenant Wallace should be getting it.
Yep,
He's able
I'm
to.
here with the intern.
Tried to beat me in my own game, Tempest.
Tempest, you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Intern's right here. You should be able to assign him.
Sweet.
Did we sign?
Ash is grabbing the planks and gun ports. I'm going with Burke on the Falcon as his exo.
All right.
Lock.
So yeah, Ash should have everything else that you stated earlier with the sail skin, and the gun ports and plank.
Dal, do you have
Really good
all the
with-
resources?
How did they lose the door?
Yeah, the resources are going in the hull. We still need to get most of the metal ingot.
2 weeks? Jesus. That sucks. I'm sorry.
Report this later.
They're on the other ship.
Oh well, someone took prison keys.
Who the hell took prison keys? And come to me. Done with. Are you?
Did we get the helm and the sail?
I think so.
Folder I made in the master's made chest.
Sometimes.
Okay, I am stuck inside of the horse cart.
No, I
you get it
thought
empty?
they were inside the folder.
Oh, you.
All right. Quiet on deck.
Understood.
All right. We're getting this.
Stay in my house. I
If
can
you're
turn the
coming
car.
with us, you need to be
I
on
would
the
just make
deck.
sure it was empty.
I need the
before.
door.
Do I have a primary and auxiliary bosun?
This is your primary. I'm just currently getting mutes off.
I can be your secondary.
Instant log. Once all resources are accounted for, assign stations.
Will do. Do you guys have everything you need, my bosuns?
All right.
We're stocked.
Is that
Alright,
crew list
all
up to
mute
date?
off.
I don't think we're gonna have a full crew
Okay,
yet.
let's see. Who are my melee proficient people?
Wallace, we
Go
may
and
need to
step
steal some
forward.
crew.
Sorry?
We might need to borrow some crew. How many actual sailors do you have?
I'm getting a count on that right now. Let me look.
Alright.
Alright, so my crew, if
might
you're
be
not the
pushing
bosuns
limit.
working on stuff, go ahead and line up for me, please.
All right, crew.
Locke,
How are
if
we
you
looking?
can, keep your inside voice so we can keep this concise between both ships.
Will do. Alright, I'm gonna have you, Cannon 1, Cannon 2, Cannon 3, Cannon 4, Cannon 5. You mind being Cannon 6 for me?
I can be top deck, Locke. We'll borrow some from the Falcon because we need to
Okay,
stay
we'll
under
meet-
25.
Gotcha.
Drop
I
me
will-
top deck.
The bottom deck.
Melee proficient.
Yeah, we'll steal some from the Falcon to flush out the
Go
bottom
ahead and
deck.
do your cannons for me for now, guys. And label your cannons, please.
Is there a spot below deck? If there is, I'd like to have it.
Oh, then yes. Be my Cannon
Take-
6.
Take mine or.
Cannon
I will
6?
not be joining you on this journey, so if you need another bosun.
Oh. Yeah, might need that.
You can have Muffin do primary and I can do secondary.
And I'm with you
Alright.
today. Wherever you need me.
Uh,
I mean,
I'll be wherever too. I don't care. I'm just.
We.
Yes, sir.
Who's gonna what?
All right.
Sir, do they need extra people over there? Or are they good?
Yes, we do.
We'll send our float over.
Well,
for
hold on,
McAllister, switch
hold
ships.
on, because we'll be left 25.
I could step off completely if need be.
Actually,
Ash, can you just check?
I got your medal.
Locke, if we've got the last one as a floater, if you will allow me, I'll take both of them and we can figure that out real quick.
Burke, what's your
We
total?
have
What's your?
17 on our ship. 17.
You have 17 actual sailors.
Yes, 17. We have
yes,
two
sir.
mutes.
How many do we have, Locke?
12.
I'll do a little.
Yeah,
We're gonna
we
need,
we need to slim down a few. We need to get to 25.
more alloy.
All right.
McAllister, step it
12
up.
on one, 13 on the other.
We
Would you
need to
like
drop our-
11,
we don't need-
11 and
we need
11
to take a
planks
couple
and
volunteers.
gunboats?
I can step off.
No. 10 and 10.
All right, Ratchet, Black, and Vesper, step off.
Are we...
No,
No,
you're not going at all.
Yeah.
All right.
We're recruit on both ships. Should be good.
How many do you have now, Burke?
13.
Alright. Alright, Tempest, Lock, we need
That's
to
good.
we need to max this out at 12.
Yeah, we're at 12 right now.
Perfect.
Let's put 2 interns on the front cannons.
We're
Alright.
at
We gotta get
12.
into it.
Dewberry, are you coming with or no?
Nope.
No.
There is
Alright.
11 gunports and planks. Is that what you'd like?
It's supposed to be 7 and 7, I believe.
Yep, just checking.
What happened to the gas that we were supposed to come over?
Somebody took.
All right. So am I having Muffin or Ash be one of my bosuns to back up Bill?
I found it.
Ash. I'm getting.
All right, then I'll keep you on a. You're gonna be my bosun, Ash.
Second or prime?
You and Muffin, you and Tal, I'll let you guys sort that.
Burke, when the Fang is ready, go ahead and head out to the Lord's. Sorry, when the Falcon is ready, head out there. We'll meet you out there, just at the Lord's Island.
I mean,
And then you.
All right, we got interns on front cannons.
Okay.
Sorry, what was that?
I'm perfectly good at it, so. Oh, I mean, not good at being shot.
Oh, you have food? All right, thank you, Ratchet.
Use my cannon number 2 on top.
I'm pretty okay.
Then
You'll
I
be
would
on top.
love to have you
It
as
was
secondary
stuck in there.
just in case for borders.
We got everyone,
I am
Tempest?
not that good with mine.
We can't take any more notes.
Okay, sounds good. I will do secondary.
Please be careful, alright?
I'm gonna try and get some separation
Will do.
due to the voices overlap.
Perfect.
Everybody
Bosuns, how are we
has
looking?
fine.
We should be good to go.
All right. As far as stations go, what do we have? We have gun deck
You
fully
got it.
assigned and top deck.
You have a full gun deck and 2 cannons on top deck and me.
All right.
If everybody would like to come top deck port side, please, so my bosuns can do their check. I've got all your flares for you set.
Do we have a medic on the vessel today? Wonderful.
Sounds like no.
Alright.
All right.
Buckets, please.
Everyone, be very careful.
Hammers. Secretary.
1 second. I was fixing my belt. Hold on.
Secretary.
Hold on.
Alright. When the captain calls or the bosun's call a command, please respond within 2 seconds. Sometimes that might be all we have to ensure the ship stays afloat, as well as to go and keep our captain safe. If, for some odd reason, we do catch our gun ports or our top deck on fire, please do not run into it, and then do not hug your neighbor if you are caught on fire. We do not appreciate being hugged, engulfed in flames. If your gun ports get set on fire, I will not be there. However, I will come assist you on and look at you. You know, and just smile cutely. Secondary, we'll be putting out the fires on the top deck. In the event your bosuns tell you to get off of a cannon, please trust us. This is so it does not explode in your face and you have shrapnel in your face so much where you have to go to sleep. We care very deeply about our people. Please make sure you are fully hydrated and fully fed. And make sure everybody has bandages. We don't know what we're going into, and we want to make sure everybody comes home very safely. In the event that the ship is boarded and the captain calls for all hands to basically murder them, I will follow the gun deck out of the aft and I will shut the door behind you. This is so that you guys can get there as soon as possible and help assist to make sure our fellow Navymen are safe. We don't have any floaters, correct? You said we got full gun deck and 2 top deck?
Correct.
Alright, in the event... yes?
I'd just like to say to be advised that you do have 4 Marine applicants on the gun deck.
Yep.
Can we switch those, please?
I could switch one person, but I mean, that's all I got, guys. I don't have a full crew. We're gonna have to deal with it as we deal with it, alright?
If anything, you can always just call them to the top deck if really need to be to, and I'll follow them out regardless. And shut the doors.
If anything, there's little to no people on top deck, so you can man the swivels without worrying about murdering friendlies.
Oh, that too.
Allegedly. Allegedly.
Alleged.
Look, I don't like how those swivels look at me.
In the event that I'm going to be calling for buckets, I will literally be starting from 5 and 6 cannons. I will simply say, cannon 5, 6 buckets, quick, simple, anything. Anybody else on the vessel have repair fiend?
Alright.
Taylor Holt does.
First of all, just step forward just a little bit. Alright, in the events that we need you, Bingleton, you're going to be number 3. You're going to be 4, 5, and 6. So if you're basically your number gets called out, please let us know where you are so we can get to you and have you pop it. Since you do have repair fiends, unless said otherwise, please make sure that you have your hammer out at all times. Because we will just stop and then go. Alright. Let's go murder some pirates and everybody be safe, yeah?
Moid.
Aye.
Allegedly.
Aye.
Alright, top deck, I want you fully on bar shot, gun deck on medium shot. The LT will be assisting with aim correction.
Who's on top deck?
I am.
I am.
Is the Secretary Prihamels on top deck? Oh no.
No, he's on gun deck.
Here, you wanna know a nice tip and trick? If you wanna get to the swivels quickly, you just slam yourself into that thing and then squeeze it in. Then crouch.
If someone follows you in, if you're getting beaten
You hug the
in
left side.
sword combat or hand to hand, and someone follows you into this gap, you can't jump back out. So if you go out the door and they follow you in, they're stuck. FYI.
You can practice it a
Or
little
if
bit.
you
I've
lock
gotten the
yourself
hang of
in
it.
the brig.
That's also true as well. Someone could follow you in, and then you lock yourself in the brig, and then while you might be in the brig, they're also locked away.
Yeah, if anybody gets down into my gun deck, I'm going to be
Shammer coming
extremely
up.
unhappy, but that's alright. We will deal with them when we get to them. Please,
Can I get one person as a spotter once we get across the shimmer?
Aye.
Alright.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, shimmer.
Alright, here we go.
You don't have to ask me.
Oh, you know what we lost, by the way, when the mast broke? Those nice mast ladders.
Nice ladders, yeah.
Damn.
See one brigantine, port bow in the
Who did I hit?
distance, sailing north.
Me.
Sorry.
Very long time. You haven't been on a ship with.
It's been so long since I've been on a ship with you, Tempest.
Yeah, y'all been avoiding us. Y'all morning shift people.
Feels like I've
You
been
were
on a ship with
going
you
to that
for a
temple.
whole deployment.
Oh god. Ah!
I'm not even morning shift.
I dislike this type of sail.
I was joking. I was just in a war game with you.
Did we do our lucky shot?
No.
Sorry.
Lucky shot, port side.
Mr. Brimstone, if you can, we'll
Please don't.
Eagleton.
Come on.
Folks over there, Tempest.
Look at.
I think I see a ship to our port bow that's going to Athena Flux Harbor. Do we want to investigate or keep going?
Sounds good.
That might actually be something because they've been getting siege.
Shipwreck off to our starboard?
Shipwreck.
That was from earlier.
Oh, was that earlier
I
ship?
did- Yep, that is one of the pirate
Sank
ships
the
we sunk
Calamity
today.
and the Parabellum near here.
Everyone, salute the fallen and laugh.
So
I believe that vessel right
you need
there
to
is
hear
the
something,
Calamity.
you need to yell.
Parabellum south of the island. I think.
Or the Garcane.
For king
Yeah.
country.
That one right there, that is the Calamity. Parabellum sunk somewhere after the wording of Zephyr Kai.
Ensign Locke.
Hi.
Quick question for you.
Quick answer.
Do you know who's telling Captain Murphy that I moved out of the room or out of the house?
Just keep a lookout for
I
our
was-
starboard as we
I
go
was
past
dealing
this
with
island.
something else last night, so I have no clue if I'm completely honest.
Okay.
What if you're
I
not
was sad
completely
to hear
honest?
that you were.
What if you're not being completely honest? What's the answer then?
Oh. Well, I mean, still the same answer. I honestly don't know because I was dealing with the other thing you,
Why do I
you
have
know
a
I was
feeling
dealing
this
with.
was some pirate rescue mission?
I mean, I wasn't moving out. That's the issue. And
Oh,
I'm locked
well-
out of my own room. So
Oh! I got the answer for that. I do have the answer for that. So because he thought you were moving out and then got miscommunication, wasn't sure if you had anything in there. He was double checking on that, and O'Keefe was gonna tell you. I guess he hasn't ran into you. He had permission to get the keys from his pockets. If not, you can break it down if you absolutely need to, and we can put a new door.
The
Oh, no,
brig
he
off
told
the
me.
bow is stationary.
But
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's just say due to that fact, I am not living there anymore, and I'm probably
It
going to be
seems to be
terminated from
moored
the
at
billet
that
due to it.
island.
Oh.
Because
That's
the
illegal.
fact that he didn't even come to talk to me about
Crime
it
to
is
be
an
moored.
issue.
I think it was more he was trying to confirm.
He could have sent a letter or talked to me or something. Like I know we don't see each other, but a letter?
I get it. We've had so much happening.
I'm aware, but breach of trust kind of thing.
No, I get you. Listen, I just enjoy having you at the house, okay?
I've been put into a very, very unfortunately sour and
So
bad
be
mood
advised,
today
the
because of-
middlemost island
it's-
in B3 can cause fatal narcolepsy.
I mean, I've only had a couple pieces
Which
of
one?
cheese because I can't even eat right now. So,
Mhm.
Wild Run.
yeah.
Well, there's no
Not the
foul
going
harm
coastal
for
one,
me.
the other one, Wild Run.
Ah, the middle island.
Are
Blue
you feeling
shield.
any better, or
The middlemost.
Wait, is
Yes
it
and
is
no.
it the middle one?
do
the
we
middle,
get
middle,
to go
middle,
around
middle one.
punching people and kiddies together? Because I will go around with you punching people and kidneys. That seems to
No,
make things feel better.
No, I'm gonna keep my cool on it, and we'll figure it out. It'll sort itself out. I just needed a bit of a cry because I get overwhelmed, and yeah, I'm fine now.
Okay.
I think.
Well, if you ever want to take up the offer for kidney punching, I'm pretty sure I can find some willing participants to be kidney punched. It'll be
Not
good for
one of-
medical staff training.
Listen, I'm not one to get violent typically, okay? I did take it out on shooting some of the wildlife, but that's about it.
Oh, is that considered violent?
I'm
just
saying
a
that's
daily thing
violent for me. Yeah, that's violent for me.
That's okay. You didn't totally get into a screaming match with somebody today, so. Well, wasn't
You-
even,
Anyone have
You
eyes on
don't
the
be
brigantine
Ash.
that was
I'm
near
very
the giant
much.
coastal island? I think it
I'm very much
disappeared.
a more of the diplomatic
The sales
person.
drive or
Talk it
something.
out or just put in the paperwork kind of deal.
Yeah. Apparently, I can't figure out how to handle things, so you know. Yeah, why are we going so much faster than that vessel is?
Hmm.
They put the sails out the window, Lord.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Davenport, this conversation you had with Rockbottom before we left, is that something I should be aware of?
The conversation with Rockbottom?
Ship off of your
No.
starboard bow. Starboard bow.
Just before we
coming
left?
from that island.
Right.
No, it
It's
was
a sloop.
a captain had given out an old contract book.
Got it.
Alright. There was the discussion that I had earlier with, well, I guess he had earlier with Secretary Ferguson about actually all of the trade staff quitting.
Aye, that was addressed before
Okay,
we left as
yep.
well with the chief.
Alright. I assume that's what he wanted to speak with the chief too, so.
Aye. That one's being handled.
A sloop off the starboard, heading directly for us. I think it's Black Sail.
Probably is.
Oh, I know.
Jeez, it's headaches.
That sloop appears to be following us on the aft.
Hey.
Sloop to the aft, Burke.
It's Ronan.
One confirm or deny, is that Black Sail?
White. Looks white to
It's
me.
hard to tell from here.
No, it's white.
Go ahead and green flare.
Green flare. Well, you mean to wait? They're pulling up.
Never mind, yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
I can hear you.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hello.
Hi. I'm in lock with His Majesty's Royal Navy. How can I help you?
Whoa, 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 whoa! Don't dent the paint.
We're not.
Jesus
We're not.
Christ, is that Jughead?
It's Remy!
It's Remy!
Hi, Remy.
Jughead.
Hi, that's me, hello.
Jughead, is that you?
Yeah. What's
you
up?
guys see any black sails down here?
Yeah, there's like 6 of them on the other side of the island.
Well,
Like 6 of them.
Are you all out here somewhere with
sunk,
ships?
We sunk 2 of them.
No.
We sunk the Calamity and the Parabellum about 3 hours ago.
Ooh.
No shit.
Can I have the... Wasn't there a bounty? Can I have it?
No, you cannot have it. Do you know who's
Why?
who's down there, Jughead? Who's over there?
Who?
No, like I'm asking
Where?
you. The 6 ships you said.
Oh, we already sunk them. Don't worry.
Are there no other pirate ships
Me
down
and
there?
Remy. Me and Remy. We boarded and killed them all.
Okay,
Yeah, fire.
Jughead, are there other black sail ships down there?
No, not at all.
Where are they gone?
We didn't actually see any.
What?
It's a joke.
Okay.
Slash
So-
sarcasm.
So no, you have not seen any black sail ships.
No, none. Absolutely zero.
We got
I
our-
actually didn't even see a single ship.
We had a report relatively recently that there were like 3 black sail ships down here that might have been sticks.
Well, we were in A3, and I didn't see a single vessel in the waters. And we
Huh.
came from G3, so I would check maybe B4, A4. Maybe peek your head
Before
in
what?
A3.
Before what?
Shut up.
How can we check before if we haven't gone there yet?
Oh my. Oh god. Oh god, that's a Navy ship.
That is a Navy ship.
Oh.
job.
Disregard, Falcon. Disregard.
Oh.
I didn't hit anything.
That looked a lot like
Mission return
looked like a
fire.
red flare.
I think we want to wave hello with airports.
Oh, wave them.
I want to
them
act
bad
like a
boys.
pirate.
Please stop countering me with your ships. You can make me feel fat.
All right. So
Hello.
Remy, Jughead, you haven't
Strong
actually.
arm.
Yeah, you haven't seen any black sail ship in B3 here.
None.
Oh, that's Jughead over there?
Yeah.
What's
yeah.
up?
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Oh my god.
Whoa, 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 whoa. 1v1 me. Let's go.
Maybe another day, Mr. Jughead.
He's afraid.
I'll do it.
Afraid.
Oh,
They
y'all have
sigh.
Hold on.
I don't know if you want me to yell anything at
Vesper? Is Vesper here?
Paging
No.
Sailor Vesper.
Do we have a
Paging
Sailor Vesper with us? I don't think so.
I think we left her
No,
behind.
she stepped
I
off
think she
before
got
we
left
left.
behind. Bootsy does.
Okay. What the letters say anyways, Remy?
That were cute.
Well, I know that.
Well, yeah. I have a question. Younghead called me babe the other day.
Oh my fuck. Master
What?
Secretary Davenport,
What?
did you submit that bill because I'm going to get paid?
Ooh, let's say that I did.
I hate you. I don't hate you, but I hate you. By the way, if anyone needs Peace Flower tobacco, make sure to go take it out of Secretary Davenport's office. He's
That's
got a lot.
not a thing.
Sure is.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Or if you need additional, come by it at Strong Arm. We got the best treatment.
Or if you actually need it, the hospital can get it for you. All right.
No.
I'm strong.
Thank you, Remy.
You're welcome.
Oh yeah, it's Lupra's Augury, by the way.
So long.
Oh,
Whoa.
fuck off. I just sold
okay.
it for 8 gold.
Okay. I sold it for more than that, but...
Well, yeah, well, technically 38 gold.
Alright, well, y'all have a wonderful day. Sink the pirates, you know what I'm saying?
All right,
More of them.
thank you.
Okay,
Have a
good
good day.
Alright.
For King and
King
Country.
and Country.
King and
Some
country.
taxes.
King and country.
For
Burke,
something and something.
Burke, Tempest, can you both hear me?
Hey, sir.
Let's shoot westward a little bit and poke ourselves into A3. And if we don't see anything, let's head home.
All right.
Did you hear that, Tempest?
Yep.
Perfect.
Who was that?
Strong arm.
Strong arm.
But the kiosks.
Pedicures.
What?
Oh,
What's
strong
a
arm.
course?
Y'all get a bad
Somebody
rap,
just
but you're,
lit up.
you're all good people in the end.
And they're
We'll
not
just,
sharing? That's rude.
I
Yeah,
bet
so
you was
they,
someone on that strong arm.
What are we not sharing?
Whatever they
You
just
might
lit.
want to look at the Falcon.
Sorry, what are we not sharing?
Wait, who's got it
Burke's
now?
not sharing again.
Oh,
Luck, are you smoking on deck?
no, I'm not.
It's totally coming
I
from
asked
you. Look,
somebody
it's
to
coming,
share.
It's coming from you.
No, it's not. It's coming from you, sir.
Stop moving.
Alright.
Ensign, do we have a talk? Ensign, are you
Allegedly,
ignoring me?
there's no more peace flower in Secretary Davenport's office.
Tobacco is not illegal. And no, there's no peace flower in my office.
Allegedly.
Because I don't have a prescription for it.
Debatable.
I mean, I actually don't have one, so...
Not in his
Yeah.
office.
No, I don't have a prescription. You have to have a prescription from the doctor's
You know,
office to have peace flower in the
I
Navy.
feel like everybody is should probably have a prescription.
You know, that's a question for the doctor.
Fuck.
Alright. How did I know we'd get down here and there'd be nothing going on?
Ah, it always happens that way. It's okay. We got two just center ships that were assholes on the 48, so.
Alright. We're also going to petition the Admiralty to allow us to declare the sinners enemy of the crown, which means that
Ooh.
we can bounty the entire company without name or description.
I like it. I like it.
Yep. Yeah, I want them bad. I think we knocked the threat down a little bit because those were two of their big ships, but I want them.
Yeah, we took them down with the admiral and the vice admiral ships today.
I heard.
I definitely didn't scream for the Gurkane when they went down.
Weren't you weren't the two ships on a war game?
The admiral was in a war game
Widower.
with the widower, and we were on the observation ship, which was the vice admiral ship, and Silver Meadows crew boarded our ship to go chase them down because his ship was in bed.
Well, I'd say the ship's performed well.
Mm-hmm. It was a little bit of a cluster because we didn't have any positions assigned, but we assigned them on the fly, and it worked out.
Hey, it worked.
I got to be on a cannon, so I'm happy I got to sink those ships. It felt personal.
No.
They took my Gargane.
Yep. Yep. We got them back though. We'll keep
We did,
keep
we
pushing
did.
them. They sail out. We'll just keep sinking them.
Imagine being ballsy enough to attack the Navy on a war games.
Right.
They actually red flared another ship in our grid, and that's what got us to stop our war games.
Imagine being dumb enough to red flare a ship in the royal waters.
And then they took us down to this grid.
I think they wanted the attention. I don't know.
Potentially.
Imagine me being stupid
They
enough
fucked
to think
around.
that's a good thing.
They found out.
Yep. They fucked around. They found out.
Sadly, there's no getaway free stupidity clause in the laws against piracy.
There is, but it normally results in death.
You get away with your head free. From your shoulders.
Short drop and a sudden stop.
Alright.
Well, technically we don't separate head from shoulders anymore because the fucking things don't work.
The engineers
That
can't
blood-
figure their shit out.
The London ship just
Yeah.
blood blade.
Yeah. Well, no, it wasn't even that. It's just nobody oiled the fucking blade to drop. It just, you keep pulling the rope and it just does nothing.
Oh, I guess we
Ah,
just have
don't
to
you
hang
love
them.
it when grape shot gets stuck in the cog?
Yeah.
I guess we just have to hang them all. Too bad.
What would Vega do right now?
Debatable.
Isn't he on the Falcon?
I think
He
so.
is.
What's that?
He was at Parade.
He's probably at the warehouse.
He's on the Falcon.
No, it's
Another
him. It's
Falcon.
not there. It's right next to hell.
Debatable.
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 That.
That was it.
Debatable. Ah, there he is.
You left the warehouse for once?
Debatable.
Debatable.
You didn't choose me, you need a shit!
Galleon?
Debatable.
Demotion?
Demotion?
Secretary?
Demotion? Demotion? Secretary? Secretary?
Promotion.
Lord Admiral Vega
Where's the,
of the
where's my
Navy.
where's my uniform? Where's my uniform?
Darth Emperor.
I'm waiting for someone to notice.
He did.
That's some mighty fine paperwork.
Never.
That paperwork was expedited. Look at that.
Admiral?
I did that the other day. Davenport.
Admiral Vega.
Admiral,
Admiral?
Admiral Vega.
Oh my
Everyone
god.
salute the Admiral?
What?
Everyone salute the Admiral?
Oh, Admiral? Master Troll, Master
Admiral?
Troll, Master Troll, Master Troll.
Admiral? Admiral?
It wasn't me
Admiral
this
of the
time.
Falcon.
Debatable.
A promise.
Debatable.
Pure Hammer,
I think
why
I'm
would you do
debatable.
something like that?
Because it's fun.
Yeah, uniform, Vega.
But I didn't do it this time.
There, I fixed it.
Oh no, he wants that.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, now he's very out of uniform.
He really
did.
wants that.
Yeah, don't give him that one.
Yeah, we don't want to give that to him.
Alright.
You know the Admiralty's gonna see this paperwork later and go, what the fuck happened?
Yeah, probably.
But how would they know?
Now he gets a report of all promotions.
Green.
And this crit is dead.
Hawkeye, is
Yeah.
that what you said?
Because the Navy's here.
Oh, I didn't know that. All
I
right.
scared.
Aye.
I could make it busy here. Tempest, if you want me to.
How?
Do you want me to give it a shot?
I'll go ahead and say it. It sure is quiet tonight.
It sure is quiet in B3
It
tonight. It sure is quiet. Very quiet.
I mean, all this stuff already
quiet
happened.
in B3.
Yeah, we
we're
weren't meeting no
undermanned.
pirates. We already saw.
I'm sure it's
You're also
quiet in
superstitious.
A3 as well.
Yeah. We're out of cannon blues as well. It'd be a shame.
Oh, it's just so quiet tonight.
Is that a meteor?
So
It's so
late.
quiet, Step Navy.
So tired.
Sure. You just need to be prepared to say how did
Ooh.
Oh, I hear half the ship yawning. We might be undermanned.
That sounds like impromptu melee training. That's what I'm hearing.
Colin? What?
Yes. What is it, Admiral?
What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened?
What?
Why you
What?
why you did you like
Wait. Somebody
What
said
are you talking?
Who said ooh?
We didn't say ooh.
I believe
You said
Ulu
ooh?
has been called.
Wait. Quirwill? Quirwill?
No. Be gone with you.
Quirwill?
Debatable? Debatable?
Quirwill? Bunny ears? Quirwill? You got us on both ships.
yeah.
God,
Hiya.
Oh my
Permission
God.
to jump off
It
board,
truly
please.
Permission to kill everyone.
Treat that
with,
ship like it has plague.
acid.
Move on.
Vega's
The best part
getting
is he
fed.
doesn't realize he's got Giant aboard who's with us on that.
My God.
Give us one giant.
This giant, we're going to kill the penguins.
Wait, no.
Oh my God.
Leave the penguin alone.
Still the best prank I've pulled so far.
What?
I chalked swivel guns inside the amity building. It took a month to notice.
You shoved what in there?
I chalked the swivel guns in the ops building. It took a month to notice.
Wait, what did you do?
I chalked the swivel guns. I was the one that chalked them. Ooh, we went out.
Ah, no, we noticed. We just decided we liked it better.
Yes.
Shimmer.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, shit.
Any
So I was
ships?
thinking. I don't see any. I was thinking we need to tell Flemington that his interns need to have white bunny ears on it because his ship's named the Mad Hatter. Otherwise, it's not fitting.
I think we just give them all top hats. Top hats and bunny ears.
Oh my God, both. Yes.
Yes. It has been decided.
Hi.
Burke, I don't see anyone.
Oh shit, I don't see anything either.
More grid.
Let's hold up for a second.
More
Burke.
grid.
I mean, we could sail past Styx's Island. Last time they rang the war bells at us.
Oh, ooh.
They didn't actually sally anyone out. They just rang the war bells.
That was
So
really
not-
funny.
What you're saying is knock and run.
I'll leave it to the lieutenants. What do you think? We can just head home, or we can do a run around the island and see what happens.
So you're saying we're going to ding dong ditch them?
I mean, if they answer the door, we'll come knocking. But
I mean, last time they rung the war bells on us, we just did donuts outside their island. They didn't respond.
Well, we could remind them that we sunk 2 of the sinners. Maybe they will come out then. No?
We could try and get them to invest in a pyramid scheme.
I mean, I'm indifferent, but I do have things to do back on the island.
What
We
do
do
you think?
need to contact them about the extended ship warranty.
What do you think, Tempest?
I was thinking we
size
pop
of
our
the
heads
raft.
into A4 and B4, and then head back. Just look for anything in Sandom.
And we could. We didn't have to sail all the way back across the threes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see any reason to go down there, to be honest. We didn't have any reports.
Neither do I. The report was that they claimed it was their grid, which would make sense if it was sticks in A3. I don't think they're going to be chilling out in B4 and A4. If they're not in B3, I mean, they're probably at home.
And the sooner we get back, the sooner you can have a full patrol if you want one.
All right. Yeah, let's, if you two agree with it, let's head home.
Alright.
Heading home.
Give him some time to turn.
I think I'm gonna go an entire deployment without actually seeing any pirate.
What's a pirate?
Pirate?
Ensign Locke, take the helm.
Yeet.
I have no idea how I'm going to do this voyage log. I still need to do the one from the war game.
Yeah. I gotta write the report for the things and the fines and the things on top of that.
Ensign, is your arm feeling okay?
Yeah, but why? Anyways.
No reason.
Why does everyone always ask this every time I take the helm?
Definitely a coincidence.
You didn't. You
okay.
didn't pull your shoulder again, did you?
No, my shoulder's fine. I'm fully cleared. And it wasn't a pulled before. I got shot in the shoulder by the sinners. I am so glad I got cleared last night so I could sink them today.
It's like it's spazzing out.
What do you mean it's spazzing
That's
out?
putting it mildly.
I think I've seen you break your elbow 148 times now.
What the fuck are you guys on about?
Do you legitimately
only
not
you
have any
could
idea what we're talking about?
I feel very self-conscious right now.
I don't think she could see it.
You
They,
think
them,
she could feel
please.
it?
They, them, they,
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, I would think that they could feel it. That looked
Apologies.
pretty intense.
I don't know what you guys are on about. Everything's perfectly fine.
Hmm?
I feel self-conscious now.
It'll be fine.
Shimmer, shimmer, shimmer.
Shimmer.
No, we lost one. Fell
Wait,
asleep
who
on
was
it.
this?
Bingleton is asleep.
Okay, so when you say it like that, it makes me feel like we've lost them overboard. Okay.
I would
No,
never do that
still at
intentionally.
Could be like Shadow or she literally jumped overboard. It was really funny.
I remember.
Sounds like you needed to be there.
I mean, yeah.
a bit creepy. Okay.
Does anybody else see a mute over here?
We lost Bingleton again, by the way.
As in he's asleep, correct?
Aye.
Wait, when did we gain an extra soul?
Okay, we snatched his mute then.
Oh, I found Bingleton.
That's what happened.
Ooh. Ah, yes.
Oh.
Interesting.
Ready?
No. Let him kill him. Let him kill him.
That's creepy.
Imposter.
We gotta figure out which one's the real one now.
Alright, prove the real Bingleton.
There's no need to be so dramatic about it, Bingleton.
The drama. Oh, sorry. You guys don't know that one.
Can anyone hear Bingleton right now?
No.
No.
He's in the grapples. I'm assuming he can hear.
Gotcha.
Or talk.
Oh.
He's just
How about
taking a nap.
We're about to get a third secretary.
What?
Oh, the secretary.
Are we good on the deck?
I mean, let's go with yes.
Fine.
No one is
Okay.
dead.
Oh, well, that's good. Yeah, nobody,
Debatable.
no dying. That's
Debatable.
bad for your.
Debatable.
Okay, I'm not gonna bother checking that
It's-
because I'm going to go to bed when we get
Is
home.
that a rock or is that sails in the corner
If I
there?
can't hear you, I'm sorry.
No, that's sails. It's a break.
Goes up the starboard.
I'm gonna go check it out if that's okay.
What's going on here?
I want to say hi.
It might be docked.
I don't know if our sister ship noticed or not.
Yeah, they turned with us.
Perfect. What are we shooting?
Bingleton. We still
Why-
can't hear you. I know, Bingleton. I'm sorry. That's okay. You wanna go murder some pirates? We can
Overboard,
go murder
overboard,
some
overboard.
Overboard.
pirates. Overboard.
Shark watch, please. Shark watch.
That's a nice sunset. Blood red.
Damn, I missed. Try to go fishing for your secretary.
Yeah.
I'm
We
not
can still
entirely
see.
sure how that happened.
He's aboard.
The sloths, sir. The sloths.
We call that anti-bosun magic.
Well, you know what? It's okay. The sister ship's got it. They can go intercept. We're slow anyway. It's fine.
I don't think that ship's moving regardless.
I'm gonna blame Davenport for that one.
Hey, now.
You're the
Am I wrong?
How's that my fault?
You know what you did.
Oh my goodness. Headaches.
Indeed.
I hate when the sky is like this. It's all
Mhm.
red and blood.
The skies know that we sunk the ships today.
In this grid at that.
Ooh.
Is that black?
Can't tell.
It's too dark. Can't tell.
It's moving though. It's sitting there. 3 gun ports on their starboard. I'm not seeing. Oh, it's moving.
Ah, it's green. It's green.
Green.
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright, going home. Sorry for the wild goose chase and get excited.
Oh, and then it immediately closed itself. So it's probably like I'm just greenish blue. Actually, I think they're blue.
Yeah, so science.
How to tell in the damn light?
Right. Looks more like
It's
a
a
house
rainbow.
vessel.
It's a rainbow, alright? Because it was black, then it was green, now it's blue.
Well, it's also just like docked in like a really awkward spot to be at the island, if I'm completely honest.
Hold on. Is this another shipwreck? Wasn't there one just right back there?
There was. Maybe? Question mark?
What?
I don't know.
It's the Calamity.
Yeah, it should be the Calamity one.
No, I thought we already passed one. We must have just. Oh no, we came in at an angle. It's fine.
Oh, the one that we already passed was the
He's having
Parabellum.
a bad day.
He really
Yeah.
is having a bad day.
What happened to Bingle?
He's fed up with our shit. Must be. 100%.
We keep having imposters.
We gotta do an
and-
uwu.
No, he keeps having imposters and then no one can hear him.
Yeah, he lost his voice somehow.
Did we ever check out that ship on our port Ave?
Yep.
Yeah. Blue, green sails. 2 junk
Absolutely.
sails.
You're illegal.
Audible gas.
Is that what I said?
So yeah, people cheat.
What are they chasing down?
A dream.
The wind.
The right way to go home? I
Or
don't
just
know. All
tacking.
of the above?
Yeah, they're just tacking the other way.
Sounds right. They're chasing the wind.
Yeah, I was
Maybe
gonna
they're
write
chasing
one point.
waterfalls.
Don't go chasing.
Everyone knows you
waterfalls.
don't go do that.
Exactly. There's a whole song about it.
Take to what was it? Was it lakes and ponds or was it rivers and ponds?
Wait, is there another ship that just appeared behind us?
Yeah.
Yes, there is. There's now another ship there.
Ooh, you want a blue? Blue and turn around?
Let that be up to Tempest now that he's back with us. It
Don't
is
worry
from a
about it.
pirate island.
It appears we want to go say hi to that other brig.
If the
It's not-
Falcon turns about, then follow the Falcon.
I don't think it's moving either.
They probably want to see why there's a suspicious brig on the other side of that
Oh
rock.
no, it's moving.
Yeah,
It's
it's going
turning.
towards the brig. Oh?
Is that the Freebooters Island?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck Greg.
Is that where Greg's from?
You know, they had a Greg
Yeah.
appreciation day, and
Fuck
never
Greg.
again will they have that. Apparently, it was bad. So
Gotcha. Alright, coming up on that shimmer, everyone.
Oh, poor Bingles.
maybe he'll be able to speak on the other side.
Ship immediately to
Oh,
a
God.
Overboard.
Board.
Who?
I'm pulling best I can.
No.
Head it.
Davenport called it.
Carrington.
We got a
Dark
suspicious
watch, everyone.
for a starbird. Where is she?
You don't see her?
Want me to go swimming for her?
Oh, there he is.
Second time today.
Ah, yeah, there she is.
An awful shimmer.
Well, why'd you do the curse of Shem?
I literally called for a shimmer.
Hey, look, at least you're not on a floatsome now.
Wait, do we have another clone?
I like the floatsome. The floatsome was nice and comfortable.
There's a very good chance.
No, we're good. We're supposed to be at 14.
It's quite
Yeah, but she's not aboard.
Mother Jesus, hold on.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
she's
got
aboard now. We're good.
Okay, well, no, because now we have Ash over.
No, it's
yeah,
fine. I'm fine. I pulled a shadow. It's fine.
Yeah, we have an extra soul aboard.
Where?
Yeah, hi, Bingleton.
Hi, Bingleton.
There's nothing in the beds.
Nah,
Nope,
it's,
it's
Bingleton.
top
It's
deck.
on the top deck.
Oh, yeah, it looks like sister ship's checking out this other ship.
We can't hear him again.
Oh, never mind. Looks like they're checking out a raft. All right. Well, I guess we'll check out this one.
Do you feel stronger, Bingleton? I heard if you kill all of your clones from other worlds, you'll get stronger.
But he's already down
Can
4.
hear. Ah!
Bingleton, I can hear you.
Oh no, I wasn't trying to talk the entire time. I just couldn't
Oh,
hear
fuck
anyone.
you too.
I couldn't hear anyone.
Well, nah.
Apparently, it took 2 attempts at weeding out doppelgangers to be
Slefnir.
able to hear.
Is that?
Bingleton, it was probably actually the shimmer that did it for you.
Yeah.
Oh, probably. It was probably the shimmer both times.
What is that vessel?
Abomination.
A monstrosity, and a monstrosity called the Slefnir, which is about accurate.
At least it doesn't have junk sails.
True.
You know, I haven't seen butterflies.
Oh, I know what that ship is. That's the search and rescue ship.
Oh, that reminds me. Did y'all see the Coast Guard schooner, sloop?
When?
I don't know when. Time kind of flies.
I knew the
I think it was during
Canadian
the
ones.
48. There was a sloop that went.
Oh, now I was at the 48.
I missed the Canadian Coast Guard.
Ah, yes.
They were fun.
Why?
Because
I expect a lieutenant to be able to articulate themselves better than that.
I would expect them to be full of holes, like.
Isn't that the French?
no, they wouldn't even get into a battle. They would run. What?
Ah, well.
What's that? Ships of the damned? Go ahead, top deck repairs.
Oh, they're fighting it.
They got antsy.
Ramming speed?
There was a red galleon out this way.
Yeah, right outside the trade docks.
Can we get the flotsam before they do?
If you can,
Mermaid.
go for it. Bye, mermaid.
Not even close.
No.
We were out of range.
Is the cadet on board that I can throw overboard?
I don't think
no
so.
cadet.
Oh,
Nah,
that might
okay,
be on the other ship if you want us to stop.
I don't think there is. All I'm seeing is blue uniforms at the top.
What the black
Mine's
uniforms?
not blue.
Well, obviously, I'm not looking for the blacks. I'm looking for the crew member.
Am I not
You're
part
right.
of the crew?
Oh, so now we don't count as part
Not
of the
their
crew.
ship. No, no,
Wow.
not, I'm talking about their ship, not this ship.
Wow.
Allegedly.
If that boy
Allegedly.
Guess we're not crew, Davenport.
apparently.
You're crew to me.
Guess I'll just
See,
see myself
Referring
off.
to the other ship, but if you want to be on the other secretaries,
I guess,
you're outrank me, so it's up to you.
Can you?
Oh yeah, welcome back from shore leave. Secretary.
I feel unwanted.
He must be talking to you.
I feel so unwanted.
You'll get used to it. Welcome to the club.
You can swim to the island from here.
alright. Do we have to, everybody just run top deck for me real quick? I don't think we took any damage, but, you know.
There is a red galleon out by the front of this port if you wanted to wait, see if it's
Okay,
still there.
I'm running top deck.
We're just doing checks. It's fine. It's fine.
Got it, so if I see the galleon, play with it.
Ram it.
Okay, look.
What?
Nothing.
No, finish it. Finish it.
I was gonna say, if you're really desperate to play with some balls, I guess we can. But God.
I'm gonna
Spend
pretend I
nothing
didn't
less
hear
from
that.
it.
Wow.
Not my type.
I know.
I'm running
That's
top
why it
deck.
made no sense. Trying to make crude jokes for.
You're supposed to do that when Turner's on the ship.
Oh my dear God.
Yeah, well, me and him probably ain't gonna be on a
Hey Peter, how's it going?
on the ship together.
Secretary?
anytime soon.
Thank you, Teach
You hate the
and
night shift. I see
Brewster
how it
for
is.
the follow. They're pouring in now. Defiant,
No.
Abernethy.
Nobody likes the night shift.
Right.
Good evening.
Crew will,
We're just
best
coming.
Hey, Will.
We are just coming back from our checking out the pip, which was nothing. There was no one there.
Listen, when the crew was away
Anne
from
wants you
work,
to know this is all her idea. Thank you, Anne.
I know, I know Turner's not
Yeah,
on
Navy After Dark. Ooh.
one ship in the next, like, 35
Secretary Collection. Oh my goodness.
dog gets
We
sight.
can turn this up a little bit. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're just getting back from checking out a pip and P B3. There was nothing there. We did run across Strong Arm, who said there was something there. Parked our head in A3. We came back. So,
and one voyage, and
hey, thank you, Rooster, for that gifted sub.
Captain Murphy's new ship.
Wait, why is he landlocked?
Doctor landlocked him as a punishment.
Punishment for what? Getting hurt so much?
Apparently going back to the 48, where he was originally.
Oh no. Investigating piracy in another grid never works. Yeah, you know, whatever. We had fun.
We sent back a lot of injured, but
Hey, MacDeer, thanks for the
there were
follow.
a couple that did sneak away. I didn't know who, but a couple snuck back without.
Yeah, by the way, for you that just subbed, I have one emote, and it's the default love, so deal with it. Thank you, Wildonix, for the follow, too. Yep, gotta call Strong Arm super ugly.
Also, I love that during that war game, we lost the mast and we lost one door.
Why'd you end up calling it off?
Because we
the
saw the
person is in the
ship-
water and in the ship at the Nope Island.
Yeah, we saw Karen
Oh,
in the water.
okay.
We could have
Yeah.
kept fighting, but we didn't
You
want
should have. You should have kept fighting.
Duty first.
I'm gonna butcher this
could've
name.
swam home.
Lazy
I think it was a ship.
TN Cajun. I'll call you Lazy. Problem solved.
It was the
Thanks for
we
the
were
follow.
looking for that we saw that ship, then we went to go investigate, and I got to do a ship inspection.
Yeah, we figured that could have been the case. We're like,
Yeah, you know, we know it was all your fault.
Or they're gonna go for that ship. But you know, with you being an instructor, we figured you'd make it home regardless. So we
Allegedly.
don't take this wrong way.
What do you
we
mean
actually
allegedly?
weren't worried about you.
My initial plan was, alright, swimming to the Navy Island ain't gonna happen, but I can make it to the Nope Island and construct a raft and get home that way.
Right?
Yeah,
Which
we
way does
know.
the plane come out of?
Responding to, I'm trying to solve it.
should it be
Responding to a piracy in progress, even just down in B3, unless we can get there like right after we hear it. Information's already half an hour old. In this case, it took us like an hour to get out there because half the crew was out on war games. We assumed we were probably not going to find anything. So, but I'm sure that we like just missed whoever was there, or there's another park company that was like crossing the grid right after we were leaving. It always happens, right? I'm sure we'll see a VOD of like we missed someone by 30 seconds or some shit like that. Oh, the raid was all your idea. Good to know, Peter. Turn this back up a little bit.
Has the galleon been named yet?
I don't think so.
Yes.
Oh, it has
It's
been.
the Resolute, I think.
Ah, that's a good name.
Good name.
Surprised you just name it Galleon.
Galleon.
Galleon?
Axios?
HMS
So
Galleon.
when are we gonna resolute the sinners?
Ooh, funny you should ask.
Fire what?
'Cause, I got some work to do tonight.
Let me know if you need any help.
It's paperwork. Just some paperwork.
Is it the fun kind of paperwork where you get to sign people's death warrant?
We're missing a half wall.
Sorry, there's a lot of questions.
That was not there when. Oh wait, no, it was the other side that was not there when we got back. Oh wait, no, because we haven't taken any damage. So yeah.
Thank you for the shipping resource payment trade will send it to Did you
So it's
Listen, we had to
Tempest's
quick
fault.
roll it out.
Archie, did you get paid for that? Did you make it to P2?
Person, do you want us on port side?
I might have the book.
I mean, you guys could
Yes,
all go if
the
you want.
patrol was entirely
I mean,
uneventful.
all it
Nothing
is
happened.
just planks and gun ports. That's all.
Well, we did run across strong arm
Didn't take
on
no
a
other
sloop.
damage.
Remy and what's his name? Jughead.
Wood thatch fiber and like 30 metal.
Yep.
I mean,
Someone will get billed.
Should cover
It won't
all
be
of
me.
it, but,
So
100 wood, 100 thatch, 100 fiber?
yeah,
Alright, okay.
Ash.
And then like 30 metal if you could, yeah.
The admiral ship and the vice admiral ship sunk the Calamity and the Parabellum. So those are two of their big guns.
There's a piece on this vessel that is
Yeah, and I don't. The what is it? The Champion? What is his ship now? Definitely does not have enough cannons.
I miss you, Pierre.
You gotta figure that out, Peter. Gotta figure out what kind of ship you want. A brawler. I guess the current meta says it's gotta be this.
30 metal in the bottom.
Allegedly.
Yep, needs more cannons.
Can't believe you're still bloody saying that.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
X Year. I'm terrible with names. I'm gonna call you X. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, the champion really should not lose. Like it can, right? Any ship can lose.
Secretary Davenport.
All right.
Did you get the mail I was talking about?
Remind me what it was.
A proposal for future
100
48
wood,
hours.
100 thatch,
Yes, I
fiber
did
gun
see
into
it.
ship's
I
hull now.
skimmed it. I will further read it tonight or tomorrow.
Gotcha.
You guys are all dismissed per the bosun.
Yep, they can go.
All right.
Primary.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Apparently there was already some fiber in the photo.
Nice jump, Bingleton.
It was nice seeing you Tempest. I
Secretary
felt like I could see you ever
Davenport.
again.
All right.
I'll see you next deployment.
Night.
That inspection that I performed on the ship at the Noof Island.
Mm-hmm.
With it being 5:30 in the morning, I'm going the fuck to bed.
Allegedly.
Was Raven's flight, which is the same exact ship while at the 48. The minute that the Admiral ship went down, went out and scavenged it right away, and then shortly after, when we lost the Garcane, they were docked up on a nearby island, and I saw that there.
Do we know who it belongs to?
Raven's Ambition.
Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Have we reported any of that in a book to the Blue?
I'm about to give them a copy of their fine warning. They didn't get a fine itself, but I do have the paperwork for the fine warning.
Perfect. If you have the time, if you could just, it doesn't have to be long, but if you could just write all 3 of those instances in a book and just, give them the fine warning and then just say, hey, it's my understanding that this ship both was poaching on the Nope Island, or got a fine, a warning fine for that, and was potentially salvaging Navy wrecks.
Mm-hmm. Salvaging the Navy wreck before we had a chance to really get out there. And then I saw it later on when we got into the fight with the Centers when the Garcane went down. It did not go out and salvage it right away, but they were on the island that the pirates chased us to while swimming.
All right.
And hunting us down.
Yep. Now, obviously, no one has the sole rights to salvage. All salvage is legally public. That said, we would hope our privateers will not salvage our wrecks. So if you could just, it doesn't have to be long, if just a paragraph or 2, toss that to the Blue along with that.
Yeah.
And we'll let the Commodore make a decision there.
I just, after having center activity in Echo 2, their ship being there, having center activity, and we shortly have to get back to a secondary war game, and then see them over poaching on the Nope Island, that just raises some suspicions in my mind. But
it does. Like, half that company is ex-Navy, so.
Aye. Well, then I will put that all down. I just thought I'd let you know. So
Perfect. Thank you.
Mhm.
How is your wife doing? Has she woken up since yesterday or no?
She has not woken up since
Okay.
yesterday. She probably won't till the weekend if I'm perfectly.
Okay. I just
honest.
thought I'd check in.
Yeah, she's a little stressed out, but like I said, she was prepared to fully take any repercussions yesterday. We were not expecting such clemency from the Vice Admiral.
Well, that's his discretion. So.
I'm sorry for that whole curveball full of everything.
You're fine. There was a lot of I don't want to say miscommunications, but misalignments on things and some assumptions made, and so we've also handed that to the Vice Admiral. So we did get a report from Watts and Giant regarding it. So I put that onto the Vice Admiral to see what he wanted to do with it.
I appreciate that.
All right. Thank you.
I really didn't want any problems. Sorry.
I totally understand, right? Sometimes it's unavoidable, but something like this should not. Your feelings should be considered in something like that, and it was clear to me that they were not. No matter who was in the right, or whether or not that lieutenant had the right to do that or was in the wrong, it was inconsiderate.
And like I said, I made sure to tell Giant I can't do any of the processing. That's why I had her look for Secretary Ferguson. He wasn't awake, so Vice Admiral Webster. So, given the gravity of everything.
And that was the right thing to do, right? You separate yourself from the situation as much as you possibly could, so that someone who, for sure, could, not that you can't be unbiased, but it is your.
I didn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole, other than to stake my part in it.
Even if you feel you can be biased, we need to avoid all presumption of that. So you did the right thing there.
Mm-hmm. I also told Giant with the report that I wouldn't be able to help her write it today. Just even though I know you guys told me I could, I just.
Yep, that's
I wanted to still stay away.
Tradition. I do believe they submitted one. I did get one from Watts and Giant.
All right, perfect. I appreciate it, sir.
All right, thank you. Anything else, Sensen?
No, sir. I figured since you might be doing paperwork on a potential group, I figured I'd let you know about the my suspicions with them.
Yeah, I don't. It's not.
There's nothing concrete. It's just a
lot of happenstance.
Mm-hmm. So I'm not claiming anything as like, yeah, they're totally with them, but it's just weird.
All right, Ensign. I'll leave you to it.
Appreciate it, sir.
Thank you. Okay. I don't have a bot, so I apologize. I can't do shoutouts. But Derrickster, thanks for the raid as well. If you're just jumping in here, thanks for all the follows. But also go check out Peter and Derrickster. Just click on their names. It's not hard to do. You're all adults, hopefully. If you're not an adult, get out of the channel. Yeah, that's my spiel. Okay, thanks for jumping in. Let's do some paperwork.
Yeah, we should have 12.
How do I get off this ship? Yeah, how many secretaries do we have? I think Mac
Numbers
there
in
was
between
here.
the mix, and I'll
Derrickster.
copy a little bit of their list too.
Oh yeah, I'm sure the list got all goofed up.
Just so we.
There should be 12 names in total with 2 on interns.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll just note in there that crew list might.
Thank God I'm not your real dad. That'd be awkward. Yeah, high command meeting. Alright, now that we all have you in one place, let's talk about the real problem. What are we going to do about strong arm? I think we take the letter of marque. I'm waiting for either the Raven or the comment from Archie. Hastings and Beth and Curious Wren, thank you for the follow. And there he is. There's Archibald. I knew he would show up eventually. Duke Shoot, thank you for that follow. Let's grab all this crap. One of these Archie's probably... Oh no, it must be upstairs. Hang them. Yep, hang them all. Yep, hang them. Take a full siege fleet when we tear up their mark. 2 birds, 1 cannonball. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, I think I did stream it 2 days ago. If you haven't been out there, they actually have a very lovely Navy port that looks... It's pretty good. I'd love to use it someday. Then the problem is there's really no point for us to base out of F3 because there's no pirates in F3. No one comes into that grid. It's not strong arm. I mean, there's other people that do, right? But they just avoid the grid. Okay, I got all my crap. Yeah, but how would they know? I mean, I kind of want to... Yeah, Monster Mel built the port. That was you, correct, Mel? That I was talking to. It was over there. I'm terrible with names, and I don't always look at the actual name, and it doesn't always line up. But I'm pretty sure that was you that was showing me around. Yes. No, it's pretty good. I kind of have mine to be like, let's do a 48 at strong arm, and let's just... Well, we'll do patrols, but let's just chill, right? Like, part of me says that that's gonna go terrible because someone in the Navy will disrespect strong arm and shit will go down. But the other half of me says like maybe it'll be good for Navy and strong arm relations because we can humanize each other. But I'm also pretty confident that Archie is gonna make some comment and start some shit. So Jughead can't keep his hands off of memeing and causing drama. And I say that with absolutely zero seriousness. So, yeah, there he is. So why does it matter? Generally, it doesn't. The general push for the 48s, usually we target smaller privateer companies or an existing threat to help bolster that privateer company, show them some love, get in that area. Those 48s are very successful when there's a threat nearby or in that grid. When we did the Unlisted, they were being attacked daily by several different pirate companies. So that was successful there. We looked at doing something like the B4 range. I don't think I have any ships out right now, so this is fine. We looked at doing some like somewhere in the BC 3-4 area because that's a common area for ships to pass through. But it's also super close to us, so honestly, we have to find one for not this weekend, but the following weekend. And it might be strong arm. We just got to figure out what we want to do. So, Sly Darren, thank you for that follow. I'll get you on chat here. Like half the time you did E248, the patrols went to B3. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what we want to avoid, right? To try to stay local. That's only half true. Speaking of crazy days, we should say it with seriousness. Yeah, that's probably true. I don't know why I obviously didn't catch all that. I did see some VODs and was like, why is this patrol going out to B3 and back? The Thunderdome, yeah. C3 Shug. It's a resupply point because we knew the Navy would prefer to have their own thing. Yep. I built it, it's been good. Alright. Let's, you know what we could do? Ooh, this might be mean, but we could grade, Burke's. We could grade Burke's captaincy exam on stream. Epic Angel, thank you for that follow. I don't think I should probably grade it. Someone's exam on stream. That probably blurs some lines. He did say that he was gonna get 100, and I guarantee you he did not.
Because I'm not gonna stand for that.
Alright.
Yeah, you could have 2 of these.
They better be chocolate bunnies.
Oh, I do have a dumb question for you.
There's no dumb questions, just dumb people.
If we get a potential contraband on a ship inspection, I've been keeping contraband at prison through prisoners, but through an inspection, where do we go from there? Because I have it on me.
What contraband is it?
Oh.
For poisons.
What is that?
A book to poisons.
Does this count as contraband?
Poisons itself are contraband, so it would that they went with the knowledge that it was. That's what I was told. I'm not sure. We didn't find them for it. We just took it and they said they didn't need it.
I guess I don't know it enough to overrule that. I guess if that's fine by me. I would say for now, shoot, we need to set up our practice for this. For now, good thing you found it. Put it with the rest of your contraband.
Okay, that came from the ship that I was telling you about at the Nope Island.
Yep, sounds good.
Can we tell the master's mates to start picking up their frickin' mail, please?
Wait, are they not picking up their
Everyone
mail?
should be checking their mail.
There's almost no space in there for incoming mail anymore.
Yes, because I have definitely checked my mail.
There's like 92 letters in there.
I'm a fan.
Sorry, I need to do something quick. Check your mail every
I don't know what
day.
you're talking.
Every day. Check your mail.
Check it.
Go check your mail. Go check your mail. Alright, Dobby, I have a new assignment for you. Stop
What's
running.
it?
Every time you see a master's mate for the next 72 hours, you are to inform them they are to check their mail right now.
I mean,
well, it's like masters made and masters, I believe. Like all the NCOs.
Anytime you see an NCO. Seriously though, help me spread the word that they only check their mailbox. Everyone should be checking their mailbox every day.
Mail.
You should laugh at how much lower that number is now.
Oh my god, what did you put in there?
Should I check my mail now?
God.
Yes.
Yes, please do.
I just
17th September. Remind me.
17 September?
Yes.
Oh, here, hold still. I'll remind you.
I
I
have
never
a question
have
if anybody
mail.
knows. If I have like a general suggestion to like make things work smoother, where would I put that?
Depends on
Not again.
make what works smoother.
What is it?
It's down at the storage for when we go out on ship.
So that'd be Harbor House then.
Yeah, you can submit the logistics. Submit it to Secretary Blackwater.
Or you can also just put it directly into the Harbor House for the Harbor Master too.
Ah, yes, you can do that. You can speak to O'Shea.
Okay.
Alright, I will leave you all to it. Check your mail every day.
And then whatever, she thinks she needs to go to Blackwater too, she'll...
This building is such a ramshackle.
Nah, we'll...
Glad we could assist you today.
Ah.
Okay, well, anyway, so.
Okay. We're back in here. Let's...
Secretary Davenport.
Oh, hello there.
Oh God, where am I?
A little bit of headaches.
Yes. I just need to inform you, sir. I don't know if you remember the issue with Alexander's mail.
I know.
Apparently, but I'm just letting you know it is still happening. So what we have started to do, just so you're aware, and she's okay with this, is moving it up to the mailbox at the house.
As long as people...
I'm fine with that. It's
If
just...
we-
yeah. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. Sounds good to me.
Okay. That way, it doesn't. Yeah.
Yep. Whatever realistically we need to do to make sure that that mail is being collected.
Okay. Just thought I'd let you know that way if you see someone going in there and you know. Thank you. Thank you for your time, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir.
So.
Lieutenant, did you need anything?
No.
Oh, hi, Ash.
If we have time to, I would like to sit for my test.
Yes, you will need 1 hour of time.
I have that time, sir.
All right, we can do it tonight.
Excellent.
I'll just.
Sorry, Master Chief, I can't hear you.
Look, we're.
I need 2 minutes of Secretary Davenport time.
Of course.
All right.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, a little headachy right now.
Oh, yeah.
Do I need to take my spy glasses off for this?
Oh, yes.
In the box.
Unfortunately.
It's a shitty box. It's really bad. But there's a couch in the corner. Find it. Don't eat the crayons.
But no,
All right.
as the primary, I take responsibility for that vessel, including when it sinks, even if it wasn't fully my my reason. I should have been able to keep it afloat longer, and I didn't. But it is what it is. I mean, we lost the sail, then we lost the captain off the helm, and yeah, then it was down. Good night.
I need assistance in finding out who wrote that.
Can you hear me right now, Master Chief?
Okay.
All right, sorry, I need to put you guys in an audio box as well.
Yeah.
Secretary.
Welcome back. Midshipmate, how are you?
Good.
Oh,
Good. Just looking for Master Rockbottom.
All right.
I have not seen Master Rockbottom in about an hour and a half.
Bye.
So he's
Thank you,
probably
sir.
at trade if he's still awake.
Yeah, he wasn't a trade. Nobody was a trade, so
Inside
that's
of
why
your
we
mill.
came up here.
Alright, yep. Alright, was there anything in particular, or you just need to speak to him?
Leave that one there.
Just need to speak to him. There was we saw someone who signed up for the trade fair and marked himself as medical, who is not actually part of the hospital or accredited by us. So
interesting.
we just wanted to make him aware of that.
Perfect. Yep, yeah, Rockbottom will be the one to talk to.
Is it the problem, sailor? Don't
Yes,
say
it is.
No,
Yeah.
yep, we've got a report on that already.
Mhm.
Okay.
Alright, thank you, Doctor.
Yes. Good evening.
Have a good night.
Actually, Dr. Pierce.
Yes.
This is from a pirate. I did not take it.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
Okay. I will put it in our safe storage.
I'm gonna catch up on chat in a little bit here.
Good evening.
You ready for this, Sawyer?
Well, I understand it's a bit more daunting than the last one.
I mean, it's in the same vein. You might recognize a few of the questions, but just like that, the
Hey,
test.
if I have an hour
it's-
to do it, I'm
yeah.
much.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you 12 minutes. Yeah, no, it's just like the ensign exam. It's got two parts. It's got open answer and a multiple choice. What I was gonna say. Yeah, the test itself is not hard, but the grading is rather strict. So, people do not generally score super well on it. But passing is 70%.
Right.
It's usually, assuming that you've actually learned some things and done your job as an LT, it's not that difficult to pass it, if you know what you're doing.
I sure hope I do. I'm
All
pretty
right.
sure I do.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
We'll go. I'll put you up in my office. We'll lock you in there. There's food up there. Do you have water on you?
Yes, I do have water.
All right, perfect. Do you need to get any brain food or do anything before we start?
Negative.
All right.
I'm good. I understand that you're putting most of the ensigns or the LTs through this. The older
Yeah. I
ones?
mean, the idea is every ensign should qualify to become a lieutenant if they're up to it, or they'll be washed out, and every lieutenant should eventually reach this point where they'll be listed as a qualified lieutenant and should be considered for captaincy.
Excellent.
All right. So you will have 60 minutes. In the barrel over here in the corner is food. Just like the ensign exam, I will be in and out. If you need something, just shout super loud. If you don't get a response, kick me. I might have to step away for a minute, but I'll try and make sure that someone is here for you. If you, of course, sit on the couch or walk around, whatever, and you're in that book for 60 minutes, you will fall asleep at least twice. So, as I'm sure you've known, I would encourage you to probably, write those notes in your head and then move them over for the questions, because books can sometimes just make you fall asleep. So,
Indeed.
you will have 60 minutes. I'll try and remind you at 30 minutes. And then again, as we wind down to 1 hour. There are those two sections. It would behoove you to answer every question. And sometimes it's faster or more convenient to start with a multiple choice and just bang those out, because it's a simple, choose one. If you do not get to the multiple choice, there is no way you will pass the exam.
I'm aware, sir. Thank you.
So, all right, the 60 minutes will start once I hand you this book. I will start my stopwatch. I'll ask you to do as well. If you finish early, that's just fine. Of course, you don't have to take the entire hour. Just shout for me if I'm not up here doing paperwork, and we'll get that test from you. All right, are you ready?
I'm trying to find my stopwatch.
You ready?
All right, ready.
All right, here comes the test. All right, 60 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Good luck. All right, Chet. I need to. Actually, no, I have a little bit of time. I'm gonna need to in a little bit here. Step away and help my wife with something with the gremlin, who is not going to sleep despite the fact that it is midnight my time. But we'll see what happens with that. I will if I'm behind. Shoni, thank you for that follow. What are we doing in chat? What are we talking about here? There's not usually this many people in my chat, so I don't usually have to follow this much. Yes, a very busy day. Blue Buddha, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm gonna step into my head for a minute, stretch my legs. I'm checking with my wife, make sure she's doing good. So I'm gonna be streaming for a little bit longer tonight. Yeah, your reports have too much detail. I'll be back here in probably 5 to 10 minutes. I'll put you on. Be right back. Some ads might run. I don't know. I just push buttons. Hang out if you want. Jump somewhere else. I'll be doing some paperwork, so probably be going another an hour, maybe an hour and a half after this, and then I'll do the rest of the important stuff off stream. So hang out. I won't put you in a box. I'll sit right here. If Cellular yells, just keep him company. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. Let's get back in the game. I logged out just so that I wouldn't actually die. Let's see what shit went down. Johnny Buddha X. Opluride. Thank you for the follow. And Sly Jaren, thank you for that sub. Just scrolling back up in chat here a little bit.
Or your name.
Yep, treason. Treason it is. Alright, Lieutenant, you don't have to respond, but you have 27 minutes left. Oh my god. Oh, I know what those are. Those are okay. All right. Paperwork. That's right, I was doing this. Okay, so those bounties. Ooh, chocolate bunny. Tank voyage, that can be filed. That can be filed. That you take care of. That can be filed. This was this. We need to update this. Did these actually stick? I made these changes. Oh, because it's the wrong book. Alright, I make a copy of this. Get rid of that. Have I read any of Malachi Black's reports? The reports that he wrote or the reports about him? I think there's a bunch down on the red shelf downstairs, if I remember right, that you wrote. I have not read any of them yet, because that's why I have clerks. I'll get some water here. Let me fix this, because for some reason I am on... Ooh. There's reports about everybody. Don't take it. Don't take it. Don't worry about it. Oh yeah, those are definitely not cigarettes. Nope. Nope. No cigarettes here. So I was updating, changing this version. Yep, that was removed. That was removed. We can pull the nightmare over here. That. Boom. We should have the Parabellum and the Calamity. They are listed. Oh yeah, all good things. All good things. You don't want to know what the reports about Blackwater look like. They're atrocious. I'm surprised he's still in the Navy. Okay, this is gonna be the juicy one that I'm working on. Reserves parties Artemis, Damien, Jackie have identified 3 additional centers by name in the they can be placed aboard a Black Sailed ship that's like a Navy vessel. 2 of them can also be placed aboard a ship that was involved in the murder of 2 privateers during boarding action. Details on page 3. In addition, I'd like to request we issue a blanket bounty. We can trim this up because I changed this around. You know what? Let's just this is always the hardest part, is getting the paragraph started. No. One of the things, Slide Jaren, too, that we are probably going to start putting in place is we get so many duplicate voyage logs. We get so many reports from, not that, you're a random sailor, so many reports from random people that I'll get 4 for a ship that all say the same thing. So there's nothing additional in there. So one of the things that we might put in place, if it continues this way, is captains, we'll have them tweak the name of their voyage log a little bit so we can identify when the captains submit one, or the commander, right? The ensign, lieutenant, the captain, commodore, whoever it is, and that will be the official voyage log. Any other voyage logs will get trashed. And I get people want to work on writing. Well, maybe we won't trash them, right? We'll probably put them into the archive, but they will not make our daily mail summary. It's just literally we had a voyage. We had a voyage last night. 2 nights ago, Friday night. Saturday night, 2 nights ago, Saturday night. A voyage with 8 people on it, and 7 of them wrote a voyage log for that report, or for that voyage, and it was just too much. There's no difference there, so yeah. Okay. I cannot type. Yeah. Good. There we go. That's that. And then the second one. I need to pull this information up. Also wanted for unlisted. The forgotten. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ratchet. Forgotten, I think is the name they're going by. And yeah, more food. We need to change this. The unlisted, on the unlisted. I get that. The only opinion I have on that is where your clerks come in is that in having multiple reports, 1, you are less likely to miss something, but 2, you get the perspective of patrol or voyage from multiple views, and for sure some people leave stuff out and others don't. Okay, I understand that, Slide Jaren. Here's the thing. how long do you think it takes you to write a voyage log? I mean, you can respond, but let's just say that once you are back and not counting time on ship, it takes you 30 minutes. I don't know, maybe it takes you an hour, maybe it takes you 10 minutes, but let's just go with half an hour. It takes you half an hour to sit down, pump that out, half an hour of time. Okay, so there's 30 minutes for you to write an additional one. Now let's say that we have 4 per ship. That sounds obtuse. It is not. Let's say we have, we'll cut it down to let's say we have 3 per ship, including the captains. The problem is we do not get uniformity in those voyage logs, and it is very difficult to tell when they are the same voyage. The captains have a template that they use that has all the pertinent details. I could show you it downstairs, so that in the subject of the book, it lists departure time, arrival time, departure date, all of that, so I can look at those and know immediately all that detail. And I can kind of tell a captain's log apart unless I was using the captain's log details, which is fair. I don't care if they use captain's log details, but that is all that information. And then I get a report from Joe Schmo, that our favorite sailor Joe Schmo, that just says HMS Fang voyage log September 5th. And that's all it has on it. And now the Fang went out 6 times that day, or 3 times that day. Even if I look at that, right, even if I compare reports, I can probably, or a clerk can probably get that these are from the same voyage log, but that is just not how we operate, right? We do not have the clerks go through and grab all the information and say, right, I need to write a summary, in our mail summary of the voyage log that Tempest and, who we just out with, Tempest and Burke took out of the Fang and the Falcon. That doesn't happen. What happens is we get a voyage log, and they go and they look through it, and they say, what happened on this voyage? Nothing. They patrolled B3. No one was encountered. Bloop, there's your blurb, right? 2 days later, we get another report from another sailor on that same trip that just didn't have time to write it that night, and they had nightmares the next day. This has something similar. Bloop, it goes back in the voyage log. What I can't do is have the clerks mar all of those up and determine that these are all the reports from one voyage, and then write a report from that voyage. We have no way of knowing when we take a voyage log in if it's been reported before, if that captain has reported it, if this was what the captain had them submit. We don't know. Could I invest the time to find out? Maybe, but it's a video game, and I am constantly surprised. Speaking as someone who enjoys the paperwork, I'm constantly shocked that I can find clerks like Kalani, like Hat, like Ming, that are willing to sit down and do this as their game. Now, even if we get rid of all of that, right, the problem is it's just too much paperwork. It's way too much. So what we'll probably do is tell the captains, all right, I don't care if the captains write it. I don't care if they have someone from their ship write it. If you want experience writing voyage logs and you want those to be read, ask the captain if you can write the voyage log for that ship. Now, you can still submit instant reports. You can still submit all those things. It's the voyage logs. It's getting 3 or 4 of those that are the problem. And I'll show you what I'm talking about. This would be a good visual. Actually, let me check how much time that... 15 minutes, Lieutenant. You're doing good. This would be a fantastic visual of this. Saying the Navy needs more ships, yes. Asking a captain of the airport template, easy way to make your report stand out. I'll show you. So, here, 2 things to show you.
Reminds me to move around, though.
Yep, move around. We're going on a rant. See, Hat doesn't even sleep in his bed. Here, this is the captain's log. So it's got a bunch of other stuff, but this is what a voyage log is supposed to look like. So title, ship name. So HMS Fang, Lieutenant Burke, voyage log. And then all of this goes in the, well, not all of this goes in the subject. All of this goes in the subject, right? And you have your notable events, you have your debrief. This is the format. This is all the detail we need. This ends up running into a book. As any captain, yeah. As any, oh no, I mean, as a sailor, ask for the template for my captain. Yes, ask it from ops. I will gladly provide this captain's log. It's not restricted to captains. It's just the captain's log, right? It's more the captain of a ship, but not the captain rank. My paperwork and only do reports when I feel I have to. I do too, Peter Clark, which means I do about 15 a day. So, 50 reports are basic in comparison. Plu could not process like 20 plus reports a week to make the format down heavy. Yes, correct. That said, we have a bit more control over how our internal reports work, so I'm fine taking that more information. Sometimes I do need a rundown, but honestly, if you do not include a bluff, a notable events, a debrief, a bottom line up front, I'm not going to read your voyage log. I'm sorry, like, unless it's been pointed out to me there's something important in it, I'm not reading through all of these. And here is why. Here's this visual, right? So that was the captain's log. You can see it has all the information we want. Let's go look at the red shelf. This is all of operations mail that's come in, and I'm pretty sure no one has touched this yet because of the holiday. So everything that comes to operations, everything that comes to that Dropbox gets brought here to the red shelf. There's a couple random things in the 2 file. This is our incoming mail for the last probably 30 hours. This is what we're looking at. Yeah, Plu report, voyage log, some fines, captured pirates, an incident report, Plu reports, a report of theft, the loss of the Newport. You know, see, this goes back a little ways, but this wasn't submitted on the 31st. Resupply request from the 48. Plu reports. Okay, so half is Plu reports, right? Voyage logs in the past 24 hours. Voyage log, 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 and then these are something different. The time it takes to have a clerk go through these, pull one of these out, say, what is this? Oops. I'm moving shit over here. The time it takes to have a clerk pull this out. You can see, here's Lieutenant Tempest's. He didn't quite follow the format here, but he has all of this. I'm pretty sure there's nothing in here that's spyglass sensitive. But we'll find out. We'll just leave it here, right? The NCAD has all this information. Here's his debrief. Here's his normal debrief. What he was, you know, he went B2, C2, D2, E2, D2, C2, B2. Fantastic. What happened in B2? What happened in C2? I can skim this in a minute. A clerk can read it in about 3 or 4, right? Now I've got to take this and probably take this bluff and put that in a mail summary. Now, I don't know if one of these other ones are from that same voyage. Furthermore, this one is from the 3rd, and it is now the 5th/the 6th. So this is a lot of paperwork. And unfortunately, it gets backed up to this point where we have like 60 pieces of paperwork in here. This is going to take a clerk probably 6 hours to actually go through and sum up. And it's too much. I'll have to talk to the Commodore because these Plu reports are ridiculous. This is a lot of reports. It's obviously just their weekly reports. But I'm going to have to go through here and just cull a bunch of shit that can just get filed. So, as Alderson knows, as Lieutenant Wallace, who was formerly a senior clerk, knows, this is way too much. This is too much report. Now, some of these fines, these can just go, right? Sure, we received a bunch of fines. Kalani can probably whip through this in maybe 2 hours and put together a brief for it. That's because she's good at what she does. And to be fair, Mel, everything comes into this folder, but a clerk has to look at every piece of it. A clerk has to look and say, what is this? Here's your strong arm weekly log, right? Do I need to sum this in the mail summary, yes or no? A clerk has to decide that. What is this? Does this have to be recorded, yes or no? You have to do that for every piece of paper. So yes, some of it just needs to be filed, but everything has to be gone through. We can't just not go through it. That's why we need to cut down the spam. There's my rant. It's a little ridiculous. Alright, back to what we were doing. Yeah, I guess I'm not done with the rant. The idea is we just need an account of what happened on that ship. The commander of that vessel, be it an ensign, a lieutenant, captain, not Cyber, thank you for the follow, needs to submit that. I don't need 5 opinions. Yeah, he's doing fine. He's got like 7 minutes left, 8 minutes left. I don't even need 2 voyage logs. I want 1. I want the commander of that vessel to put together what happened on that vessel and report it to us. That's what I want. I don't need 5 people doing it. Now, if someone else wants to write it, if you know, just as an example, Sly Jaren, right? If oh shoot, what was your character's name? I can't think of this. I'm terrible with names. I just had it right here. If Malake, right? If Black wants to write a voyage log, wants to get that understanding, wants to get the recognition, the experience, whatever it is of writing voyage logs, just in this example, you could ask the captain, the ensign, the lieutenant, whatever, like, hey, can I volunteer to write up the notes for this? You'll have either provide notes to him. I know this happens quite a bit already, or you know, you'll get the template and you can write it, give it to the captain. The captain can report in. I don't need sailors reporting that to us. To be fair, I think this is what Mel is saying. To be honest, as a sailor or whatever, and I wanted to be high speed, I would make voyage logs, keep them for myself. Exactly, right? You can do your reports. You can ask if you can have your reports looked at. Myself, a clerk, high command, will almost certainly be more than happy to review your reports. Now, if you think that something has gone on and you want to submit a counter report, one thing we will probably do when we do this is say whoever the commanding officer of that vessel was is responsible for turning in the report. If you want to turn in a different report and you are not the commanding officer of the vessel, yours is the counter report, and we will label it as such. We're not going to toss paperwork, but if we get a report that is not from the commander of that vessel, even if it says written by Sailor Watt, written by Midshipmate Black, what have you, if it's not from the desk of Captain Flemington, it'll get filed, but we're not writing it up. It's just going to go directly into the archive. And if we need to look that, we can. It just takes too much time to handle this. So, yeah, I know Mouse has done Flemington reports since she was a cadet. I challenge whether or not Flemington can actually read. That's, of course, a joke, but he doesn't do any of his own paperwork, and I don't really care because it gets done. And that's all that we need. I don't need 5 of them. I need 1 of them. I need the official account of what happened. This is not everyone write your thoughts down. I need 1 of them. So we'll quit beating that dead horse. Yeah, in 4.0, that's how it was. I wasn't around for 4.0, but that's all that I need, right? So I don't know that we'll push that through tonight, but the plan will be to shove that through. That the commander of that vessel, whether they write it or someone else does, submits the 1 report. Okay, that's enough. Let's get this done. Get some water. And the Silver Provider Company. Company that has essentially posture check. Thank you. That's a good stretch. I need to buy a new office chair because this one's broken. Going as the Forgotten. And hydrate. I have water. If you have water, get some water too. I'd rather pee every hour than have a kidney stone in a year, so. Empire, and now known as the Forgotten. Me need to go upstairs and do this because the lieutenant has 3 minutes. Yeah, I've had one before, and I had to have it surgically removed, and it was not fun. So, don't drink 4 Red Bulls a day. Lieutenant, sir, you have 2.5
Almost done.
minutes.
I
Yep.
Just double checking my work.
Yep, sounds good. 2.5 minutes. Just let me know if you're done before then. I'll be right here. That's the proposal. 10 gold per center. For the ones we do not currently
Oh, I'm
have.
definitely done.
on.
I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything. You know.
Yep. Yeah. Take a look over it. You still got a little bit of time. Yeah. Also, Turbo.
You can't tell me if multiple choice allows for multiple answers, right?
I can tell you, you should answer them to the best of your ability.
Okay,
Sometimes there are multiple correct answers. Sometimes there's only one correct answer. I'll tell you. No, well, that's what I'll tell you. They do not all have multiple correct answers. In fact, I think only 2 of them do. Turbo, I'll tell you, the captain's book used to say, or the lieutenant, at that point it was the ensign to lieutenant, the lieutenant's exam, used to say that they had 30 minutes to do it. Yeah, used to say that they had 30 minutes to do it. But they expanded the questions in 5.0 to be an hour's long and never changed the front cover of the book. So I'm fairly confident that every other ensign to lieutenant in Sawyer's class got an hour to do it, and I was instructed to just administer the test, and the test said give him 30 minutes. So I gave him 30 minutes, and he did not finish it. He failed the first time. I'm pretty sure that's my fault. I'm not going to tell him that. Yeah. Because it's not a short test. But also, he didn't really time manage that well, because he did not realize 30 minutes was up. The test now says you have an hour, as it should. 30 seconds.
All right. At this point, I'm just gonna.
All right.
Pass it over.
Thank you. Let me just make sure you got your name and everything on it. Yep, you did, and then you signed at the end. Perfect. All right, so I'll add it to the what is now a stack that because Burke took his earlier today. So Puffins and I will mark it.
Thank you, sir.
It will either be I think it's still 70% pass. You do have up to 2 takes of it, so if you do fail, we'll inform you, just like the ensign to lieutenant exam. We'll inform you of your pass fail once it's been marked by myself and Puffins. Once that's done, we will schedule. We'll let the Admiralty know, and we'll get an Admiralty war game going if you haven't completed that already.
I did do an Admiralty war game already, although it was 2 of our vessels against the Judgment, so I think it's supposed to be the other way around. 2 vessels against me.
Yeah. Yes. So generally, what we do, like now that that test is done, once we've marked it, and assuming that you've passed, we'll inform the Admiralty that you've passed your written exam, and they, you need your practicum exam at their discretion. They determine what that looks like. Sure. So that might be a 2v1. That might be 1v1. We're not in any major rush right now. There's no captain slots open, and I'll tell you, we're not. Don't feel like you need to push pressure on this. If and when another captain slot opens up here, we will. It's not going to be like, oh, well, Burke has got everything done. He's the only one, so it's going to be him. We'll take a look at every lieutenant that's at the stage where you are now, and if we need to finish up some more games, we'll do those before you choose one.
Of course.
All right. Anything else, Lieutenant?
Not at all concerned. I would happy to work under Burke as well.
Yeah, that was just an example, obviously. So I think all of you from your class have taken the exam now.
All right, excellent.
Yeah, because obviously Murphy did, Hex did, Ramsey did, Burke did, you did.
Was Pip? No, he's due, isn't he?
Not yet. Yeah, Pip is class 2.
He was class 2.
Well, I guess so was Burke, but
Yeah. Secretary.
Morning.
Did you say his name?
I said secretary.
No, he just appears. Did you say his name?
Secretary Ferguson.
No. I mean, like,
Oh,
he
no, I
wasn't
did
here,
not,
and then he's appeared. Like, he appeared, so someone must have just said his name to call him forth.
like the
No,
boogeyman.
I literally just woke up. I shouldn't be
Huh?
awake just now, but
Yeah, what do
I'm
you-
feeling a
what?
bit down in the dump. Well,
Oh,
not down,
okay.
but just anyway. What's up?
Nothing. Lieutenant Sawyer here just took his captaincy exam.
Oh, nice. Well done.
I feel like it's probably about a 70.5%.
Thank you.
It's
though.
passing. That's passing.
Yeah, it's passing. Appreciate it, sir.
Anything happen overnight?
Yes.
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 Oh God. Oh, I
But
need to prepare
yes.
for this.
Are you ready for some
Sorry.
good news?
Sure, I'm ready. I'm ready for good news.
I'm glad I could be the one to give this to you. The Calamity and the Parabellum are sunk.
Excellent. How the hell did that happen?
Apparently the Admiral and Silver Meadows were out doing a war game, and those two ships chased a white-sailed ship into B2. It also so happened that the Vice Admiral was observing that war game from his ship. The Admiral having just trounced Silver Meadows and lost no planks, and the Vice Admiral chased after those two ships, followed them into B3, and promptly sunk both of them.
Okay, so they've now pirated into B2, and of course we took prisoners. Yes.
There were no prisoners. There were
shocking.
a literal
what happened to them?
ton of sharks in those waters.
Oh, did they try and swim away, or did they swim down?
I do not
Away,
know.
Pretty sure. I saw some bags out there.
So you were on that one, correct?
Yes, I was there.
Alright.
I dove in and snagged some bags out of the water that of people swimming away towards the Freebooters Island. I'm pretty sure some of the Freebooters or someone from that island did get a few. There were a lot of ships, you know.
It did. It was kind of, if I remember right from my grid here, where we just saw the wrecks when we were down there. It was in B3, right off of Zephyr Kai.
Yep.
And also not too far from now the coast. So there were several island options for them to have swum to. So,
the Freebooters
hopefully the Freebooters found them and shot them all.
Exactly.
you know,
Excellent.
yes. To my knowledge, sorry, you're correct. I think we did not take any prisoners from that.
We did not.
All right, but I do have the request right now to list them as an enemy of the crown.
The Fury had the captain, but like 12 people pounced Fury. So.
Yep. All I would ask is in that thing, obviously request permission for Pale Horse and for Broken Door.
Yes. I will add those now.
Thank you.
Yeah. Other than that, a few other things. We had another reporting of a piracy in progress about 2 hours ago down in B3. We set sail down there and saw nothing. Otherwise, a bunch of war games. I think the Banger was sunk during a war game.
Alright.
Yeah, but it's a training vessel. They'll build a new one. We'll keep the shipwrights happy.
Also, have you heard about a certain Asher or Ash Gray?
Ash Gray?
Yep.
A what?
Of Nova Gray. I did put that in my
Oh,
report.
yes.
Jesus Christ.
Someone claiming to be Nova Gray's brother.
A Touch of Malice. It's a absolute circus show of a pirate ship, like green and red. And
Can we, in the
Focus
same
on
way,
it.
in the same way we can go after relatives for debts, can we go after relatives for bounties?
No.
I had to try.
No, you can't. But anyway. Alright, well,
Yeah,
I guess
I know,
I'll
Peter.
go quickly go read my mail.
I did put something in your paper tray that you'll want to take a look at. You'll want to take a look at it. It's not like drop dead urgent, but you'll want to see it. It's 2 pieces of paper. You'll know what you're looking at when you see it.
Fiddles.
I'll go read that first then.
All right.
Thank you, sirs.
Thank you, Lieutenant. All right, I totally remembered to add that here.
Secretary, this is literally nothing. What the fuck is this meant to mean?
Did you read both sheets of paper?
It literally just says...
Don't read it out loud. There's a sheet of paper and there's a book.
Oh. I thought it was just a bit of paper.
Yep. No. Yes, I understand the confusion. The book explains the sheet of paper. I believe. Yeah. Yeah. You know, people are all bent out of shape about losing a war game vessel the other night. It's a war game vessel, right? I know that like Lash took one down, and there can be feedback to like ensigns or people that lose war game vessels, but in the end, if we learn something from it, it's just resources. We'll build another one. Your face is meta. Just got back to Brooks didn't get graded. No, we did not grade it on stream, and actually, I don't. Unless Jedi says
Understood.
go ahead. Alright.
Do it.
Unless Jedi says I can. In which case I probably shouldn't because you'll see the answer key. We're not going to grade his on stream. Best in Blackwater went after the VA for sinking one. Yes. Ideally, we shouldn't sink them, but it's not the end of the world when they do. I will tell you, I took a look through it. He did not go 100%.
So is Lieutenant Sawyer the first or second LD to actually take the captaincy exam at this point?
He is actually the final one.
He's the final one.
Ramsey, Hendricks, and obviously Murphy took theirs previously. Burke took his earlier today, and Sawyer just did now. So he's the final one from Class 1.
Alright, bullshit.
Alright.
I thought we were gonna. Okay. Anyway, alright. So Burke's done his as well. Okay,
Well,
right.
yeah. So I realized that he's Class 2. We put the bar on it that with the whole officer selection and training program, whatever, that once they are lieutenant and they've completed their book, that they need to be recommended by their captain to sit for the captaincy exam, and he's recommended by his captain, so he can sit for the exam. We'll see if he passes. I haven't really looked at it yet. Generally, I'm not that concerned about it. But again, the needs of the Navy come first. So when it comes time to choose a new captain for whatever reason, the totality of the the lieutenants, I should say, will be taken into account there, and only partially by Puffins and I. The rest is up to the Admiralty. So, if he is a qualified lieutenant, that's great. He'll be on the list, and that it'll be considered.
I know. I'm not getting into that at all. I do think I'm gonna be honest here. I do think we need another captain in the late times and around not so much the Sawyer hours, but the Burke Ramsey hours, because like there's really only one captain there, and he's usually overflowed. And there's also just like a concentration of officers at that time.
Silver Meadows is the kind of the last one up, isn't he?
Silver Meadows is technically the last captain away.
Yes,
and that's where
until
there is
Murphy.
There is a concentration of him. Yeah, so pretty much between then and there, it's Sawyer and Tempest. But around that Silver Meadows time zone, there is an overabundance of officers.
No. Yeah, so we'll I need to speak to the Admiralty and put it up that we have 8 right now, including Commodore Smythe. Not that we don't include him, but he doesn't generally go out on patrol. What it's going to come down to is hours, right? Like, I don't want to say like, oh, Hendricks will never move up, but what I don't need is another captain from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. What I do need is a captain from midnight to 6 a.m.
You generally don't believe we need another one from like, not prime time, but I think there is definitely room for one between like 6 and 10. Like, I think there's definitely room for one between 6 and 10.
Maybe.
And then, right, there's probably one for 6 and 10, and then there's another one for that 12 to 6.
Right. And honestly, I think what a lot of it boils down to, especially the like midnight to 6 a.m., is, as we've seen with Murphy's group, can they even get crew together at that point?
Murphy can.
Yeah, Murphy can. Yep. Can we get 3 in the morning? So yeah, that's the considerations. We'll go from there. Obviously, when this deployment starts to come to an end, I'm sure that we'll have some retirements, and we'll have to take a look at that. But it's our aim to get every ensign trained up as a lieutenant, assuming that they're capable, and get every lieutenant listed as qualified, assuming that they are capable. Whether they want to be a captain or not get them all fully certified so that we can choose amongst the ranks for the best captains as we need to backfill.
Ah, of course. Right, well, let's go figure out who those summoning bells are.
It's probably Sawyer. I think he was planning at 2:30.
Okay.
I forgot again. Ah, it's not back here. Where did I put him? Okay, we're taking blackjack. I'll catch up on chat in a second here once we get there.
Oh. Yeah, I can ring the.
Oh, Secretary Davenport.
Hi.
Today I was slightly wounded and did lose my all my gear to damn sharks. Where are the captain's templates for the captain's books kept? Are they
We have a black book copy of it in ops.
All right.
And I'll probably throw some in TAC ops as well because they're kind of locked that only a clerk can get to. But
yeah, just there's one of those those shelves that are just sitting there.
Do you want me to just toss a copy in your
sure
orders box? Yeah, I'll do that here.
I appreciate that. I
Did
don't
you
mean to make you an ops clerk, but
No, that's fine. Did you already dismiss people onto the ship?
Nope. No one's even come except for Balake, who I immediately sent off to go ring another bell.
Gotcha. I was like, what?
Yeah, there's no one here. Good lord. It's Knock. How are you?
You know you can take the podium, right?
I was talking to you.
We keep getting told different things about that.
Am I supposed to come over there or?
No. Just saying hi.
No, we're just saying hi.
Oh,
hi.
Everything else prevents.
She's been doing a bang up job at prison.
Let me back up here. Such resources, it's time, it's effort, and it's disrespect. War gameship should never sink unless the captain fucks up.
Good.
I mean, I don't.
You can have it, or either you can have it, or Warden Giant can
I
have it.
don't disagree with you, Peter.
okay.
I don't think it's something
well,
that we
actually,
would
I was gonna
tribunal
ask you
someone
to get a
for.
Contraband, and I was going to ask you how to use it, if we could test it.
I don't think it's something that we would get someone in trouble for losing a ship. Might it be a certain talking to? Might it be not good? Sure, but it's not, in my mind, tribunal worthy against an officer. Also, an organ shinks, it's off, prevents any more organs, potentially days. I understand that. I don't mean to be like, it's just resources. I know that it's time. I know that it's additional work. If we never sunk ships, we wouldn't have a shipwrights office. I know they do more than that. Don't get me wrong, but
We don't know how, because it can be sticky, I've heard.
oh my God, we have
Yeah, it's
cadets.
when you throw it. It's like an oil jar. So you throw it, and then it makes it
No, no one requested tribunal. Things were tossed around. People were asking if that revives tribunal. Somebody told Lash that they were gonna take his coat. I don't believe it was you, or it was Blackwater. It's probably actually I do know who it is. We won't talk about it, but yeah, we need to war games are learning experiences, and when something like a war games ship goes down and we pile on that officer, it doesn't help the situation. So literally Lash Frankster reached out to me and asked if he should be concerned for losing his commission.
Yeah, we don't really upgrade our scooters though, do we?
Take a break. How many do you have? Is this your crew right here?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Are you able to join? Hour and a half to 2 hours. All right, excellent. If you could form it on the line. Just enough. Excellent. Okay, thank you. You're dismissed at the back of the line. Secretary, I assume you're not going to join us.
No, I will not be.
Lieutenant?
All right, report. We're going to do the Fang. Just was durable. And get me 6 mutes, please. Dismissed. I think we have a sloop out right now. I might see if I can.
We have a sloop out?
Yeah, I think so. Might be a few campuses on one.
All right.
I lost my horse, by the way. I think it's got eaten by a damn.
Really? I gotta find my horse. I don't know where I thought it was up
Yeah.
at ops, but I didn't see it then.
I saw it down here earlier, but I don't know.
Yeah, I
where.
had it down here. Maybe I
Yeah.
left. I might have left it somewhere.
Yeah.
He'll find his way back. Just work hard, gossip. Yeah, Felix Harris is saying he should lose his coat. Yeah, honestly, I understand we're playing a game. The moment that ship sank, Blackwater did want his commission. He was reasonably irked. It was an unprecedented fuck up, but he cooled a little on the voyage home. And I understand that, right? Yes, I can get behind it's a fuck up. It shouldn't happen. But it's very similar, although obviously far more involved than when you're sparring and someone doesn't yield. It's the same concept, only this is a ship and not, someone who can just wake back up on a bed will lose a handful of resources and the ultimate repair on that ship or their gear, right? But it happens sometimes, right? Sorry, my cat's being crazy. The bigger thing is like what Jedi was talking about. A few sailors were saying he should lose his coat, water cool gossip. That's the shit that needs to stop, right? I get that. I get that we're playing a video game and people want to be part of things, but the random sailors, the random midshipmates that are like, "Well, I heard that strong arm murders babies." It's like, okay, I don't knock it off, right? That strong arm is not a good privateer, and we're gonna take the letter of mark, unless you are me or Puffins or another member of High Command who's in the know of that. Your opinion is irrelevant, and I don't care. And stop talking about it. That's the thing. It doesn't happen. I've been at this for years. Yeah, yeah, we can get off the whole training ship topic. Like, I'm not that worried about it. I should say, Davenport is not that worried about it. From his eyes, if we learn something, it's a trade-off. Like, it's not his department, and he'll keep his nose out of it. But it is what it is. Yeah, we have had a specific. We've had a general set of issues with the oh, it's just the one baby. Yeah, the whole strong arm thing. We've had a specific set of issues with our officers that we've been working to correct, but it breeds itself down to the Navy, right? It's when our officers are disrespectful, not en masse, but stereotypically, and that is not bred through them. Then we get sailors who think that it's okay to badmouth a privateer to another privateer. We get members of the PLU who think that it's okay to be biased because they read reports that tell them whatever, and that kind of stuff is not okay, right? I'm not going to say that sailors need to keep their mouths shut, but in this kind of world, it's impossible to prove something. All we have is allegations. All we have is what someone said happened. We can't get proof that strong arm sunk a ship, right? We can't really do that. All they hear is stories. So people just need to realize that there's some people out there who are acting in bad faith, and that notwithstanding, rumors are rumors. You're gonna hear things every season. At least, well, every privateer gets shit on by people, right? It's just the nature of what it is. And we can't just be like, oh, they've been reported a magic number of times, it must be true. Yes, people like NID will investigate it, the PLU will ask around, verify some things. But people need to understand that, the opinion of, is strong arm a good privateer? There are, 9 people who get to have an opinion on that, and that is High Command. I don't care what Joe Schmo the cadet, or... honestly, I don't, because you're all in chat here. I don't care what Dark Jedi thinks. I don't care what Wallace thinks. I don't care what Captain Silver Meadows thinks about about strong arm. I will take their opinions, but it does not matter. They need to learn to keep their mouth shut. Obviously, captains, officers, different thing, but the sailors that go out there blabbing about this happened and whatever, that just perpetuates drama. I know we're never gonna get rid of it, but it's an element of we all gotta knock the crap out. It gets annoying. Pindrop, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, honestly, a portion of strong arm does its fair share of memery. which doesn't help the case. But I'm of the opinion that if a privateer is not being accused by white sail companies of piracy or blatantly legal acts, then you're not doing your job well enough. I might have to step away again a little bit. People have reports about how strong arm attacks somebody. I bet you the number of reports that the strong arm attacks me equals 0. I will tell you this. We've asked this question. I get reports. A privateer says, hey, we're hearing strong arm tax someone. And we'll say, okay, did they tax you? Oh no, this was someone told us this. Okay, who was it? What was this person? Okay, we go to that person. Hey, we heard a report that strong arm taxed you. Oh, they didn't tax me. They taxed someone else. Okay, we'll go to tax that. And it ultimately leads to, like, we cannot find someone who says, yes, strong arm taxed me. I've yet to see a report of now there's been some, obviously there's Blue Shield, whatever it is stuff. There's a Riptide thing. I have never seen a report or have anyone come to me that says, I am person X from company Y. Strongarm stopped me in their waters and charged me a 2 gold tax. Everything is always, so-and-so told me that happened to somebody else. So, honestly, I know people are like, oh, there's a cacophony of this. We get all these reports. All this stuff comes in. One report is an allegation. 5 of them is a pattern and should be followed up on. And yes, they should be followed up on. But it's way too easy to just game that system and end an entire company's role play as privateers because 5 people decided that they were going to make allegations. That bar is too low. Yep, been taxed at the bottom of the sea though. Yes, that is, yeah. So Davenport has no strong feelings about strong arm either way. They are a privateer in good standing. I could care less until we can prove that they've broken the law, that they violated the letter of marque. He treats them in the same way that we treat the Infinite, that we treated Port Legion before we pulled their letter, that we treat Raven's Ambition, that we treated the Enlisted. All these companies are privateers, and they're in good standing, and we need to be respectful to them as they are privateers. And if we disrespect them, and if we accuse them of things, or we act biasly towards them, one, out of character, it's not fun to just constantly fight the rumor mill, and 2, it drives people away from being privateers. And we don't want that. So, tonight is apparently a night of rants. I need to get this document done. I need to addition. This is the fun part. Operations is requesting permission to enact operation. I should put it this way: Operation Pale Force in operation. Open door. Oh, thank you. I don't always stream when doing it. There's a whole bunch of stuff that I need to do tonight that I just cannot stream if I get to it. Things like I have put together our voyage details where we're gonna send everyone this weekend. You can see it over here. That's what the rundown is. This is actually from last week. I can't show that kind of stuff because the meta is just way too strong there. If you know where all of our ships are going to go, they will magically all be interdicted by an overwhelming number of pirates. So, unfortunately, we just can't show that kind of stuff. This kind of stuff, some of this stuff we can. So, and I'm sure this is rife. Yeah, but how would they know? It doesn't matter. When it's happened before, where our patrol log has been shown, and it was in 5.0. It ended up, and it wasn't even Ven. I forget how or who or what. It ended up on screen somewhere, and it was out there. And for a week, actually for the first 2 days, it was very clear that everyone knew where we were going to be, and we then had to just basically throw it all out and put in a new one. It's fine. I need more sinks anyway. Yeah. There are 12 sinks in 5.5. There's no way you're at 12 for 5.5. Yes, Peter, I will gladly. You let me know what patrols you want to go on, and I will gladly show the patrol routes. Honestly, it's not even that bad because it will be like. For those that you don't know, we give general patrol orders for the week. Here's some grids to go to. They carry those out for the week. On the weekend, we then give active orders that are more pointed. But even the general patrol orders is going to be like, hey, the Crimson Hail. This week you're going to B3, B4, B5, B6. Those are your grids. So it's not like it's super super classified, but someone can put two and two together and say, hey, I can deduce from someone else's stream when the hurricane generally leaves and I know that they're heading to this grid, I can park two stacked brigantines down there and ambush a single Navy ship. We don't want that. It's just, while we generally trust everyone with their meta, it's just too ripe for someone not to abuse. Shame. Yeah, I didn't see that, but if my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, that like wasn't a glitch happened and their ship basically got bugged and smashed up against an island, something like that. Hey, Winter Frosty, thank you for that follow. We are Operation to enact Operation Pale Horse and Operation Broken Door. Okay. Blackwater sinks unless it's close to an into surrender. I don't want another sperm whale. Oh, people fell asleep. Got you. Like 48 us encountering 4 pirate breaks. Honestly, Sly Jaren, I happen to know one of the streamers from the Sinners, and was able to go back and just cause as I do sometimes, just I'm at work, or whatever, just watch the VOD. It seemed organic to me, right? Claiming meta should be a high bar, so it's very difficult to be like, oh, that was definitely meta, or it definitely wasn't. But absent of any actual information, any actual like, yeah, oh, that was way too, someone streamed them being like, I suddenly know where the Navy is. We just can't throw the word meta around. So don't touch me, I'm angry. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, that was interesting from what I heard, that just they fell asleep. But yeah, that's the other thing. People shooting their mouth off at trade fairs about where the 48's going to be. That's why we try to. Well, I will say, Belsaris, that we didn't actually determine where it was going to be until Monday. So there was some talk about it, but we didn't put it at the Infinite until I went out there on Monday to ask them. Yeah, and unfortunately, there was we were talking about this earlier tonight. There was a whole unfortunate set of circumstances around that 48, and the idea, and I know Peter, I think Davenport and Blackwater talked about it. The idea was to have logistics set that up ahead of time, and due to a number of things, including IRL stuff on MacDeer, it didn't happen. Regardless of how it didn't happen, it just didn't happen. What we've always tried to avoid is at 5.0 we did that, like the supply ship sailed out with the 48 and built it up there, and that obviously did not work, and we saw it again here that it did not work. It would have been nice to have a little bit of time, but we were right there, so it's understandable how we didn't. It was just unfortunate that they happened to be rolling by just after we got there. That said, one of the things that drives me crazy is some of these like minor meta things when they're like, oh, we're saying past this port. I magically can tell that those ships have been anchored for less than 15 minutes. They must have just arrived there because the wind is still in their sails. That's not a thing. You cannot use that in character. I understand that because of Farsight, you can see if a brig's just been recently parked. Like we saw that tonight, and we were able to say like, oh, I think that brig might be docked because it's not moving, right? We got there like, yes, like we could see it from a ways away. I understand that you can deduce that. People need to not do that because that just makes it way too easy to be like, oh, I can see ships in their harbor. They must have just got there. There is no way in character you should be able to know that at that point. Yeah, I don't know. That is a pet peeve of mine, Peter. Like recently anchored. Realistically, how would you tell if a ship was anchored 50 minutes ago? I get in real life it takes far more time to unload a ship, and you might be able to see that its riggings are still up. And really, to me, it's like, oh, it's recently anchored. It's the whole like, oh, the wind is still in their sails. That's not a thing. Can we stop using that? It's the same as when someone dives down into a wreck and is like, I pulled out my hammer and I can see all these ports still have all their splinters. This ship wasn't attacked, it was scuttled. That I don't like that because a ship is at the bottom of the ocean. There are multiple ways besides planks being missing that a ship can sink, and it's a little crazy that in that specific instance, somebody knew out of character what had happened because there was a video about it, and magically came to the deduction about exactly how that worked, and was to be like, due to my sleuthing skills, this ship was sunk and or was scuttled and not sunk, and it's like this scene was clearly staged out of character to look like they had been attacked, and we're busting up roleplay by being like, there is no mechanic to sink your own ship, so we have to scuttle it. Like, yeah, I guess I could have ripped the planks off, but yeah, I know you can. It's just, I guess, Jedi, my big thing isn't necessarily that like, oh, like, can you tell the ship just arrived in harbor? Sure, it's their wind is still in their sails. If you're gonna come up with like an in-character reason to explain away why Farsight still works for 15 minutes after they've anchored, do better than the wind is still in their sails. Yeah, the big thing with that, Peter Clark, though, was that I know that person knew out of character what had happened, and the report that they submitted was perfect to what out of character had actually happened. That they had magically deduced all of that from inspection of their port. It wasn't like, we don't know, but something went down. It's hard to tell if they were attacked or if they sunk their ships. It looks like these ships were scuttled, but we don't know if they were scuttled by them or if they were scuttled in an attack. Yes, the unlisted port. Yeah, they investigated the wreck and they looked at the ship for 30 seconds, pulled out their hammer, checked the planks, and said the ship was scuttled. There was no roleplay there, and it almost derailed the plot that I believe Unlisted were actually going for, because somebody decided, to me that's no different. It's less severe, but it's not that much different than nameplating somebody and being like, oh, this person must be a spy because I can see what company they're in. Yeah, I don't know what they're going for, but the point of the matter was we didn't know what had happened there. And out of character, we know what happened there. And they were just like, no, I don't think that they were attacked. This to me, like, it's hard to tell, but it looks, I firmly believe that they just up and left. It's like, the point of that was to be a chaotic scene, regardless of what they actually intended to. You would have to rely on out of character information to come to that conclusion. The report that he submitted that we did have to redact was just too specific. It was spot on to what actually had happened. Okay, we've ranted enough. I have actual things to put together. I mean, the crown is over for company actually gone pirate and is now known as the Forgotten. The Blue tells me they used to go to great lengths to make it look as authentic as humanly possible. When NID asked me for a ship, I think so long as you don't met it, it's reasonable to assume people will go to all possible lengths to debunk your facade. Yeah, we could drop the topic. I get that. I have differing opinions on it. I think that the storyline should be first and foremost, and using a mechanic like the number of splinters left on a plank, unless you know, if it was an accredited bosun or a shipwright, I could believe that. This person was neither. I think you're seeing the whole thing. You could deduce they ripped everything they could up to get the resources and scale the ships, because they're marked ships registered with the blue. Yeah, but that's the issue. Isn't with the totality of the story. The issue is with kind of how all that was deduced.
Hey, Secretary.
All right, 5-minute clock started. Good day, Hat. How are you?
I'm doing good. I wanted to ask, is it possible I can be officially on the ops billet now? Because I've noticed that the Commodore Bose isn't really around as much now. Like, I think he's been now for 3 days, and he isn't really going out on his patrols as often as he used to. And I find myself being more here, so it seems more sense that I would be billeted here, as this is where I'm spending more time.
Yeah, we can do that. I do just need you to inform the Commodore that you requested to join Ops' billet, and you just let him know.
Yeah, I can do. I think when I did speak to him last time, he said he would be fine with it. But I don't know now if he's going to be awake now until Thursday. So I might just like leave him a letter in his mailbox or something.
Yes, you don't like need his permission to do that necessarily, but he does need to be aware of it. So.
Okay, that's fine then. I can just leave him a note. And
yeah. Otherwise, yes, you know you're one of our clerks, and we have still plenty of billet positions left, and we're just filling a lot of those with non-billet because we take the people that we need, even if they're in someone else's house or department. That's fantastic. So I'll get you moved over. I'll list you as on our billet. Just I don't need like a copy of the letter. Just make sure that you let the Commodore know to move you off of a billet slot and into, if you wish to stay, assumingly, in that house as an honorary member.
Yeah, that's all I'll be doing, is just being an honorary member.
All right, sounds good.
That's fine. All right, thank you. I'll see you around, okay?
Yep. Actually, if you want to mention it down on the roster sheet, if you will, right outside the clerk area, you'll see how we are marking billeted people. If you just want to add that B to your name.
Yeah, I can do that. That's not a problem.
Perfect.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm reading a Discord message. Okay. I like Hat. He's good people. He's pretty straightforward. They have not been notified. designated. No, we're not pulling no punches. Davenport is a bit of a warhawk. Also see above, but unless it's being wanted. Yeah, okay. And Davenport's a little bit of a warhawk. He originally has to be restrained by Puffins when he goes a little bit too far. It's toned down a little bit, but I got a joke for you if you want to fuck with Ferg. Yes, I will take it. The unlisted were a particular company that has essentially gone pirate and is now known as the Forgotten. Yeah, send it to me. Yeah, shoot me a Discord message or a whisper works just fine too. So they're intending to go their letter, Mark. As such, a confirmed act of piracy is because of your treason. We have Christ of the unless be designated enemy of the crown. A tango bounty. We'll move that to 5 because this is on any member, not already on the personal list. On all. Wanted. I will have to go over here to pull up my whispers. There we go. That is pretty dark, Croesus. But I might have to use it. Might have to use it. Okay. Infamous. Okay. Artemis, Damien, Jackie. Operations. I'll show you the bounty book in a second because that's public knowledge. Request for bounties and operations. Put these here. What's going on over here? Wow, okay, there we go. Da, da, da. Let's do just a quick spell check. Manual style. Where my word at? Sank. Operation. A 10 gold bounty. Bounties. 20 centers. Good. He is, but wow, and he is not enjoying the bar shot spam. Yeah. There's that. Let's check this one. That one's good. Alright, there we go. Request for personal bounties. I need copies of this. Alright, here's the current bounties. Actually, let me get these. Ooh, I'm gonna have to make room. Move some stuff. I don't think I've heard about him. Yeah, no, he's here. So the bounties we have currently, Carmelo technically still has a bounty. Purely Pincushion has a 40 gold bounty, actually not 50. And then we have the existing members of Black Rose. I don't know that any of them are actually here, but as the story continued, we left Roman, Gibbs, Nova, and Boomcroft up with their bounties. We technically still have a bounty out for Ivar. We have a bounty out for Miss Jolene. I think this might have been supposed to have gone up. I have to take a look. Honestly, 40 is fine. We have one on Apollo, Sin, and Tiny Thistle. We'll be adding Artemis, Damien, and Jackie to that list. Then we have our fun one on Bundy Rum. Of course, out of character, I know that's not going to be collectible, but the bounty stands because in character we have not confirmed bounty status at the minute, so we'll just avoid that. Yeah, it's a very rich shark. We'll avoid that meta, but yeah, there's technically a 1,000 gold bounty on Bundy Rum. Kai had a bounty. Actually, I can show you. Yeah, then the Iliad and the Nightmare. I don't even know if the Nightmare is still around, but it technically has a bounty. What did we had? So, these are the bounties we had. Penelope and Bailey were both given light bounties that were then cleared 2 days later because of the treaty. Kai had his bounty that went up very early on in 5.0. They carried over. Swift and Jack Anderson had a bounty. They, of course, are both deceased. And that's it. Levi alone had 40 Private Navy kills to his name, and he claimed them multiple times. Honestly, we have gotten better about the bounty system since 5.5 and 5.0. We weren't that big on the bounty system. Yeah. Oh, by the way, Burke can officially confirm Bundy's death, so that is canon. Well, did Burke submit a report officially confirming Bundy's death? Is it in the 94 pieces of paper I've yet to read? Maybe. When you got let go, I was like, man, Jedi, congrats on your mansion. You got a mansion? The Navy has a hard time catching and confirming names through the RP rules. We do. So we had all these engagements with the sinners, and we know 5 of their names. You have to write it down. I don't hear anything. I need it written down for it to be confirmation. Yeah, we have all these interactions with the sinners. They had masks on for the majority of those interactions until apparently the 48, where I talked to a number of people who were like, yeah, they were just tossing their names out left and right. Like Hex getting shot, Levi got him shot. Kai didn't even know what happened until he was told. Yeah, the relationship between the Navy and Sticks and Bones, all bounties and stuff, was not that well organized. We didn't do a lot of bounties in 5.0 until near the end there. It definitely has nothing to do with Davenport's rise to master and eventual promotion to secretary. Not at all. I'll leave that there. I need to move a bunch of shit in this to make room for these 3. Actually, I think I can just do this. We'll take Bundy's and we'll put it here. I can clear this out. But yeah, blame Davenport. Blame Davenport that we actually have a functioning, bounty system now where we have a process by which we request them officially, and we get it put out, and we now get to give this book to all privateers. I'll take that blame. I don't think all 3 of these are gonna fit here. Oh, they will. But I'm gonna need to add. I'm gonna put this for now. I'm gonna need to add more space because I need to put in the call out about the sinners, and hopefully the call out about the unlisted. the Forgotten, whatever they are now. We took off the Calamity. Yep. Okay. We will fix the rest of that later, but for now, why did I put a period on this? That's a title, doesn't need a period. But they like carrying 15 pages of notes around with them. Yeah, they'll be so sad, especially Archie. Yes. Yeah, let the riot has begun. You can blame Davenport all you want, I get paid the same. That is, it's a damn video game. Okay. We are going to push this through. Let's get that out. And then I have to see what else. I have a few other things I need to do tonight. I have to see what else I can do before I need to put you all in a box. In which case, I might just end stream when we get to that point. Because it's just going to be a lot of that. Admiralty. Don't look at anything in here. Request for special bounties and operations. Boom. Done. Oh, we should check our box. Over here. 2 new voyage logs. Oh, there's a bunch of stuff in here. Oh, ooh. Okay, well we can read those. Those are for puffins. I'll toss those on the pile. Let's go read some reports. I hope people are using the spyglass thing, because we're about to read some of them. I've seen you discovered the red shell from hell.
Yeah, so what happened, I think, was there's a new clerk called Dantes, and he was signing off saying that he did the mail, but then he never did a mail summary. And then, I think that was yesterday, and then we have all the mail from the 48, which is piled in.
Yes. So what I will say, obviously, are you planning on trying to work through it here tonight?
Possibly. I may have nightmares in like 5 minutes. I'm going to find out. But
Okay.
If I don't, then I'm going to just work through this and just chill here.
Yeah, if you do have the time right now, what I would say is first pass, go through with a very, very fine comb, or very thick comb, I guess I'd say, that everything that's in there, and take a hard look on, does this need to go in the summary? And if not, just put it into file. Really,
That's fine. And I think
yeah.
some of it's copied as well. Like with the Plu stuff, I think some of it's been duplicated.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
I just
So
need to
really,
check it.
I'm wanting to have a word with Plu about that shit because that's getting actually incredibly frustrating.
there are like 80 pieces of paper in there, and probably 35 of them are from the Plu in the last 24 hours.
Because like I'll send a voyage log to Plu, which involves privateers, and then they'll like put their stuff on it and then send it back again.
Mm-hmm.
No, there have been some absolutely fucking stupid ones from the Plu. And it's actually getting to the stage where I'm actually gonna have to start telling my people to actually just stop sending up the Plu ones because they're completely worthless in terms of actual valuable information. The reports, not only are the reports very lacking, but they are lacking of any actual relevant information.
Yep.
They're very poorly done reports.
Well, I think some of it is they're sending up every privateer report that they get, which I can understand. But I'll take every privateer report, but the rest of that shit, I don't need.
Yeah, like, or at least screen the report if there's actually if it's a report where they just said we sailed the tandem, we did fuck all for a week. All right, cool. Do I need a report from it?
Right. Yeah, we are also probably going to institute or reinstitute the policy of I want 1 voyage log from each ship. I do not want 9.
Oh, that annoys me so much. It's like every sailor wants to do a voyage log.
I think, okay, so there are differences for that one. For example, I know we got a ton of reports in from about the Widower voyage. That one I'm fine getting multiple reports for because of the fuckery that occurred.
If it's an incident, I understand it, but if it's not really an incident,
Yep,
then
that
there's
is
no point
that
getting
is an
multiple point
incident
numbers.
report. That is not a voyage log. So this, to be fair, this policy is not in place yet. I need to speak to Puffins, but I'm pretty sure I'm just going to kick this out in the next couple days. The commander of that vessel, whatever the ranking officer is, right? Who is I don't want to say the helmsman, but Obviously, there were times where an ensign might take a patrol as the commander and a lieutenant goes with him. The ensign in this case is the commander, right? That person, that commander of that vessel, is responsible for turning in a voyage log. I don't care if they write it. I don't care if it's Flemington and Mouse writes it. I don't care if someone else gives them details or they actually write it. They are turning in the voyage log. Anyone else turns in a voyage log, we will file it away. If there's something else that needs to be said, that's an incident report. I'll have all the captains, like, if someone wants to get experience writing voyage logs, they can ask their captain if they can write the log for the day. I'm fine with that, but I just, like, the issue isn't necessarily we'll get 2 or 3 about them. It's a come over several days, and it's impossible to marry them up.
Especially when they're titled voyage log.
Yes, we're also going to be cracking down on that. Once we get to that point, Hat, if we get I don't want to delay the information, but if we get a voyage log that is sufficiently lacking in format or details, we will ask you to put that back to that captain and say, fix this.
Yep. Oh, we're also going to have a chat about looting.
Looting?
Yes, pretty much, we have had multiple problems now of people taking souvenirs.
Okay.
Now, if a ship sinks, we sink a pirate vessel, by all means. I want, things, I want people to, go down and, hey, I'm cool, I got a new carbine, cool, I got this cool pirate carbine. If it's stuff that's relevant, like paperwork, or if the weapons are embellished, we need to see that because it could give us names or everything else like that.
In addition,
if some Millen names themselves, names the rifle, Betty's Boom Boom Stick, for example, we now know there's someone in the company they're called Betty, right?
Right.
Furthermore, I've had
like a name card.
reports about the fact that even after being ordered to return all things to the unlisted, when that whole thing happened, multiple members of the Navy apparently kept the swords. So that's something I'm looking into.
Yeah, like I said, I'm fine with if we sink a vessel or whatnot, and we're salvaging, we're taking souvenirs. They boarded us, right, and we've cut them down and we take their hat. That's fine.
I think Cat Pro used to do that. They had a big collection.
Yeah, like that's one thing. It's another if we what cannot happen is, okay, we capture a pirate. Obviously, we need to take some of their equipment from them for everyone's safety, right? We're not
But
taking...
they handed into the prison.
Yes, that all needs to be handled into the prison as soon as, like, someone needs to collect that information, that equipment, and either put it in a folder in their pocket, or put it in a crate on the ship somewhere, and when that prisoner is handed over,
just put them away somewhere, like stock them up somewhere, put them in someplace. Just do not keep them on the fucking person.
We cannot take souvenirs from someone who surrendered.
Yep, and then on top of that,
I get that, Jenny, but we can't keep it.
The calamitous fuck up that was the searching of the unlisted vessel that was in the harbour that was burning, which had the letter of mark and everything. That was completely bungled in every single sense of the word. Not only were body parts lost of the 2 people that were hung, not only was pretty much all paperwork lost beyond the initial letter, the letter of mark, and that was about it. Any equipment besides the actual armor was never found and has been lost somewhere. All the weapons are gone, lost, nowhere to be found. 90% of the stuff that was on that ship was looted, is what I'm going to call it. And it's not made its way to here. I've got the armor they were wearing, and that was it.
Yep, that's unacceptable. I say we do bunk checks. We find it, we kick them out of the Navy. I'm like 40%
for the enlisted one, that was bungled, and I've already had multiple problems with that particular search, which I've already had to deal with. I had to speak to a certain individual about some of the things that happened during that. I've also had to deal with a few other things as well. So, yeah, it's getting a thing, and if I need to put out a fucking thing about it, I will, because it's getting beyond the joke now. Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Hey, DM, thank you for that raid. Yeah, I understand. Do you need me to read this piece of paper now?
What bit of paper? It's a report. You can read it whenever.
All right, thank you. Where were we? Oh yeah. Honestly, go like even if it's all you get through, and I know you probably are already late for your nightmares, if not begin them. Even if all you do is comb through it, take a hard look through all that shit and just toss it into file or move it out of the red shelf or anything that doesn't need to be in the summary.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll come through it.
Yeah, call that down to what actually needs to be reported. If it's a heavy mail summary, let's get rid of the fluff.
Yep, makes sense. And some of it's probably going to be a couple of days old anyway.
Yep. Yeah. So obviously we want to report the important stuff, even if it's a couple days old, but we don't need 90 things in a mail summary. So.
No, and like most of the time, like if I bring mail in and I see that it's important, then I'll just run a copy and send it to you and Puffins anyway.
Yep, that's perfect. We of course, as I know you know, still need it in the mail summary because that goes out to a lot of people. But that is good. So.
Yeah. No worries. Okay, I'll get to it.
All right. Thank you, Midget Mate. No one tell Hat, but now that he's on our billet, he is probably going to be a master. Actually, I'm gonna do this. We're gonna do this right now. Not this right now. Hey DM Vega, by the way, thank you for slipping in. Thanks for that raid. I'm probably winding down. I do have some stuff I need to do that is very sensitive and I can't stream, so rather than you all sitting in a box for a while, I'm probably just gonna end when I get to that point. Means you're going to tour it up. Welcome Raiders. Pirate Girlfriends. Yeah, Pirate Girlfriends be a problem. Peter's laugh is what I can't get out of my head. Broke him so hard. I wonder if there was some kind of fuckery with Pat. Yeah, something could have gone wrong. But that scene, from what I saw, because I wasn't waiting for it, was just cluster. No one was in charge of it. No one was really enforcing anything. So, Admiral Vega raid. You can have fun with the pirate. You just can't keep them. Exactly. Someone tell Alderson that if you're still here. Davenport has a way to fix that problem. Burke. Wait, what problem? You can have fun with the pirate. You just can't keep them. Oh yeah, we'll just murder them. It's not murder if they're pirates. It's a justifiable killing. Yeah, I already solved one pirate girlfriend problem. Vega wants to know where he should put Purehammer's squid. I am not touching that. No, Bear's not dead. We just hung 8 of her friends. Bang him and hang him. Oh yeah, that's what I was doing my short leave. I was out there murdering all the pirate girlfriends. I'm sorry. Bang him and hang him. Alderson, are you still here? Probably not, because it's super late. We may need another painting. Yeah, Davenport's the pirate girlfriend assassin. There's probably a demotion book too somewhere. It's probably in the Master Chief's. Nightwing, thank you for that follow. Let's get this done. Person to promote, Mr. Hat. Current rank, midship mate. Make remote. Masters. Mate. Bailey, wasn't it Wallace's? No, who was Wallace's? Was that Penny? Whose was Wallace's? Yeah, his was Penny's. Yeah. Bailey's McGrath. Yeah, apparently we don't need to talk about it, but pirate girlfriends. I have made the decision long ago that Davenport is not getting in relationships because I'm not having that conversation with my actual wife. So I barely get by with playing this game as much as I do. If I was doing romantic roleplay, I do not think you'd ever hear from me again. Yep, and I'm fine with that, right? I love what I do with operations. I know Puffins loves and Coda loves the roleplay with Mouse, and I'm all for that. It's not my cup of tea. Ugh, all this food stuff. Can I not have to eat food? Ah, ooh. Ah. I don't know. I'm just gonna say McGrath lost out on that one in my mind. He had a good thing. And now he doesn't. Unfortunate. Well, technically, Croesus at the minute they would be wanted, which we can't hang them for. But if it goes further and she does become infamous, yes, he would have to hang his girlfriend. Yeah, thanks, Smokin. I mean, I the only reason. So here's a story. We'll tell quick. The only reason I'm in operations is because Puffins stole Davenport away from the courthouse. This goes way back deep into 5.0, like week 2, 3. I got left on the island a lot because of just my playtime, and I was part of Cap Row, but they'd almost always depart like an hour before I could get on, which was fine. So I get left on the island a lot. So I originally joined the courthouse with Brando and Benji, and did a couple court cases there. I was there for like 4 days. It was a lot of fun. I was like, oh, I want to be a barrister. I kind of want to like get into this and like argue court cases for the Navy, against the Navy, all this stuff. And I was delivering I vaguely knew who Puffins was, but I was delivering a copy of the court case of Deason, Cav's character Deason, where he had to spend 1 hour every Thursday for like the next like 20 weeks with his son to make up for not being a good father. I was delivering that decision to Puffins because Deason was at the instructor's office at that point, and it was like 1 in the morning, and then dropping that off, Puffins was like, Davenport, like, do you want to stay working in the clerk's office or working in the courthouse, in the Suffield courthouse, or do you want to join operations? And I was like, what do you, like, are you giving me an order? And he was like, yes, welcome to operations. And so I joined operations, and Coop joined the next day. I know Archie has previous time with operations, but that's how I got into this. So everything that Davenport understands about operations, Puffins and obviously Angry, as the other secretary, taught him about it, right? The whole way we write orders, obviously it comes from Puffins, but it's the way, it's current standard military way that orders are written, with the 5 different parts. But everything that I know, everything that Davenport knows was taught by Puffins. So we do vibe very well together, especially because I like paperwork and he generally doesn't do it. So I just do all of it. Isn't the end of the crown infamous? Aren't you pushing for sinners unlisted? Sinners infamous, yes, is enemy of the crown. Let's take a look at this. I might need to switch to a screen share here. Let me get the rules up. Let me switch. I think in-game blank. Let's see what happens when I do this. Yay, there it is. Okay. Rules. Where was this section? I bet I can search for enemy of the crown. Enemy of the crown. Privateers and civilians who consistently break laws. Yeah, so this isn't really what we're going for because it's for privateers and civilians. Another deemed aggressive and unlawful can be marked as enemy of the crown. If you're marked enemy of the crown, then you must suffer law. Paint your sails black for on the enemy of the crown. The company will be treated as pirates of the crown who continue to commit crimes before they pay tribute will gain infamy. Tribute of gold. Yeah, so we're kind of not. This isn't really the enemy of the crown that we're doing because this is for like making white sails that constantly break the law go black sails. Let me get back to here. So no, it doesn't have to be infamous. My push, it's treason. Treason is listed. I think it's a major crime. Treason is actually not listed as a crime. Fun fact I'm learning now. But in this case, we're gonna seek wanted status because we don't want that story to end too fast. So, Davenport did not kill Bailey. No, to my knowledge, Bailey is alive. That was a joke, if you will. She's actually dead. Yeah, but she gave the Theristus, our best vessel, our baby. Oh, okay. Oh, she's dead, just not yet. When Davenport and Puffins talk, really, it's like a long-term relationship. Yeah, until Puffins decides to get himself captured by freaking pirates and says, "I've trained my replacement," and puts his life in danger. I had to boop him once for that because technically I replaced Commodore Angry. But treason equals death, though no. Via said they need to be hanged, and Admiral said, "Yep." You know what? All right, you make a good case. Ah, shoot. No, we're gonna leave it at wanted. For reasons that will become clear. Yeah. Thirsty that Bunday. Oh, yeah. They'd be hanged, and Admiral said, "Yep." Hey, we can always choose to hang them, and they can always choose to come back and say, "Not wanted, infamous." Let's get this done. Master's Mate recently moved from Avengers. Justification signed. Nicholas Davenport. Justification. Mid. Ship the mate. Hat. There was this. I actually finally watched all of Trippy's last Kai VOD. Yeah, that was some heavy stuff. The most strong news thing. Yeah, on Bunny Permid. Yeah, so we're not going to dive too deep in the meta. OOC, we all know that Bundy is dead. If a certain lieutenant would actually submit me a written report, we can strike that from the list. Do it. Do it. No. The Navy member. I'll tell you what, Burke. I will give you 0.1% of that bounty if you can get me that letter in the next 11 minutes. Yes, that is 1 gold, by the way. And it can't just say Bundy is dead. You need to prove it. You know what? I'll give you 1%. I'll give you 10 gold. Yeah, honestly, Smokin', I don't do well when people are watching me type. No. You will take 10 gold and you will like it, Jedi. So, I already cannot type. I do advanced hunt and peck, so that is invaluable to the...
And there's no.
There weren't any around the hospital. I looked around, I couldn't find.
Secretary, yes.
What's going on downstairs? There's like some
I
professional
think it's
speed
stuck in there.
typer. Yes, Belisarius. This is the real bounty on... Oops, I passed it. Because that's over here now. This is the real bounty on Bundy. He was not joking about the 100 gold. We clarified that with the Admiralty. Yeah, I mean, ultimately it doesn't matter. Because it's not going to be collected. Yep. Yeah, this is the point where I tell Jedi that the 10 gold he's going to get is actually half of his voyage stipend anyway. Sucker. Hey, let's have some pudding. That's good. Hat. Running of the blue. Running of... Yep, but it's not Milsim, so this isn't actually the 1700s. And could you imagine what would happen? The sheer discord that would happen if we allowed captains to claim bounties on ship sinks? I'll reference you back to the absolute shitstorm that happened when we had Hell Week called against the Navy, reportedly, and in those first 7 hours we sank 6 ships. I had the clerks put out a rundown of that, and I had a captain threaten to quit in the morning because his crew wasn't called out in that. If we start paying bounties for that, shit's gonna get real fast. Yep. Well, you know what, Burke, we'll give you a sinking bonus per ship, and I'll even be retroactive. I'll give you 10 per ship. 10 copper per ship. Problem solved. it would have taken 9. Yeah, with the prize is the pizza party that will then cancel when no one will show up to. Not 9 copper, just 9. Cyber makes strong arm serve the pizza. Could you imagine if Bert gets to 26 and we're gonna throw a pizza party and we make strong arm be on hand to work it? Oh, that's cruel. It's several times now offered suggestions that have greatly improved the Jesus Christ effectiveness of ops. Done. Approved. Done. Stamped. Let's go deliver it. They would do it for money. Strongarm would do anything for money. Hold on. One report down. We need a smoke break. Alright, there we go. Can't invite them, but always give them the wrong time. Yeah, corporate mercs. They are the essence of what a privateer is supposed to be. Maybe the corporate stuff a little bit loosely defined, but mercs. Make use of the one shitty stock emote. So, honestly, I looked into, like, I know I could get other emotes made. Yes, I have one shitty stock emote. I'm pretty sure I could enable, like, 2 or 3 more shitty stock emotes. I'm not even going to do that. Well, I probably will at some point, I should say. But yes, I have the one shitty stock emote. Yeah, vapes. No. They're just cigarettes. Motion request inbox. Let's just make sure. Done. Okay, that's one less thing that I didn't have to do tonight that I actually did tonight. Check the mail, the promotion request I'm watching on the res, and I thought it said twat. No, Tom's hat. T-hat. Congrats on the shitty emote, I guess. Yeah. Yep, one shitty emote. Davenport does approve twat. I guess you could say that, yes. Yep. I guess that's true. Let me just check this quick. Alright. You know, I can see why it would. You think it's twat. It's a very cute emote. Yes, I will admit I had nothing to do with it. It was just there. It's gonna be in the hard tech time. Secretary of Operations approves twat. We should probably stop saying twat. Have a good night, lady. There's more things in this drawer. Just cleared this out. Okay, well, ooh, this is Sawyer's exam. Let's put this over here. See if hidden. No. If you open that door with that report, I swear to God. It needs to be verifiable. It can't just be you said he's dead. You know, this is a high bar, right? Before I look at it.
He's dead.
All right. I can look at this, right? Ah, Ferguson. Have we confirmed if Bundy is alive or dead?
I've heard people say that he's dead. But nothing really written down. So let me just. Do you want to just read that? Then
Hold on. Yep. Yeah. That's what we're looking at right now. witnessed Bunny being killed by a swarm of sharks as he attempted to flee. I was unable to retrieve any remains due to the violent nature of his death. It's thin. It's thin.
Well, I confirmed him on the ship, sir, and the captain can confirm that I called him out and tried to get him to surrender.
I have heard, I have been told by a few different people that, you know, outside of the Navy and other people that, yeah, he's also dead. So I'm willing to accept that in combination with the verbal reports.
All right, congrats, Burke. You are now the proud owner of 0.1% of the bounty on said individual.
0.1%?
Yep.
Yeah, but we have to share it with everyone for the bounty.
It's a 1,000
and if your own
gold
report,
bounty. You get 1 gold.
Yeah.
Be happy.
Exactly, it's 1,000 gold bounty. You get 1 gold, because bear in mind we have to send it out to every other bit of the shark. Now you said multiple sharks were tearing him apart.
Yeah, you know how much you know how expensive those
I'm not
sharks are?
sharing gold with sharks?
Those sharks take a minimum vig of 30%.
Yeah, and in this case, okay, we obviously need to figure out how much of Bundy each shark got. If someone got an arm and a leg, then that's probably near about 100 or 100 for gold.
We gotta pay we gotta pay the shark
about
assessors.
8 sharks that he fought off until they overcame him.
Oh, okay, so 8 sharks.
No
right?
one else spotted him down there but me with my grapple, and I couldn't get to him.
Each shark is probably going to claim about 100. We need to pay the shark assessors to figure out how much flesh they actually ate.
Okay, they get 100, I get 200.
They're going to need lawyers to figure out how we best
again,
assess
1,000
that.
divided by 8. You said there's 8 sharks, so therefore it's
and then there's me,
125.
so I get the other 200.
No, it's 125.
No, we have to pay the lawyers too.
They don't get lawyers.
No, but the assessors who have to determine how much each
shark
shark ate does.
yes.
And then, because that's so grueling, we have to pay for their therapists as well.
Sir, come on.
All right, I can go 2.
200.
I can go 2.
200?
I can go 200.
Gold.
Son of a bitch, he's onto us.
Yeah, you tried it. It was good. It was a good one.
200 copper it is.
200 gold.
Let me go on my
Come
desk.
on.
Honestly, though,
I'm not even gonna
How
spend it anytime soon.
Okay, how about this? Okay, let's look at a compromise here. Okay, 5 gold and an increased stipend for when you make captain.
That's not even guaranteed.
Well, that means you just got to do good work.
I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, just keep up the good work, and you might be captain. Therefore, you
I'll tell you
have to
what.
get the increased stipend.
1 gold and 5 head pats.
No.
I just upped it to 5. You just went down.
All right, fine. 5 gold and 10 head pats.
Why are you two abusing me like this? I'm so good to both of you.
To be fair, Burke, we do have a policy in the Navy that we do not pay Navy members bounties. On top of that, bounties are for people who are alive, not dead.
The bounties are for alive, not dead.
I tell you what, I will throw in.
The fact that even offering you 5 gold is,
okay.
generous.
5 gold, 10 head pats, and 1 pizza party served by Strong Arm.
Oh, that's gonna go over well.
Probably not. Actually, the guys give it. Oh yeah, by the way, that might not go over well.
No, I think it'll go great. We'll do it for your 20th sink. It has to be pizza and only margarita
you got
pizza.
2. Apparently, you got 2.
No, he's
Sinks?
at
I'm 12.
like 12.
I know, but I know. Were you not involved in the sinking of the 2 sailor ships today?
Yeah, I was.
Oh, are you counting? Is that how you're getting to 12?
Yes.
Okay, so you're at
I was
like,
literally
you're
the
at like
vice
12
lieutenant
quarter
today.
ships. Yeah, but you weren't
There you
manning
go.
that
There's
vessel.
2 more ships. There you go. You got 8 more to go.
Yeah, there you go. You're almost to a pizza party, Burke. That's like having 200 gold.
Listen, do you know the shipping cost for delivery across the ocean? Like, forget the.
Italy is
forget
a
the half-hour
long
delivery
way
time.
away.
You guys know I build the ships, right?
Nine?
Yeah, you build ships, but you don't fucking stock them.
Actually, I do, unless it's for you, sir.
Fuck you.
That sounds a lot like admitting to undercutting a superior officer.
Well, he actually knows this already.
Yeah, I know, which is why I was so glad when Blackwater took them over, because he actually stocked the damn things and actually put furniture in them.
I'm not an interior decorator.
It's too bad. Could have paid you more.
Look, but you'll be fair. You know, I'm good. You'll pay me something that's appropriate. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
All right, we'll figure it
Yeah.
out. I will say the Navy does have a policy of not paying Navy members bounties, but we will figure out what is compensatable.
I'll talk to Gorkill too. Maybe she'll have a personal bounty.
How do you feel about alcohol?
I'm not really big on it, sir. I just drink it occasionally.
Is there some commodity you do wish to have? That is
Smokes.
that is legal. Tobacco is. I'm assuming you're talking about tobacco.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a preference between hand rolls, cigarettes, or cigars?
Cigars for sure. I don't like cigarettes.
All right, duly noted. One cigar party served by Strong Arm coming up.
What the hell?
All right. We'll figure it out, Burke.
Aye, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Also,
Lieutenant.
yep. Have a good night.
You too.
All right, Ensign Locke, what's up?
I feel like we're holding court.
Oh, are we?
Apparently.
No, go ahead.
Do you also have a
Okay.
report that someone with 1,000 gold bounty is dead?
I mean, I just dropped off the report about the Raven's ambition, but I've already told both of you about that.
Okay.
Oh, excellent. Read that.
That's worth at least 10 gold. Thank you.
Was it? Oh, okay.
Up. Shut up. You're sticking very bad precedence here.
With the Dragon's Tongue for contraband, where would you like us to do with that?
Keep it up there. Thank you for reminding me. I need to get that contraband course put up for the weekend.
I think you can just put that
Oh.
right in my desk.
Oh, I don't have a key to your office.
No, that was a serious question though.
I
Ferguson,
keep a
like,
log. The only thing I toss out now are the drugs because the hospital said they would not like it anymore. So
Keep it up there and keep it in storage. If we find the use for it, we'll go from there.
we'll do. Then I will start writing down those drugs instead of burning them.
But yeah, make sure. Yeah, just date them. Yeah, date them. Date them. But when we got them and who had them, and then we'll have a record.
Okay. I saw through the tactical room for like our houses about requesting NID information. Does that include the prison? Because if not, we already did an intake form at prison as well.
But I mean, prison can also request information as well. But in this case, prison information would also come. Requesting information from prison would go to NID as well.
That's what I meant. Did you just want them to go through you?
Yeah, have it go for us.
We'll do.
In fact, you know what? Honestly, fuck it, do both. And if in this case, if you don't do both, because sometimes people specifically want information about, like in this case, you will obviously have the first point of contact for information. Like fines paid, things like that. I'm fine with you lot taking that in. But if you don't have it, then you just come up and bring it to me.
Okay. Then that's all I really had for you in this. I don't know if you talked to the Secretary Davenport. I was gonna go more off of the looting thing.
I've already talked to Secretary Davenport about that. We will likely be doing a reminder course for all people to.
Goose, thank you for the raid.
Taking stuff from a pirate vessel is all well and good. Just make sure paperwork and any embellished items makes its way to
Yeah, I
us
can do a
first.
highlight.
After that, you can then put a claim in for it.
Yeah, Jenny, we can do some.
I was gonna suggest like it all get handed over afterwards because some of their stuff is better than some of our Navy equipment, sir, from what I've heard. And we should be using Navy equipment first. Like I know for prison we don't give back weapons, and I'm about to grab the horse cart and deliver that all down to warehouse. But I didn't know if we wanted to set up a system similar to prison that.
I would say, so in terms of the prison stuff, keep everything up there. Weapons, however, yeah, obviously weapons. If they're embellished with names, make sure they come to me. If they're not embellished with weapons, then either take them down to the warehouse. Yeah, take them down to the warehouse.
That's what I was gonna do, sir.
Oh,
thank you, Anne.
Or actually,
I was trying to clear up the lockers.
put them away, put them in a warehouse, and I'll have a look at something to do for them as well.
Okay, we'll do, sir. We don't want to start keeping a amount of them up there because like some of them have already paid their fines, but and then there's also the deal with the deceased ones as well.
Ooh, we could do auctions where we sell off all their equipment.
Only if it's actually any fucking good.
A lot of it's just basic stuff. I'm gonna be honest at this point for what we have up there.
And I say we stock the ships with it, and next time we come across those companies, we just throw it all back at them.
Aye. Well, I will go sort out all those weapons. I will just take them out of the folders for now, and I'll designate a new locker for it then. For now, until we want to decide what to do with them.
Yeah, this is the
Alright, perfect.
guy.
Just make sure there's a record of who's what is what. Aye.
Oh yeah, no, nothing. It's after like people have already paid stuff and everything like that. It's just ammo, basic things like that at this point.
Aye.
Yeah, lock is.
I appreciate you both.
Lock is good. Thank you,
Nope.
Vincent. Can we
Will you be going out with Captain Murphy later on the HMS sorry, the
Yes.
Hold on, let me my peanut butter in my mouth.
Hang on.
The HMS blah, 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 blah.
The HMS. Okay, I'm actually going to make a legitimate
The
attempt here.
haberdashery, is that what it is?
No, the HMS.
Uwu.
What would you do if you named a ship the HMS Uwu?
I wish we could.
I have a feeling
The-
that you'd wake up to that
the
ship sunk
Namorodo.
in the harbor.
Yeah, the HMS Namorodo.
Is it Nama? The R isn't
Namorodo.
rolled, is it?
Namorodo.
Namorodo. It's something like that. Namorodo.
Namorodo. I don't know.
Yeah, I plan to be aboard that vessel tonight. I'm just
Perfect.
clearing up all
I've-
the reports and
I
everything.
feel we're gonna call it the HMS Nam.
I'm just hey for me at this point I just like when he made Captain I was expecting things like HMS Matilda.
I mean, the Garcane was cool. Don't get me wrong. That was an awesome name.
Red Belly was cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was hoping he would name this one the HMS Redacted since we had fun with that letter.
You know, missed opportunity. Oh, I guess we have to get into an engagement and lose the.
Oh yeah,
Namorodo.
speaking of which, yeah, did you know she's a pirate
Oh yeah,
now?
by the way.
You have a pirate girlfriend.
Ex-pirate girlfriend.
Wait, she said she still loved you.
Ex-girlfriend or ex-pirate?
Yeah, she said
comment.
because I asked her if it was going to be over,
Okay.
and she said no. She still has tons of love for you.
The only thing worse
Yes, I
than NID.
yes I understand. Yes I
Hmm.
yes I understand that. Of course she still loves me, and but obviously as an official Navy person, I officially am not in a relationship with a pirate girlfriend. Absolutely not.
You know what the only
I
thing
officially.
worse than the head of intelligence being in a relationship with a pirate girlfriend is?
What?
The head of NID unofficially being in a relationship with a pirate girlfriend.
Not unofficially. I have officially broken up with her.
Okay, yeah, but unofficially?
Unofficially, that's redacted. So go fuck yourself.
You can't just redact everything that you don't like, Ferguson.
Yes, I can. That's my fucking
All
job.
right, I'm joining NID.
No, you can't. Stop running away from your
Come on,
responsibility.
we're making Kalani secretary. Let's go. Come on.
Wait,
No,
wait.
We're fixing
fuck
this.
off.
We're fixing
No,
this.
fuck off.
Get in here.
No.
I have keys. Get in here. Oh, look at this nice bookshelf. It's very organized.
No, it's not. Those bookshelves are
Be
fucking
ashamed if
travesty.
something happened to this archive.
Wait, are you telling me you have unorganized bookshelves, sir?
My personal ones are an absolute mess.
Oh God, please don't,
I need
don't mess with
more.
the ones in the office.
No, I need more. That's the whole problem. Is that there's so much shit fucking stored in there.
Keep your shit organized.
I'm trying to. There's just too much. I've had to make overflows.
So what I'm hearing is you need another office up at prison that's like an NID overflow.
Can we just keep adding
Stop.
levels onto this building, just higher and higher?
I mean, we legitimately had to do it with the old one. We legitimately had to add an extension just to deal with NID paperwork overflow. It's gonna happen again. The sinners need their own bookcase.
I'm really happy we sunk their ships today. That felt
Oh, I'm
good.
really fucking happy. I would have loved to have seen some of the embellishments on some of those weapons that people recovered.
Oh, did you hear about the planks?
No.
We searched their ship and they had high grade planks.
Mm-hmm. High grade is out there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, high grade did shit for them, didn't it?
Aye.
High grade it shouldn't if you can't sail. That's not fair. I'm sure they're very competent helmsmen.
Well, I think they just
fuck 'em.
they came out at the worst time when you had the admiral and the vice admiral ship.
Yeah,
I
who
said
just
it
done
wasn't
war
like
games.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was just a
Indeed, they should have
cannoneer,
sunk
but
them.
it felt good.
Yeah, so no, like I said, hey, spoiler alert, not so fun when it's 2v2.
No.
Mm-mm. They tried splitting us up, but we stayed together, and that's how we got them.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, naturally, I mean, I've made my feelings clear in the matter. As I said, my personal belief is obviously we need.
We're gonna
Have
put
you
'em on the
written that
Mad
up
Hatter.
for the Admiralty to approve?
Yes, I just dropped it off in their box.
In this case, Pale Horse and Broken Door.
Yes, yeah. So it was three newly identified members of the Sinners putting personal bounties up. The Sinners being listed as an enemy of the crown with infamous status and a 10 gold bounty on any member of the Sinners, regardless of identity, and permission to enact Pale Horse and Broken Door, which we're redrafting now. I'm already doing Pale Horse, so you might have to do Broken Door.
Well, Broken Door is pretty much fine where it was because that was a standard template for the fact of it just allows me to start hitting resupply points.
We need to tweak Pale Horse a little bit to do it basically in reverse, but that's fine. And then on listing the unlisted as enemies of the crown as well, with a 5 gold bounty per person, regardless of name or description, and a level of wanted.
What would the enemies of the crown actually do in this regard?
In this regard, listing them as enemies of the crown. Well, there's two things we can do with enemies of the crown. If there's a white sailed company out there that is constantly breaking the law, we can list them as an enemy of the crown to force them to fly the black sail. In this regard, putting in enemy of the crown as a black sail gives us justification to blanket bounty every individual without knowing who's in that company.
They are going by the Forgotten.
Yeah,
the Forgotten.
we heard
Yeah,
about that.
I didn't.
Yeah, the Forgotten.
So I think I put that in there as well.
Yeah, the Forgotten. Should we then do that? Should we do that for then people like Pierre as well, like the fucking pirates?
Well, I mean, yeah, if we can, it's a little bit selective. I think I need to back up to the question of, did we ever get an answer around? Did we accept that burning ship as a return of the letter of marque?
I spoke to the Vice Admiral and he said that we would count that.
Alright, so would that be why we are charging them with treason? Or, in this case, I guess, not charging them with treason?
Yeah, in this case, not charging them with treason. Because treason would then be, infamous crime. But in this case, we are the Vice Admiral Webster was fairly okay with accepting it as a form of returning the mark. They could have just fucked off and just immediately went black sail. They at least tried to make some sort of mystery in terms of things, but while still handling the paperwork as appropriate. So in this case, it looks like we are going to count that one.
Okay, yep. So that's why it's 5 gold and want and not 10 gold and infamous.
Yep.
All right. Yep. So yeah, that's already in their box.
Yep. Also, can I just make a point? Do you want to know how I know when we have new tier of blueprints in?
Not really.
Oh, because every single time it happens, I get these popping up all over the place.
Ah. So 118. Jesus Christ. I almost bought you one. I almost bought you one on short leave that was like 115.
Well, to be fair, I'm tempted by that one, and I'm probably going to move over to that one because the one I currently have is a 120, high grade, but only 2 upgrades.
No.
I got a upgrade on a blackjack.
Oh no! Do you want to see the really funny one? Hang on, I'll be right back. I need to use your smithy downstairs to repair it.
It's my blackjack's better than my sword right now,
Oh
which
my
makes
goodness.
me laugh.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah,
Flare
because it's a
organ,
standard
navies-
sword, whereas my
Right.
sword is aged.
Yeah. Yeah, this conversation is redacted, and then we reverse redacted, so it better if it was redacted. How's everything else going, Locke?
I think well. I got all those reports done. I let the PLU know. They told me that they might be resending their letter of marque.
Alright, that's something that we can work through with the Blue. Of course, everything needs to be investigated. We need to figure that out. I'd love to see if we can just correct that action. Like, please don't salvage Navy vessels.
Yeah, I think he said that they've also gotten other reports on them as well.
Oh
Why
my-
are you on fire?
Why are you... Is your ass glowing?
Are you?
Nope.
What?
What?
You?
It's a standard torch.
And so what? It lights your ass on fire? Ow!
No, it lights you on fire, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when you're walking around, it's like you've got a candle coming out
Yes.
your ass.
Yes.
Why?
Because my ass is smoking hot.
Yeah, that looks dangerous.
Probably.
Yeah.
Here, let me help you with that. Oh, I need to. There we go.
Yep, there we go.
Welcome to the red room. This
Yeah,
is
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Didn't realize that it set people on fire. I decided to have a joke on Lieutenant Wallace. I had the joke. I tried to do the joke on Lieutenant Wallace about burning down the mailroom and accidentally set him and two other people on fire.
Wow.
Well,
All right.
apparently the NCO mailbox, they're having trouble with
Yeah, if you could help me just spread the word that NCOs are just not picking up their mail, and so that bookshelf is absolutely fucking full.
Yep.
Will
But
do.
yeah, it's something definitely to do. But yeah, I need to probably get this pike with the proper embellishment on it.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, is there a book to use a standard carbine?
It should be just the. Hold on, let me see.
It should be firearms. I mean, I don't have the. I've not actually had. Oh, no, I actually do actually have because I've got a standard flintlock that.
Mastering
got.
Firearms Volume 1. That's what I have
Yeah.
been able to work mine. If you want, I can go check the warehouse for
Have you
you.
started getting them? Have you actually started getting them now?
Mm-hmm. They've got
What's that
standard
line?
carbines.
Alright, but I know where I'm going.
Yeah, it's barely better than my non-standard one, but
Oh wait, I need to embellish this pike first.
phrasing.
No, I said I need to embellish this pike first. How's that phrasing?
What you do with your pike, I don't want to know about.
Listen, that is.
Thank you,
okay,
Ensign.
no.
I still think it's funny to watch you run around with a torch up your ass.
Besides, also, Miss Venevenovici said that it's not a pike, it's a large cannon.
Oh my god. I did. I'm gonna be scarred for life now.
Get used to it, you're in the Navy.
Fair enough.
Okay. All right. What else do we need to do tonight? Fucking, I still have Sawyer's captaincy exam. Let's get that over here. How are there 100 of you in this chat? Jesus Christ. What do you...
Actually, Secretary, do you want me to put on these signs next to parade ground? NCOs pick up your mail? Or just put all people?
Yes.
I'm gonna do all staff
Yeah, just
check
do
mail.
do all staff check your mail at least once a day. However you want to word that. Or just check your mail.
I'll do it.
Check your goddamn mail. Sometimes my voice box sticks and I really don't want to spew that. Captaincy test. There was Murphy's. There's Ramsey's. There's Hendrix's. This is Burke's. Let me get this shit done and I'll catch up with chat. This is Sawyer's. Sawyer. Alright, what's going on here? Marines in better gear. Watch the files. Frying at the captain twice, then Jimmy cleared the rest of the deck in the Parabellum. Oh shit, they were like, what the fuck is that thing? Stay away from that shit. Do we know how many cannons were on the champion? Jimmy the deck clear. 23 broadside. There are 46 cannons on that thing, not including chasers and bar shot. Or chasers and long nines. Judgment look to us. You could have said the joke right. I could have, Crows. I chose not to. Your last man standing for Navy. Am I really the last Navy person streaming right now? That explains why there's 100 of you in here. You guys have nothing better to do? At least I'm doing paperwork. Oh my goodness, I am. Hey, Flip teaches up. I don't know. God, there are 9 people streaming Atlas right now. Yeah, you want the meta? We'll do a little bit of not actual meta, but that's why you're all here, though. I'm under no disillusion, right? I could have crushed a soul. That's the problem. I would have crushed a soul. 2 chasers, not sure how many long nines. His front cannons weren't in range of the ammo box. We are all staring at you. Okay. Let's look at what else we have. Respectfully discourse a few. We're told that the Navy would like to do a 48 with our restocking food. The Navy. That being said, they were due to arrive on Wednesday. Set that up. We were told we had to nothing once they came in. Navy I had to make our way up the rush. They would arrive 5 minutes. Yeah, this sucks. Yep, one name keeps coming up. Roster at 1.30. I've never joined, but yeah, it's much better than my company. Yeah, there you go, Belsaris. You can't actually work on meta if you're not in the game. But at the same time, you should, consider just jumping in and joining us. You could be an ops clerk. Problem solved. Never follow a hand will lead you to a box. Yeah, I need to update my box. Okay. Consider certain there have been put this little bit of information. Alright. We might have to run out there. Oh, this is R. Kelly Santero. Let's talk if Ant's box makes you uncomfortable. Yeah, to be fair. Yeah, there's some. Welcome to being a secretary. Yep, this is a problem. Hey, thank you, baby Barinju. Yeah, we'll call you baby. Thanks for the follow. You'll be in a box at some point here shortly, I promise you. Okay. Well. Hey, Smokin', thanks for that sub. Welcome to the one emote you can use club. Yeah, sounds like some people won't be able to go on 48s anymore. And this needs to get to Blue. Okay. Needs to get to the Commodore. Sparkle at least gives us art and supplies as much as when Puppets put us in the box. Yeah, Marines always get the crayons. Yeah. Yep. Yes. Okay. What else is in here? So this, there was the thing about the doctors. Yep, there is that. I read these already. Yes. Chaos incident. Yep, I'm aware of this. Aware of this. I'm aware of that. Yes. You need something? I cannot hear you. I can see you talking. Nope. 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 How about now? Nope. Alright, hold on. I'll be right back. In and out. Out and in, I guess. It does happen sometimes. If this doesn't fix it, he might just be muted. I've just seen a number and it's all hitting him at once. Yeah, we're not gonna pile on here. I don't want. Obviously, there's some meta stuff going on. When it comes to Baptiste, that will be handled in game. Please don't. I don't remember the name of who played. I mean, I know Baptiste. We're not, obviously, this goes without saying, we're not going to pile on with that. We're going to see where that goes. But it'll be handled in character, as it should be. This is just RP out his lost leg. That's a tough decision because it was taken from him outside of the rules, but you would have to retcon it. Did you? There we go.
I hate this so much. I hate it. I really do hate it. Anyway, as I was trying to say. Wait, can you still not hear me?
No, I can hear you now.
Okay, so you just. Okay then. Right. Plan for the next 48 because I'm gonna start. We can start looking at this just now. I'm gonna be honest here. There's a very convenient 48 that we could do.
All right, hold on one second. Yeah, this is the box scenario. So hang out. This is my shitty box. Sit in the corner. There's a couch back there somewhere. Don't step on each other. Eat some crayons.
notice.
Yep, we'll take care of all that.
Right.
Ooh, Ensign Locke.
Ensign
you're
Locke,
back.
you have returned to us.
You said to bring you the interesting things.
Ooh, you did say that.
Interesting things? What interesting things?
That one would probably want to go back to Secretary Crampton.
Yeah, probably.
Ooh.
I don't know the best way to get that to her.
Find her mailbox.
I don't think I can put that in there. Oh wait, the other mailbox, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, next.
Interesting.
Who are they from?
Various different ones. Some of them Church of the Baby Jesus, some of them RIP, things like that.
Alright. I'm gonna leave you guys
Good
to
to know.
this. I'm gonna get to bed.
Alright, go to bed.
Thank you.
You said you wanted the
Alright.
stamped ones, so these are the stamped ones.
Yeah, okay. In this case, doesn't appear to be anything massive identifying with these swords, so they can go into rotation down to the down to warehouse.
Okay. Same with the standard ones. We'll do.
We're gonna get our nightly ritual in of adding one book to Puffins's shelf. I'm gonna put this one. Let's put this one. No, we'll put it right on top. There we go. Man, Puffins, clean up your space. Look how dirty. You got a book underneath your desk here. Come on, man. Have some pride in your workspace. Look how tidy mine is. I got 2 books. Both fresh. Okay. Is there anything else my pockets I need to take care of? We'll have to get the bounties updated later. Didn't do the rundown, but that's fine. No, let's put this food back. I was doing 1 book a day, and I got out of hand, so I stopped. But now I think I'm going back to be doing 1 book a day. He didn't even notice it to begin with. This note's been here for him for a week, and I had to tell him about it when I got back. Yeah. What was I gonna do? It's late. Oh, I need to put this food away. Okay. We are gonna go to bed. Hey, Mama Lawless, thank you for that follow. Nope, that's a crotch shot. Can I even get one in? Really, Atlas? Okay, we'll stand like this. Alright. That's where we're gonna end for me. It's 3 o'clock my time, and it's late. I need to get to bed and be up early for work in the morning. Yes, you did not get to find out what the next 48, because we're gonna make sure this one does not get matted. Not that the last one did, but it's still a ways away. Things are gonna change, so we just redacted that shit. What did I miss in chat here? Is Cedric Crampton's pirate boyfriend? Unconfirmed. Yeah, it's quiet at the Navy Island for, like the next 4 hours, 3-4 hours, not much going on. So next 48 we are actually going to do in White Waters. So come join us if you're whitelisted. I'm not even, so I won't be there. No, just kidding. It'll be at Strong Arm. We're gonna do it in their port, and we're gonna just really lock down F3. Just really, really clear out the riffraff from F3. And then when we leave, we're gonna pull that letter of marque. So yeah. Alright, let's find some place to send you all while I go to sleep. Who is streaming? Yeah, Map Purge. Tyson Faraday. I sent you over to Zayring, the wizard, Kathy Feline. I don't know these people. Yep, we're gonna send you over, I think, to Mr. Flip Teach, Mr. Zayring. Let me get this here. Let me get this started. And here. All right. Thank you for joining me tonight. All like 100 of you that were just here. If you do it at Strong Arm, everyone will come to you easy. You know, I think it's an option, and then we just leak it, right? We just let everyone know we're gonna be there and just get some shit going. Yeah. Have a good night, Belisarius. Thank you, and have a good one. We're gonna send you over to Zering. He's Flip Teach. So join us over there in a second here once this pops up. Thank you for joining us. I have been Adrian. You have been you. We will see you probably tomorrow night, maybe in 2 nights' time, depending on the gremlin. But thanks for joining. Have a good night. We'll see you later.